Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature. Richard Rorty. Preface. Almost as soon as I began to study philosophy, I was impressed by the way in which philosophical problems appeared, disappeared, or changed shape, as a result of new assumptions or vocabularies. From Richard McKeon and Robert Brumbaugh I learned to view the history of philosophy as a series, not of alternative solutions to the same problems, but of quite different sets of problems. From Rudolf Carnap and Karl Hempel I learned how pseudo-problems could be revealed as such by restating them in the formal mode of speech. From Charles Hartshorne and Paul Weiss I learned how they could be so revealed by being translated into Whiteheadian or Hegelian terms. I was very fortunate in having these men as my teachers, but, for better or worse, I treated them all as saying the same thing, that a philosophical problem was a product of the unconscious adoption of assumptions built into the vocabulary in which the problem was stated, assumptions which were to be questioned before the problem itself was taken seriously. Somewhat later on, I began to read the work of Wilfrid Sellars. Sellers's attack on the myth of the given seemed to me to render doubtful the assumptions behind most of modern philosophy. Still later, I began to take Quine's skeptical approach to the language-fact distinction seriously, and to try to combine Quine's point of view with Sellers's. Since then, I have been trying to isolate more of the assumptions behind the problematic of modern philosophy, in the hope of generalizing and extending Sellers's and Quine's criticisms of traditional empiricism. Getting back to these assumptions, and making clear that they are optional, I believed, would be therapeutic in the way in which Carnap's original dissolution of standard textbook problems was therapeutic. This book is the result of that attempt. The book has been long in the making. Princeton University is remarkably generous with research time and sabbaticals. So it is embarrassing to confess that without the further assistance of the American Council of Learned Societies and the John Simon Guggenheim Memorial Foundation I should probably never have written it. I began thinking out its plot while holding an ACLS fellowship in 1969 to 1970, and wrote the bulk of the first draft while holding a Guggenheim fellowship in 1973 to 1974. I am most grateful to all three institutions for their assistance. Many people, students at Princeton and elsewhere, audiences at papers given at various conferences, colleagues and friends have read or listened to various drafts of various sections of this book. I made many changes of both substance and style in response to their objections, and am very grateful. I regret that my memory is too poor to list even the most important instances of such help, but I hope that here and there readers may recognize the beneficial results of their own comments. I do wish, however, to thank two PEOPLE Michael Williams and Richard Bernstein, who made very helpful comments on the penultimate version of the entire book, as did an anonymous reader for the Princeton University Press. I am also grateful to Raymond Giss, David Hoy, and Jeffrey Stout, who took time out to help me resolve last-minute doubts about the final chapter. Finally, I should like to thank Laura Bell, Pearl Kavanaugh, Lee Writens, Carol Rohn, Sanford Thatcher, Jean Toll, and David Velleman for patient help in transforming what I wrote from rough copy into a printed volume. Introduction. Philosophers usually think of their discipline as one which discusses perennial, eternal problems which arise as soon as one reflects. Some of these concern the difference between human beings and other beings, and are crystallized in questions concerning the relation between the mind and the body. Other problems concern the legitimation of claims to know, and are crystallized in questions concerning the foundations of knowledge. To discover these foundations is to discover something about the mind, and conversely. Philosophy as a discipline thus sees itself as the attempt to underwrite or debunk claims to knowledge made by science, morality, art, or religion. It purports to do this on the basis of its special understanding of the nature of knowledge and of mind. Philosophy can be foundational in respect to the rest of culture because culture is the assemblage of claims to knowledge, and philosophy adjudicates such claims. It can do so because it understands the foundations of knowledge, and it finds these foundations in a study of man as knower, of the mental processes or the activity of representation which make knowledge possible. To know is to represent accurately what is outside the mind, so to understand the possibility and nature of knowledge is to understand the way in which the mind is able to construct such representations. Philosophy's central concern is to be a general theory of representation, a theory which will divide culture up into the areas which represent reality well, those which represent it less well, and those which do not represent it at all, despite their pretense of doing so. We owe the notion of a theory of knowledge based on an understanding of mental processes to the 17th century, and especially to Locke. We owe the notion of the mind as a separate entity in which processes occur to the same period, and especially to Descartes. We owe the notion of philosophy as a tribunal of pure reason, upholding or denying the claims of the rest of culture, to the 18th century and especially to Kant, but this Kantian notion presupposed general assent to Lockean notions of mental processes and Cartesian notions of mental substance. In the 19th century, the notion of philosophy as a foundational discipline which grounds knowledge claims was consolidated in the writings of the Neo-Kantians. Occasional protests against this conception of culture as in need of grounding and against the pretensions of a theory of knowledge to perform this task, in, for example, Nietzsche and William James, went largely unheard. Philosophy became, for the intellectuals, a substitute for religion. It was the area of culture where one touched bottom, where one found the vocabulary and the convictions which permitted one to explain and justify one's activity as an intellectual, and thus to discover the significance of one's life. At the beginning of our century, this claim was reaffirmed by philosophers, notably Russell and Husserl, who were concerned to keep philosophy rigorous and scientific. But there was a note of desperation in their voices, for by this time the triumph of the secular over the claims of religion was almost complete. Thus the philosopher could no longer see himself as in the intellectual avant-garde, or as protecting men against the forces of superstition. One further, in the course of the 19th century, a new form of culture had arisen, the culture of the man of letters, the intellectual who wrote poems and novels and political treatises, and criticisms of other people's poems and novels and treatises. Descartes, Locke, and Kant had written in a one term such as himself and men should, throughout this book, be taken as abbreviations for himself or herself, men and women, and so on. Period in which the secularization of culture was being made possible by the success of natural science. But by the early 20th century the scientists had become as remote from most intellectuals as had the theologians. Poets and novelists had taken the place of both preachers and philosophers as the moral teachers of the youth. The result was that the more scientific and rigorous philosophy became, the less it had to do with the rest of culture and the more absurd its traditional pretensions seemed. The attempts of both analytic philosophers and phenomenologists to ground this and criticize that were shrugged off by those whose activities were purportedly being grounded or criticized. Philosophy as a whole was shrugged off by those who wanted an ideology or a self-image. It is against this background that we should see the work of the three most important philosophers of our century, Wittgenstein, Heidegger, and Dewey. Each tried, in his early years, to find a new way of making philosophy foundational, a new way of formulating an ultimate context for thought. Wittgenstein tried to construct a new theory of representation which would have nothing to do with mentalism, Heidegger to construct a new set of philosophical categories which would have nothing to do with science, epistemology, or the Cartesian quest for certainty, and Dewey to construct a naturalized version of Hegel's vision of history. Each of the three came to see his earlier effort as self-deceptive, as an attempt to retain a certain conception of philosophy after the notions needed to flesh out that conception, the 17th century notions of knowledge and mind, had been discarded. Each of the three, in his later work, broke free of the Kantian conception of philosophy as foundational, and spent his time warning us against those very temptations to which he himself had once succumbed. Thus their later work is therapeutic rather than constructive, edifying rather than systematic, designed to make the reader question his own motives for philosophizing rather than to supply him with a new philosophical program. Wittgenstein, Heidegger, and Dewey are in agreement that the notion of knowledge as accurate representation, made possible by special mental processes, and intelligible through a general theory of representation, needs to be abandoned. For all three, the notions of foundations of knowledge and of philosophy as revolving around the Cartesian attempt to answer the epistemological skeptic are set aside. Further, they set aside the notion of the mind common to Descartes, Locke, and Kant as a special subject of study, located in inner space, containing elements or processes which make knowledge possible. This is not to say that they have alternative theories of knowledge or philosophies of mind. They set aside epistemology and metaphysics as possible disciplines. I say set aside rather than argue against, because their attitude toward the traditional problematic is like the attitude of 17th-century philosophers toward the scholastic problematic. They do not devote themselves to discovering false propositions or bad arguments in the works of their predecessors, though they occasionally do that too. Rather, they glimpse the possibility of a form of intellectual life in which the vocabulary of philosophical reflection inherited from the 17th century would seem as pointless as the 13th century philosophical vocabulary had seemed to the Enlightenment. To assert the possibility of a post-Kantian culture, one in which there is no all-encompassing discipline which legitimizes or grounds the others, is not necessarily to argue against any particular Kantian doctrine, any more than to glimpse the possibility of a culture in which religion either did not exist, or had no connection with science or politics, was necessarily to argue against Aquinas's claim that God's existence can be proved by natural reason. Wittgenstein, Heidegger, and Dewey have brought us into a period of revolutionary philosophy, in the sense of Kuhn's revolutionary science, by introducing new maps of the terrain, viz., of the whole panorama of human activities, which simply do not include those features which previously seemed to dominate. This book is a survey of some recent developments in philosophy, especially analytic philosophy, from the point of view of the anti-Cartesian and anti-Kantian revolution which I have just described. The aim of the book is to undermine the reader's confidence in the mind as something about which one should have a philosophical view, in knowledge as something about which there ought to be a theory and which has foundations, and in philosophy as it has been conceived since Kant. Thus the reader in search of a new theory on any of the subjects discussed will be disappointed. Although I discuss solutions to the mind-body problem, this is not in order to propose one but to illustrate why I do not think there is a problem. Again, although I discuss theories of reference, I do not offer one, but offer only suggestions about why the search for such a theory is misguided. The book, like the writings of the philosophers I most admire, is therapeutic rather than constructive. The therapy offered is, nevertheless, parasitic upon the constructive efforts of the very analytic philosophers whose frame of reference I am trying to put in question. Thus most of the particular criticisms of the tradition which I offer are borrowed from such systematic philosophers as Sellers, Quine, Davidson, Ryle, Malcolm, Kuhn, and Putnam. I am as much indebted to these philosophers for the means I employ as I am to Wittgenstein, Heidegger, and Dewey for the ends to which these means are put. I hope to convince the reader that the dialectic within analytic philosophy, which has carried philosophy of mind from Broad to Smart, philosophy of language from Freya to Davidson, epistemology from Russell to Sellers, and philosophy of science from Carnap to Kuhn, needs to be carried a few steps further. These additional steps will, I think, put us in a position to criticize the very notion of analytic philosophy, and indeed of philosophy itself as it has been understood since the time of Kant. From the standpoint I am adopting, indeed, the difference between analytic and other sorts of philosophy is relatively unimportant, a matter of style and tradition rather than a difference of method or of first principles. The reason why the book is largely written in the vocabulary of contemporary analytic philosophers, and with reference to problems discussed in the analytic literature, is merely autobiographical. They are the vocabulary and the literature with which I am most familiar, and to which I owe what grasp I have of philosophical issues. Had I been equally familiar with other contemporary modes of writing philosophy, this would have been a better and more useful book, although an even longer one. As I see it, the kind of philosophy which stems from Russelly and Freya is, like classical Husserlian phenomenology, simply one more attempt to put philosophy in the position which Kant wished it to have, that of judging other areas of culture on the basis of its special knowledge of the foundations of these areas. Analytic philosophy is one more variant of Kantian philosophy, a variant marked principally by thinking of representation as linguistic rather than mental, and of philosophy of language rather than transcendental critique, or psychology, as the discipline which exhibits the foundations of knowledge. This emphasis on language, I shall be arguing in chapters 4 and 6, does not essentially change the Cartesian Kantian problematic, and thus does not really give philosophy a new self-image. For analytic philosophy is still committed to the construction of a permanent, neutral framework for inquiry, and thus for all of culture. It is the notion that human activity, and inquiry, the search for knowledge, in particular, takes place within a framework which can be isolated prior to the conclusion of inquiry, a set of presuppositions discoverable a priori which links contemporary philosophy to the Descartes Locke-Kant tradition. For the notion that there is such a framework only makes sense if we think of this framework as imposed by the nature of the knowing subject, by the nature of his faculties, or by the nature of the medium within which he works. The very idea of philosophy as something distinct from science would make little sense without the Cartesian claim that by turning inward we could find ineluctable truth, and the Kantian claim that this truth imposes limits on the possible results of empirical inquiry. The notion that there could be such a thing as foundations of knowledge, all knowledge in every field, past, present, and future, or a theory of representation, all representation, in familiar vocabularies and those not yet dreamed of, depends on the assumption that there is some such a priori constraint. If we have a Deweyan conception of knowledge, as what we are justified in believing, then we will not imagine that there are enduring constraints on what can count as knowledge, since we will see justification as a social phenomenon rather than a transaction between the knowing subject and reality. If we have a Wittgensteinian notion of language as tool rather than mirror, we will not look for necessary conditions of the possibility of linguistic representation. If we have a Heideggerian conception of philosophy, we will see the attempt to make the nature of the knowing subject a source of necessary truths as one more self-deceptive attempt to substitute a technical and determinate question for that openness to strangeness which initially tempted us to begin thinking. One way to see how analytic philosophy fits within the traditional Cartesian Kantian pattern is to see traditional philosophy as an attempt to escape from history, an attempt to find non-historical conditions of any possible historical development. From this perspective, the common message of Wittgenstein, Dewey, and Heidegger is a historicist one. Each of the three reminds us that investigations of the foundations of knowledge or morality or language or society may be simply apologetics, attempts to eternalize a certain contemporary language game, social practice, or self-image. The moral of this book is also historicist, and the three parts into which it is divided are intended to put the notions of mind, of knowledge, and of philosophy, respectively, in historical perspective. Part I is concerned with philosophy of mind, and in Chapter 1 I try to show that the so-called intuitions which lie behind Cartesian dualism are ones which have a historical origin. In Chapter 2, I try to show how these intuitions would be changed if physiological methods of prediction and control took the place of psychological methods. Part 2 is concerned with epistemology and with recent attempts to find successor subjects to epistemology. THIRD-WORLDISM describes the genesis of the notion of epistemology in the 17th century, and its connection with the Cartesian notions of mind discussed in Chapter 1. It presents theory of knowledge as a notion based upon a confusion between the justification of knowledge claims and their causal explanation between, roughly, social practices and postulated psychological processes. Chapter 4 is the central chapter of the book, the one in which the ideas which led to its being written are presented. These ideas are those of Sellers and of Quine, and in that chapter I interpret Sellers' attack on givenness and Quine's attack on necessity as the crucial steps in undermining the possibility of a theory of knowledge. The holism and pragmatism common to both philosophers, and which they share with the later Wittgenstein, are the lines of thought within analytic philosophy which I wish to extend. I argue that when extended in a certain way they let us see truth as, In James's phrase, what it is better for us to believe, rather than as the accurate representation of reality. Or, to put the point less provocatively, they show us that the notion of accurate representation is simply an automatic and empty compliment which we pay to those beliefs which are successful in helping us do what we want to do. In chapters 5 and 6 I discuss and criticize what I regard as reactionary attempts to treat empirical psychology or philosophy of language as successor subjects to epistemology. I argue that only the notion of knowledge as accuracy of representation persuades us that the study of psychological processes or of language qua media of representation can do what epistemology failed to do. The moral of Part 2 as a whole is that the notion of knowledge as the assemblage of accurate representations is optional, that it may be replaced by a pragmatist conception of knowledge which eliminates the Greek contrast between contemplation and action, between representing the world and coping with it. A historical epoch dominated by Greek ocular metaphors may, I suggest, yield to one in which the philosophical vocabulary incorporating these metaphors seems as quaint as the animistic vocabulary of pre-classical times. In Part 3 I take up the idea of philosophy more explicitly. Chapter 7 interprets the traditional distinction between the search for objective knowledge and other, less privileged, areas of human activity as merely the distinction between normal discourse and abnormal discourse. Normal discourse, a generalization of Kuhn's notion of normal science, is any discourse, scientific, political, theological, or whatever, which embodies agreed upon criteria for reaching agreement. Abnormal discourse is any which lacks such criteria. I argue that the attempt, which has defined traditional philosophy, to explicate rationality and objectivity in terms of conditions of accurate representation is a self-deceptive effort to eternalize the normal discourse of the day, and that, since the Greeks, philosophy's self-image has been dominated by this attempt. In Chapter 8 I use some ideas drawn from Gadamer and Sartre to develop a contrast between systematic and edifying philosophy, and to show how abnormal philosophy which does not conform to the traditional Cartesian Kantian matrix is related to normal philosophy. I present Wittgenstein, Heidegger, and Dewey as philosophers whose aim is to edify, to help their readers, or society as a whole, break free from outworn vocabularies and attitudes, rather than to provide grounding for the intuitions and customs of the present. I hope that what I have been saying has made clear why I chose Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature as a title. It is pictures rather than propositions, metaphors rather than statements, which determine most of our philosophical convictions. The picture which holds traditional philosophy captive is that of the mind as a great mirror, containing various representations, some accurate, some not, and capable of being studied by pure, non-empirical methods. Without the notion of the mind as mirror, the notion of knowledge as accuracy of representation would not have suggested itself. Without this latter notion, the strategy common to Descartes and Kant, getting more accurate representations by inspecting, repairing, and polishing the mirror, so to speak, would not have made sense. Without this strategy in mind, recent claims that philosophy could consist of conceptual analysis or phenomenological analysis or explication of meanings or examination of the logic of our language or of the structure of the constituting activity of consciousness would not have made sense. It was such claims as these which Wittgenstein mocked in the Philosophical Investigations, and it is by following Wittgenstein's lead that analytic philosophy has progressed toward the post-positivistic stance it presently occupies. But Wittgenstein's flair for deconstructing captivating pictures needs to be supplemented by historical awareness of the source of all this mirror imagery, and that seems to me Heidegger's greatest contribution. Heidegger's way of recounting history of philosophy lets us see the beginnings of the Cartesian imagery in the Greeks and the metamorphoses of this imagery during the last 3 centuries. He thus lets us distance ourselves from the tradition. Yet neither Heidegger nor Wittgenstein. Stein lets us see the historical phenomenon of mirror imagery, the story of the domination of the mind of the West by ocular metaphors, within a social perspective. Both men are concerned with the rarely favored individual rather than with society, with the chances of keeping oneself apart from the banal self-deception typical of the latter days of a decaying tradition. Dewey, on the other hand, though he had neither Wittgenstein's dialectical acuity nor Heidegger's historical learning, wrote his polemics against traditional mirror imagery out of a vision of a new kind of society. In his ideal society, culture is no longer dominated by the ideal of objective cognition but by that of aesthetic enhancement. In that culture, as he said, the arts and the sciences would be the unforced flowers of life. I would hope that we are now in a position to see the charges of relativism and irrationalism once leveled against Dewey as merely the mindless defensive reflexes of the philosophical tradition which he attacked. Such charges have no weight if one takes seriously the criticisms of mirror imagery which he, Wittgenstein, and Heidegger make. This book has little to add to these criticisms, but I hope that it presents some of them in a way which will help pierce through that crust of philosophical convention which Dewey vainly hoped to shatter. Our glassy essence. Chapter I. The invention of the mind. One criteria of the mental discussions in the philosophy of mind usually start off by assuming that everybody has always known how to divide the world into the mental and the physical, that this distinction is commonsensical and intuitive, even if that between two sorts of stuff, material and immaterial, is philosophical and baffling. So when Ryle suggests that to talk of mental entities is to talk of dispositions to behave, or when Smart suggests that it is to talk of neural states, they have two strikes against them. For why, if anything like behaviorism or materialism is true, should there be anything like this intuitive distinction? We seem to have no doubt that pains, moods, images, and sentences which flash before the mind, dreams, hallucinations, beliefs, attitudes, desires, and intentions all count as mental, whereas the contractions of the stomach which cause the pain, the neural processes which accompany it, and everything else which can be given a firm location within the body count as non-mental. Our unhesitating classification suggests that not only have we a clear intuition of what mentality is, but that it has something to do with non-spatiality and with the notion that even if the body were destroyed, the mental entities or states might somehow linger on. Even if we discard the notion of mind stuff, even if we drop the notion of residential cogitans as subject of predication, we seem able to distinguish mind from body nonetheless, and to do so in a more or less Cartesian way. These purported intuitions serve to keep something like Cartesian dualism alive. Post-Wittgensteinian philosophers who oppose behaviorism and materialism tend to grant to Wittgenstein and Strawson that in some sense there is nothing there but the human organism, and that we must give up the notion of this organism as made out of a bit of residential cogitans non-spatially associated with a bit of residential extensa. But, they say, the Cartesian intuition that the mental-physical distinction is unbridgeable by empirical means, that a mental state is no more like a disposition than it is like a neuron, and that no scientific discovery can reveal an identity remains. This intuition seems to them enough to establish an unbridgeable gap. But such neo-dualist philosophers are embarrassed by their own conclusions, since although their metaphysical intuitions seem to be Cartesian, they are not clear whether they are entitled to have such things as metaphysical intuitions. They tend to be unhappy with the notion of a method of knowing about the world prior to and untouchable by empirical science. In this situation, it is tempting for the dualist to go linguistic and begin talking about different vocabularies or alternative descriptions. This jargon suggests that the dualistic intuition in question is merely one of the differences between ways of talking about the same phenomenon, and thus seems to lead one from something like dualism to something like Spinoza's double aspect theory. But the question two descriptions of what makes this a difficult position to hold onto. To reply two descriptions of organisms seems all right until we ask, are organisms physical? Or is there more to organisms, even human organisms, than the actual and possible dispositions of their parts? Neo-dualists are usually happy to concede a whole raft of mental states to Ryle, and to say that beliefs, desires, attitudes, and intentions, not to mention skills, virtues, and moods, are all merely ways of talking about organisms, their parts, and the actual and possible movements of those parts. But they may insist, following Brentano and Chisholm, that no really necessary and sufficient conditions can be provided. but when they come to pains, mental images, and occurrent thoughts, short-term mental states which look, so to speak, event-like rather than disposition-like, they hesitate. And well they should. For the difference between dualism and materialism would vanish if once they said that to describe an organism as in pain is simply one way of talking about a state of its parts. These parts, remember, must be physical parts, since once we have Kantized and Strawsonized Descartes, the notion of mental part will no longer even seem to make sense. What more could a defender of mind-body identity ask for than the admission that talk of how one feels is just an alternative way of reporting on how suitable portions of one's anatomy, presumably neurons, are? We thus have the following dilemma: either neo-dualists must construct an epistemological account of how we know a priori that entities fall under two irreducibly distinct ontological species, or else they must find some way of expressing their dualism which relies on neither the notion of ontological gap nor that of alternative description. But before casting about for ways of resolving this dilemma, we should look more closely at the notion of ontological species or ontological gap. What sort of notion is this? Do we have any other examples of ontological gaps? Any other case in which we know a priori that no empirical inquiry can identify two entities? We know, perhaps, that no empirical inquiry can identify two spatio-temporal entities which have different locations, but that knowledge seems too trivial to be relevant. Is there any other case in which we know a priori about natural ontological kinds? The only examples which I can think of are the distinctions between finite and infinite, between human and divine, and between particular and universal. Nothing, we intuit, could cross those divides. But these examples do not seem very helpful. We are inclined to say that we do not know what it would be for something infinite to exist. If we try to clarify the orthodox notion of the divine, we seem to have either a merely negative conception, or else one explicated in terms of the notions of infinity and immateriality. Since reference to infinity explains the obscure by the more obscure, we are left with immateriality. We feel vaguely confident that if the infinite could exist, it, like the university or Sal, could only be exemplified by the immaterial. If it makes any sense to speak of the existence of universals, it would seem that they must exist immaterially, and that is why they can never be identified with spatio-temporal particulars. But what does immaterial mean? Is it the same thing as mental? Even though it is hard to see more in the notion of being physical than being material or spatio-temporal, it is not clear that mental and immaterial are synonyms. If they were, then such disputes as that about the status of universals between conceptualists and realists would look even sillier than they do. Nevertheless, the opposite of mental is physical and the opposite of immaterial is material. Physical and material seem synonymous. How can two distinct concepts have synonymous opposites? At this point we may be tempted to recur to Kant and explain that the mental is temporal but not spatial, whereas the immaterial, the mystery beyond the bounds of sense, is neither spatial nor temporal. This seems to give us a nice neat threefold distinction: the physical is spatio-temporal, the psychological is non-spatial but temporal, the metaphysical is neither spatial nor temporal. We can thus explain away the apparent synonymy of physical and material as a confusion between non-psychological and non-metaphysical. The only trouble is that Kant and Strawson have given convincing arguments for the claim that we can only identify mental states as states of spatially located persons. Point 1. Since we have given up mind stuff, we are bound to take these arguments seriously. This brings us almost full circle, for now we want to know what sense it one see Kant's refutation of idealism at KDRV. B27411. And P. F. Strawson, Individuals, London, 1959, Chapter 2, and the Bounds of Sense, London, 1966, pages 162f. Makes to say that some states of a spatial entity are spatial and some are not. It is no help to be told that these are its functional states, for a person's beauty and his build and his fame and his health are functional states, yet intuition tells us that they are not mental states either. To clarify our intuition, We have to identify a feature shared by our pains and beliefs but not by our beauty or our health. It will not help to identify the mental as that which can survive death or the destruction of the body, since one's beauty can survive death and one's fame can survive the destruction of one's body. If we say that one's beauty or one's fame exists only relationally, in the eyes or the opinion of others, rather than as states of oneself, then we get sticky problems about how to distinguish merely relational properties of persons from their intrinsic states. We get equally sticky problems about a person's unconscious beliefs, which may be discovered only after his death by psychobiographers, but which are presumably as much his mental states as those beliefs which he was aware of having during his lifetime. There may be a way of explaining why a person's beauty is a non-intrinsic relational property whereas his unconscious paranoia is a non-relational intrinsic state, but that would seem to be explaining the obscure by the more obscure. I conclude that we cannot make non-spatiality the criterion of mental states, if only because the notion of state is sufficiently obscure that neither the term spatial state nor the term non-spatial state seems useful. The notion of mental entities as non-spatial and of physical entities as spatial, if it makes any sense at all, makes sense for particulars, for subjects of predication, rather than for the possession of properties by such subjects. We can make some dim sort of pre-Kantian sense out of bits of matter and bits of mind stuff, but we cannot make any post-Kantian sense out of spatial and non-spatial states of spatial particulars. We get a vague sense of explanatory power when we are told that human bodies move as they do because they are inhabited by ghosts, but none at all when we are told that persons have non-spatial states. I hope that I have said enough to show that we are not entitled to begin talking about the mind-body problem, or about the possible identity or necessary non-identity of mental and physical states, without first asking what we mean by mental. I would hope further to have incited the suspicion that our so-called intuition about what is mental may be merely our readiness to fall in with a specifically philosophical language game. This is, in fact, the view that I want to defend. I think that this so-called intuition is no more than the ability to command a certain technical vocabulary, one which has no use outside of philosophy books and which links up with no issues in daily life, empirical science, morals, or religion. In later sections of this chapter I shall sketch a historical account of how this technical vocabulary emerged, but before doing so, I shall beat some neighboring bushes. These are the possibilities of defining mental in terms of the notion of intentionality and in terms of the notion of being phenomenal, of having a characteristic appearance, an appearance somehow exhaustive of reality. The obvious objection to defining the mental as the intentional is that pains are not intentional, they do not represent, they are not about anything. The obvious objection to defining the mental as the phenomenal is that beliefs don't feel like anything, they don't have phenomenal properties, and a person's real beliefs are not always what they appear to be. The attempt to hitch pains and beliefs together seems ad hoc, they don't seem to have anything in common except our refusal to call them physical. We can gerrymander, of course, so as to make pain the acquisition of a belief that one of one's tissues is damaged, construing pain reports as Pitcher and Armstrong construed perceptual reports point to, but such a tactic still leaves us with something like a dualistic intuition on our hands, the intuition that there is something more to being conscious of a pain or a sensation of redness than being tempted to acquire a belief that there is tissue damage or a red object in the vicinity. Alternatively, we can gerrymander the other way and simply confine the term mental to what does have phenomenal properties, abandoning beliefs and desires to Armstrong to identify with the physical. But that tactic runs up against the intuition that whatever the mind-body problem is, it is not the feeling neuron problem. If we expel representations, intentional states, from the mind, we are left with something like a problem of the relation between life and non-life, rather than a mind-body problem. Still another tactic would be simply to define mental disjunctively as either phenomenal or intentional. This suggestion leaves it entirely obscure how an abbreviation for this disjunction got entrenched in the language, or at least in philosophical jargon. Still, it does direct our attention to the possibility that the various mental items are held together by family resemblances. If we consider thoughts, occurrent thoughts, flashing before the mind in particular words or mental images, then we seem to have something which is a little like a pain in being phenomenal and a little like a belief in being intentional. The words make the thoughts phenomenal and the colors and shapes make the images phenomenal, yet both of them are of something in the required intentional sense. If I suddenly and silently say to myself, "Good Lord, I left my wallet on that cafe table in Vienna," or if I have an image of the wallet on the table, then I am representing Vienna, the wallet, the table, etc. I have all these as intentional objects. So perhaps we should think of thoughts and mental images as the paradigmatic. 2. See George Pitcher, A Theory of Perception, Princeton, 1971, D. M. Armstrong, Perception and the Physical World, London and New York, IGGL, and A Materialist Theory of the Mind, London and New York, 1968. Mental entities. Then we can say that pains and beliefs get classified as mental through their resemblance to these paradigmes, even though the resemblance is in two quite different respects. The relationship between the various candidates for mentality could then be illustrated by the following diagram. Intentional, representational. Non-intentional, non-representational. With phenomenal properties. Occurrent thoughts, mental images. Raw feels E.G., pains, and what babies have when they see colored objects. Without phenomenal properties. Beliefs, desires, intentions. The merely physical. Suppose for the moment that we settle for this family resemblance answer to the question what makes the mental, viz., that it is one or another family resemblance to the paradigmatically mental. Now let us turn back to our original question, and ask what makes us fill in the fourth box with the merely physical. Does physical mean merely what doesn't fit in the other three boxes? Is it a notion which is entirely parasitic on that of mental? Or does it somehow tie in with material and spatial, and how does it do so? To answer this, we have to ask two sub-questions: why is the intentional non-material? And why is the phenomenal non-material? The first question may seem to have a fairly straightforward answer. If we take the material to be the neural, for example, we can say that no amount of inspection of the brain will reveal the intentional character of the pictures and inscriptions found there. Suppose that all persons struck by the thought "I left my wallet on a cafe table in Vienna," in those very English words, have an identical series of neural events concomitant with the thought. This seems a plausible, though probably false, hypothesis. But it is not plausible that all those who acquire the belief that they have left their wallet on a cafe table in Vienna have the series of events, for they may formulate their belief in quite other words or in quite other language. It would be odd if a Japanese and an English thought should have the same neural correlate. It is equally plausible that all those who suddenly see the same missing wallet on the same distant table in their mind's eye should share a second series of neural events, though one quite different from that correlated with the thinking of the English sentence. Even such neat concomitants would not tempt us to identify the intentional and the neurological properties of the thought or the image, any more than we identify the typographical and the intentional properties of the sentence "I left my wallet on a cafe table in Vienna" when we meet it on the printed page. Again, the concomitance of pictures of wallets on cafe tables against a Viennese background with certain properties of the surfaces of paper and canvas does not identify the intentional property being about Vienna with the arrangement of pigments in space. So we can see why one might say that intentional properties are not physical properties. But, on the other hand, this comparison between neurological and typographical properties suggests that there is no interesting problem about intentionality. Nobody wants to make philosophical heavy weather out of the fact that you can't tell merely from the way it looks what a sentence means, or that you can't recognize a picture of X as a picture of X without being familiar with the relevant pictorial conventions. It seems perfectly clear, at least since Wittgenstein and Sellers, that the meaning of typographical inscriptions is not an extra immaterial property they have, but just their place in a context of surrounding events in a language game, in a form of life. This goes for brain inscriptions as well. To say that we cannot observe intentional properties by looking at the brain is like saying that we cannot see a proposition when we look at a Mayan codex. We simply do not know what to look for, because we do not yet know how to relate what we see to a symbol system. The relation between an inscription on paper or, given the hypothesized concomitants, in the brain and what it means is no more mysterious than the relation between a functional state of a person, such as his beauty or his health, and the parts of his body. It is just those parts seen in a given context. So the answer to the question why is the intentional non-material, is because any functional state, any state which can only be grasped by relating what is observed to a larger context is, in a trivial sense, non-material. The problem is in trying to relate this trivial notion of being non-material, which means merely something like not immediately evident to all who look, with the philosophically pregnant sense of immateriality. To put it another way, why should we be troubled by Leibniz's point that if the brain were blown up to the size of a factory, so that we could stroll through it, we should not see thoughts? If we know enough neural correlations, we shall indeed see thoughts, in the sense that our vision will reveal to us what thoughts the possessor of the brain is having. If we do not, we shall not, but then if we stroll through any factory without having first learned about its parts and their relations to one another, we shall not see what is going on. Further, even if we could find no such neural correlations, even if cerebral localization of thoughts was a complete failure, why would we want to say that a person's thoughts or mental images were non-physical simply because we cannot give an account of them in terms of his parts? To use an example from Hilary Putnam, one cannot give an AC count of why square pegs do not fit into round holes in terms of the elementary particles which constitute the peg and the hole, but nobody finds a perplexing ontological gap between macrostructure and microstructure. I think that we can link the trivial sense of non-material, which applies to any functional, as opposed to observable, state, with the pregnant sense of immaterial only by resurrecting Locke's view of how meaning attaches to inscriptions, the view which Wittgenstein and Sellers attack. For Locke, the meaningfulness, the intentional character of an inscription was the result of its production by, or encoding of, an idea. An idea, in turn, was what is before a man's mind when he thinks. So the way to see the intentional as the immaterial is to say that neither a sequence of processes in the brain nor some ink on paper can represent anything unless an idea, something of which we are aware in that immediate way in which we are aware of pains, has impregnated it. In a Lockean view, when we walk through Leibniz's factory we do not see thoughts, not because, as for Wittgenstein, we cannot yet translate brain writing, but because we cannot see those invisible, BKI1SE non-spatial, entities which infuse the visible with intentionality. For Wittgenstein, what makes things representational or intentional is the part they play in a larger context in interaction with large numbers of other visible things. For Locke, what makes things representational is a special causal thrust, what Chisholm describes as the phenomenon of sentences deriving intentionality from thoughts as the moon derives its light from the sun. So our answer to the question how can we convince ourselves that the intentional must be immaterial, is first we must convince ourselves, following Locke and Chisholm and Pace, Wittgenstein and Sellers, that intentionality is intrinsic only in phenomenal items directly before the mind. If we accept that answer, however, we are still only part of the way to resolving the issue. For since the problem with which we have been wrestling has been caused precisely by the fact that beliefs do not have nominal properties, we now have to ask how Locke, following Descartes, can conflate pains and beliefs under the common term idea, how he can convince himself that a belief is something which is before the mind in the way in which a mental image is, how he can use the same ocular imagery for mental images and for judgments. I shall discuss the origin of this Cartesian Lockeal use of the term idea below. But for the moment I shall pass over the issue and come to the second subdivision of the question: why should the mental be thought of as immaterial? Namely, why should the phenomenal be thought of as immaterial? Why do some neo-dualist philosophers say that how something feels, what it is like to be something, cannot be identical with any physical property, or at least any physical property which we know anything about? A trivial answer to this question would be that we can know all about something's physical properties and not know how it feels, especially if we can't talk to it. Consider the claim that babies and bats and Martians and God and panpsychistically viewed rocks all may inhabit different phenomenal quality spaces from those we inhabit, so they may. But what does this have to do with non-physicality? Presumably those who say that the phenomenal is for this claim has been presented very forcefully in Thomas Nagel's What Is It Like to Be a Bat? Philosophical Review 83, 1974, 435-450. I have learned a great deal from Nagel's work in philosophy of mind, although I disagree heartily with him on almost every point. I think that the difference between our views goes back to the question, raised most sharply by Wittgenstein, of whether philosophical intuitions are more than residua of linguistic practices, but I am not sure how this issue is to be debated. Nagel's intuition is that facts about what it is like to be an X are very peculiar, p. 437, whereas I think that they look peculiar only if, following Nagel and the Cartesian tradition, we hold that if physicalism is to be defended, the phenomenological features must themselves be given a physical account, p. 437. In later sections of this chapter, I try to trace the history of the philosophical language game in which this claim is at home. For the Davidsonian reasons offered in Chapter 4, Section 4, below, I do not think physicalism subject to such a constraint. Physicalism, I argue there, is probably true, but uninteresting, if construed as predicting every event in every space-time region under some description or other, but obviously false if construed as the claim to say everything true. Non-physical are not complaining that being told how the atoms of the bat's brain are laid out will not help one feel like a bat. Understanding about the physiology of pain does not help us feel pain either, but why should we expect it to, any more than understanding aerodynamics will help us fly? How can we get from the undoubted fact that knowing how to use a physiological term, example stimulation of C fibers, will not necessarily help us use a phenomenological term, example pain, to an ontological gap between the referents of the two terms? How can we get from the fact that knowing Martian physiology does not help us translate what the Martian says when we damage his tissues to the claim that he has got something immaterial we haven't got? How, to come to the point, do we know when we have two ways of talking about the same thing, a person, or his brain, rather than descriptions of two different things? And why are neo-dualists so certain that feelings and neurons are an instance of the latter? I think that the only reply such philosophers have to offer is to point out that in the case of phenomenal properties there is no appearance-reality distinction. This amounts to defining a physical property as one which anybody could be mistaken in attributing to something, and a phenomenal property as one which a certain person cannot be mistaken about. E.g., the person who has the pain cannot be mistaken about how the pain feels. Given this definition, of course, it is trivially the case that no phenomenal property can be a physical one. But why should this epistemic distinction reflect an ontological distinction? Why should the epistemic privilege we all have of being incorrigible about how things seem to us reflect a distinction between two realms of being? The answer presumably has to go something like this: feelings just are appearances. Their reality is exhausted in how they seem. They are pure seemings. Anything that is not a seeming, putting the intentional to one side for the moment, is merely physical, that is, it is something which can appear other than it is. The world comes divided into things whose nature is exhausted by how they appear and things whose nature is not. But if a philosopher gives this answer, he is in danger of changing from a neo-dualist into a plain old-fashioned Cartesian dualist, mind stuff and all. For now he has stopped talking about pains as states of people or properties predicated of people and started talking about pains as particulars, a special sort of particular whose nature is exhausted by a single property. Of what could such a particular be made, save mind stuff? Or, to put it another way, what could mind stuff be save something out of which such thin, wispy, and translucent things can be made? As long as feeling painful is a property of a person or of brain fibers, there seems no reason for the epistemic difference between reports of how things feel and reports of anything else to produce an ontological gap. But as soon as there is an ontological gap, we are no longer talking about states or properties but about distinct particulars, distinct subjects of predication. The neo-dualist who identifies a pain with how it feels to be in pain is hypostatizing a property painfulness into a special sort of particular, a particular of that special sort whose esse is percipi and whose reality is exhausted in our initial acquaintance with it. The neo-dualist is no longer talking about how people feel but about feelings as little self-subsistent entities, floating free of people in the way in which universals float free of the instantiations. He has, in fact, modeled pains on universals. It is no wonder, then, that he can intuit that pains can exist separately from the body, for this intuition is simply the intuition that universals can exist independently of particulars. That special sort of subject of predication whose appearance is its reality phenomenal pain turns out to be simply the painfulness of the pain abstracted from the person having the pain. It is, in short, the universal painfulness itself. To put it oxymoronically, mental particulars, unlike mental states of people, turn out to be universals. This then is the answer I want to give to the question, why do we think of the phenomenal as immaterial? We do so because, as Ryle put it, we insist on thinking of having a pain in ocular metaphors as having a funny sort of particular before the eye of the mind. That particular turns out to be a universal, a quality hypostatized into a subject of predication. Thus when neo-dualists say that how pains feel are essential to what pains are, and then criticize Smart for thinking of the causal role of certain neurons as what is essential to pain, they are changing the subject. Smart is talking about what is essential to people being in pain, whereas neo-dualists like Kripke are talking about what is essential for something's being a pain. Neo-dualists feel unafraid of the question what is the epistemological basis for your claim to know what is an essential property of pain. For they have arranged things so that pains have only one intrinsic property, namely, feeling painful, and so the choice of which properties are to count as essential to them is obvious. Let me now summarize the results of this section. I have said that the only way to associate the intentional with the immaterial is to identify it with the phenomenal, and that the only way to identify the phenomenal with the immaterial is to hypostatize universals and think of them as particulars rather than abstractions from particulars, thus giving them a non-spatio-temporal habitation. It turns out, in other words, that the universal-particular distinction is the only metaphysical distinction we have got, the only one which moves anything at all outside of space, much less outside of space-time. The mental-physical distinction then is parasitic on the universal-particular distinction, rather than conversely. Further, the notion of mind stuff as that out of which pains and beliefs are made makes exactly as much or as little sense as the notion of that of which universals are made. The battle between realists and conceptualists over the status of universals is thus empty because we have no idea of what a mind is save that it is made of whatever universals are made of. In constructing both a Lockean idea and a Platonic form, we go through exactly the same process. We simply lift off a single property from something, the property of being red, or painful, or good, and then treat it as if it itself were a subject of predication, and perhaps also a locus of causal efficacy. A Platonic form is merely a property considered in isolation and considered as capable of sustaining causal relations. A phenomenal entity is precisely that as well. At this point we might want to say that we have dissolved the mind-body problem. For, roughly speaking, all that is needed to find this problem unintelligible is for us to be nominalists, to refuse firmly to hypostatize individual properties. Then we shall not be fooled by the notion that there are entities called pains which, because phenomenal, cannot be physical. Following Wittgenstein, we shall treat the fact that there is no such thing as a misleading appearance of pain not as a strange fact about a special ontological genus called the mental, but just as a remark about a language game, the remark that we have the convention of taking people's word for what they are feeling. From this language game point of view, the fact that a man is feeling whatever he thinks he's feeling has no more ontological significance than the fact that the Constitution is what the Supreme Court thinks it is, or that the ball is foul if the umpire thinks it is. Again, following Wittgenstein, we shall treat the intentional as merely a subspecies of the functional, and the functional as merely the sort of property whose attribution depends upon a knowledge of context rather than being observable right off the bat. We shall see the intentional as having no connection with the phenomenal, and the phenomenal as a matter of how we talk. The mind-body problem, we can now say, was merely a wrestle 1lt of Locke's unfortunate mistake about how words get meaning, combined with his and Plato's muddled attempt to talk about adjectives as if they were nouns. As fast dissolutions of philosophical problems go, this one has its points. But it would be silly to think that we had resolved anything by arriving at this diagnosis. It is as if a psychiatrist were to explain to a patient that his unhappiness is a result of his mistaken belief that his mother wanted to castrate him, together with his muddled attempt to think of himself as identical with his father. What the patient needs is not a list of his mistakes and confusions, but rather an understanding of how he came to make these mistakes and become involved in these confusions. If we are going to get rid of the mind-body problem, we need to be able to answer such questions as the following. How did these rather dusty little questions about the possible identity of pains and neurons ever get mixed up with the question of whether man differed in kind from the brutes, whether he had dignity rather than merely value? Given that people thought that they survived the destruction of their bodies long before Locke and Plato began to make specifically philosophical confusions, haven't we left something out when we treat the mind as simply an assemblage of phenomenal and intentional states? Isn't there some connection between our ability to have knowledge and our having minds, and is this accounted for by referring simply to the fact that persons, like inscript ions, have intentional properties? All these are good questions, and nothing that I have said so far helps answer them. To answer them, I think, nothing will serve save the history of ideas. Just as the patient needs to relieve his past to answer his questions, so philosophy needs to relieve its past in order to answer its questions. So far I have, in the customary manner of contemporary philosophers of mind, been flinging around terms like phenomenal, functional, intentional, spatial and the like, as if these formed the obvious vocabulary in which to discuss the topic. But of course the philosophers who created the language which gave us the mind-body problem did not use this vocabulary, or anything close to it. If we are to understand how we got the intuitions which make us think that there must be a real, indissoluble, philosophical problem somewhere in the neighborhood, we have to set aside our up-to-date jargon and think in the vocabulary of the philosophers whose books gave us those intuitions. In my Wittgensteinian view, an intuition is never anything more or less than familiarity with the language game, so to discover the source of our intuitions is to relieve the history of the philosophical language game we find ourselves playing. The mind-body problem which I have just dissolved concerns only a few of the notions which, emerging at different points in the history of thought, have intertwined to produce a tangle of interrelated problems. Questions like how are intentional states of consciousness related to neural states? And how are phenomenal properties such as painfulness related to neurological properties? Are parts of what I shall call the problem of consciousness. This problem is distinct from such pre-philosophical problems about personhood as am I really only this mass of flesh and bone? And from such Greek philosophical problems about knowledge as how can we have certainty about the changing? How can knowledge be of the unchanging? And how can the unchanging become internal to us by being known? Let us call the problem of personhood that of what more a human being is than flesh. This problem has one form in the pre-philosophical craving for immortality, and another in the Kantian and Romantic assertion of human dignity, but both cravings are quite distinct from problems about consciousness and about knowledge. Both are ways of expressing our claim to be something quite different from the beasts that perish. Let us call the problem of reason that of how to spell out the Greek claim that the crucial difference between men and beasts is that we can know not merely singular facts but universal truths, numbers, essences, the eternal. This problem takes different forms in Aristotle's hylomorphic account of knowing, Spinoza's rationalist account, and Kant's transcendental account. But these issues are distinct both from those about the interrelations between two sorts of things, one spatial and the other non-spatial, and from issues concerning immortality and moral dignity. The problem of consciousness centers around the brain, raw feels, and bodily motions. The problem of reason centers around the topics of knowledge, language, and intelligence, all our higher powers. The problem of personhood centers around attributions of freedom and of moral responsibility. In order to sort out some of the relations among these three problems, I shall offer a list of ways of isolating beings which have minds in contrast to the merely physical, the body, matter, the central nervous system, nature, or the subject matter of the positive sciences. Here are some, though hardly all, of the features which philosophers have, at one time or another, taken as marks of the mental. 1. Ability to know itself incorrigibly, privileged access. 2. Ability to exist separately from the body. 3. Non-spatiality, having a non-spatial part or element. 4. Ability to grasp universals. 5. Ability to sustain relations to the inexistent, intentionality. 6. Ability to use language. 7. Ability to act freely. 8. Ability to form part of our social group, to be one of us. 9. Inability to be identified with any object in the world. This is a long list, and it could easily be lengthened. 5. But 5. See Herbert Fagel, The Mental and the Physical, Minneapolis, 1967, for a similar list, and for illuminating comments on the relationships between the various items. It is important to go through these various suggestions about what it is to have a mind, for each of them has helped philosophers to insist on an unbridgeable dualism between mind and body. Philosophers have constantly seized upon some distinctive feature of human life in order to give our intuition of our uniqueness a firm philosophical basis. Because these firm bases are so varied, naturalisms and materialisms, when not shrugged off as hopeless attempts to jump a vast ontological, or epistemological, or linguistic, gulf, are often treated as trivially true but pointless. They are pointless, it is explained, because our uniqueness has nothing whatever to do with whichever abyss the naturalist has laboriously filled in, but everything to do with some other abyss which has all the while been gaping just behind his back. In particular, the point is often made that even if we settled all questions about the relation between pains and neurons, and similar questions arising out of insurrigibility-L, above, we should still have dealt, at best, only with 2, and 3, among the other marks of the mental. We should still have left everything relevant to reason, notably 4, 5, and 6, and everything relevant to personhood, notably 7, 8, and 9, as obscure as ever. I think that this point is quite right, and further, that if it had been appreciated earlier, the problem of consciousness would not have loomed so large as it has in recent philosophy. In the sense of having pains as well as neurons, we are on a par with many if not all of the brutes, whereas we presumably share neither reason nor personhood with them. It is only if we assume that possession of any non-physical inner state is somehow, via 3, connected with 4, or 5, that we will think that light shed upon raw feels would reflect off onto representational mental states, and thereby illuminate our capacity to mirror the world around us. Again, only the assumption that life itself, even that of the fetus, the brain-lomaged human, the bat, or the caterpillar, has a special sanctity akin to personhood would make us think that understanding raw feels might help us to understand our moral responsibilities. Both assumptions are, however, often made. Understanding why they are made requires an understanding of intellectual history rather than an understanding of the meanings of the relevant terms, or an analysis of the concepts they signify. By sketching a little of the history of discussions of the mind, I hope to show that the problem of reason cannot be stated without a return to epistemological views which no one really wishes to resurrect. Further, I want to supply some ground for a suggestion which I shall develop later, that the problem of personhood is not a problem but a description of the human condition, that it is not a matter for philosophical solution but a misleading way of expostulating on the irrelevance of traditional philosophy to the rest of culture. I shall not, however, discuss all the items on the list above in this chapter, but only 2, 3, and 4, separation from the body, non-spatiality, and the grasp of universals. What I want to say about the other items will come in other chapters. I shall discuss privileged access in the following chapter, and I shall be discussing 5 and 6, intentionality and the ability to use language in chapters 4 and 6. While the items bearing on personhood 7, 8, and G will not be discussed separately, I shall be sketching the way in which I think the notion of personhood should be treated in Chapter 4, Section 4, again in Chapter 7, Section 4, and in Chapter 8, Section 3. In the present chapter, I want to stick as closely as possible to the question, why should consciousness seem to have anything to do with reason or with personhood? By sticking to the three topics of grasping universals, separation from the body, and non-spatiality, I shall move toward my conclusion that if we hold these last three historically distinct notions apart, then we shall no longer be tempted by the notion that knowledge is made possible by a special glassy essence which enables human beings to mirror nature. Thus we shall not be tempted to think that the possession of an inner life, a stream of consciousness, is relevant to reason. Once consciousness and reason are separated out in this way, then personhood can be seen for what I claim it is, a matter of decision rather than knowledge, an acceptance of another being into fellowship rather than a recognition of a common essence. There would not have been thought to be a problem about the nature of reason had our race confined itself to pointing out particular states of affairs, warning of cliffs and rain, celebrating individual births and deaths. But poetry speaks of man, birth, and death as such, and mathematics prides itself on overlooking individual details. When poetry and mathematics had come to self-consciousness, when men like Ion and Theaetetus could identify themselves with their subjects, the time had come for something general to be said about knowledge of universals. Philosophy undertook to examine the difference between knowing that there were parallel mountain ranges to the west and knowing that infinitely extended parallel lines never meet, the difference between knowing that Socrates was good and knowing what goodness was. So the question arose, what are the analogies between knowing about mountains and knowing about lines, between knowing Socrates and knowing the good? When this question was answered in terms of the distinction between the eye of the body and the eye of the mind, vio thought, intellect, insight was identified as what separates men from beasts. There was, we moderns may say with the ingratitude of hindsight, no particular reason why this ocular metaphor seized the imagination of the founders of Western thought. But it did, and contemporary philosophers are still working out its consequences, analyzing the problems it created, and asking whether there may not be something to it after all. The notion of contemplation, of knowledge of universae concepts or truths as L.W.P. Law, makes the eye of the mind the inescapable model for the better sort of knowledge. But it is fruitless to ask whether the Greek language, or Greek economic conditions, or the idle fancy of some nameless pre-Socratic, is responsible for viewing this sort of knowledge as looking at something, rather than, say, rubbing up against it, or crushing it underfoot, or having sexual intercourse with it. Point 6. Given this model, and with it the mind's eye, what must the mind be? Presumably something as different from the body as invisible parallelness is from visible mountain ridges. Something like that was ready to hand, for poetry and religion suggested that something humanoid leaves the body at death and goes off on its own. Point 7. Parallelness 6. Dewey sees the metaphor of the eye of the mind as the result of the prior notion that knowledge must be of the unchangeable. The theory of knowing is modeled after what was supposed to take place in the act of vision. The object refracts light and is seen, it makes a difference to the eye and to the person having an optical apparatus, but none to the thing seen. The real object is the object so fixed in its regal aloofness that it is a king to any beholding mind that may gaze upon it. A spectator theory of knowledge is the inevitable outcome. The Quest Photce Tainty New York, 1960, p. 23, it is hard to know whether the optical metaphor determined the notion that the object of true knowledge must be eternal and immutable or conversely, but the two notions do seem made for one another. Compare A. O. Lovejoy, The Great Chain of Being, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1936, Chapter 2. The quest for certainty and the optical metaphor persist, however, once the notion of immutability and eternally is given up. For example, C. D. Broad's argument to sense data on the ground that if nothing elliptical is before my mind, it is very hard to understand why the penny should seem elliptical rather than of any other shape. Scientific Thought, London, 1923, p. 240. 7. On the connection of Vx, shadow, and breath, C. C. A. Van Persen, Body, Soul, Spirit, Oxford, 1966, p. 88 and Chapter 7. Passim, together with the passages in Bruno Snell's Discovery of the Mind, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1953, and R. B. Onions's The Origins of European Thought, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1951, to which Van Persen refers. O. N. Ian's discussion of the relation between JLLP.6s and O/LJXR, pages 93 ff, makes clear how little connection either notion had with knowing, and how can be thought of as the very breath of parallels, the shadow remaining when the mountains are no more. The more wispy the mind, the more fit to catch sight of such invisible entities as parallelness. So even Aristotle, who spent his life pouring cold water on the metaphysical extravagances of his predecessors, suggests that there probably is something to the notion that the intellect is separable, even though nothing else about the soul is. Aristotle has been praised by Relians and Deweyans for having resisted dualism by thinking of soul as no more ontologically distinct from the human body than were the frog's abilities to catch flies and flee snakes ontologically distinct from the frog's body. But this naturalistic view of soul did not prevent Aristotle from arguing that since the intellect had the power of receiving the phone of, for example, froghood, skimming off the universal from the clearly known particular frog, so to speak, and taking it on itself without thereby becoming a frog, the intellect, 1I0IL, winky face, must be something very special indeed. It must be something immaterial, even though no such strange quasi-substance need be postulated to explain most human activity, any more than it need be postulated to explain the frog's .b. Much with fighting, sex, and movement generally. On the relation of these two notions to Valis in the pre-philosophical period, see Snell, Chap. I, where Plato's description of Valis as the eye of the soul is cited and explained by reference to the archaic use of voeve as the grasp of images. For our purposes, the important thing is that it is only when the notion of an immaterial and invisible object of knowledge, as in the knowing of the geometer, comes along that a clear distinction between, as Van Persen says, inner and outer worlds gets developed. Cf. Van Persen, pages 87, Go. SL. Do not think Aristotle ever explicitly gives this argument for claiming that the intellect is separable, and the difficulty about the relations between the active and the passive intellect in De Anima 3:4 make it almost impossible to see whether he intended to. But his followers have assumed that this was the argument which led him to write De Anima 408b 19-20 and 413b 25 ff, and I have no better suggestion. See Mortimer Adler, The Difference of Man and the Difference. Philosophers have often wished that Aristotle had never fallen in with Plato's talk of universals and his spectator theory of knowledge, or that his Entwicklung had lasted long enough for such passages as De Anima 3:5 and Metaphysics 12 to be expunged as Juvenilia. 9. But once again, there is no point in trying to pin the blame on Aristotle or his interpreters. The metaphor of knowing general truths by internalizing universals, just as the eye of the body knows particulars by internalizing their individual colors and shapes, was, once suggested, sufficiently powerful to become the intellectual substitute for the peasant's belief in life among the shades. In varied forms, running the gamut between Neoplatonic notions of knowledge as a direct connection with, emanation from, reflection of, the Godhead on the one hand, and down-to-earth neo-Aristotelian high-lorn Orphic accounts of abstraction on the other, the soul as immaterial because capable of contemplating universals remain the Western philosopher's answer to the question why is man unique. For some 2,000 years underscore the tension thus established between the two sides of our being found conventionalized expression in passages like Isabella's Ape and Essence speech. It makes, New York, IG 67, p. 220, citing 42 GA18b 23 as adumbrating the standard Thomistic argument from the hylomorphic explanation of abstraction. For a Deweyan account of separability as a Platonic wild oat, D.J.H. Randall, Aristotle, New York, Igfio, and the treatment by Werner Jaeger to which Randall refers. See also Marjorie Green, A Portrait of Aristotle, London, 1963, pages 243 ft. I share Green's bafflement on the point. 9. For an interesting contrary view, see T.H. Green, The Philosophy of Aristotle, in Collected Works London, 1885, 3, pages 52-91. Green takes De Anima Ill, 5 as an advance on both Plato and the posterior analytics toward the discovery of holism and of the concrete universal. Green also, incidentally, compliments Aristotle, at p. 81, on appreciating the difference between sensation and the intelligent consciousness of sensation which Locke fatally ignored. I suggest below, following Kenny, that Locke's mistake was a consequence of Descartes' transformation of the notion of the mind underscore. But man, proud man, dressed in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what he's most assured. His glassy essence like an angry ape plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven as make the angels weep who, with our spleens, would all laugh themselves mortal. Lo, our glassy essence, the intellectual soul of the scholastics, is also Bacon's mind of man, which far from the nature of a clear and equal glass, wherein the beams of things should reflect according to their true incidence, is rather like an enchanted glass, full of superstition and imposture, if it be not delivered and reduced. 11. These early 17th century conceits express a division within ourselves which was felt long before the new science, Descartes' division between thinking and extended substance, the veil of ideas, and modern philosophy. Our glassy essence was not a philosophical doctrine, but a pick 10 William Shakespeare, Measure for Measure, 2, 3, 1 117-123. C.J.V. Cunningham, Essence and the Phoenix and the Turtle, English Literary History 19, 1952. p. 266. For the claim that the glassy essence here is the intellectual soul, which is glassy, for it mirrors God. The OED does not give the sense of glassy, but Cunningham is persuasive and is followed by the editors of the ardent Shakespeare, to which owe the reference to Cunningham. Shakespeare here seems to be simply original, rather than using a stock trope. There is apparently no allusion to the speculum obscurum passage in St. Paul or any other standard notion. For the history of analogies between the soul and a mirror, see Herbert Graves, Speculum, Mirror and Looking Glass, Tübingen, 1973, pages 92 ff, Geistig Seelisches als Spiegel. The phrase man's glassy essence was first invoked in philosophy by C.S. Peirce in an 1892 essay of that title on the molecular theory of protoplasm, which Peirce strangely thought important in confirming the view that a person is nothing but a symbol involving a general idea and in establishing the existence of group minds, cf. Collected Works, ed. Charles Hartshorne and Paul Weiss, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1935, 6.270 feet 271 inches. 11. Francis Bacon, Advancement of Learning, B.K. 2 in Works, ed. James Spedding and Robert Ellis, Boston, 1861, 6, 276. Tour which literate men found presupposed by every page they read. It is glassy mirror-like for two reasons. First, it takes on new forms without being changed, but intellectual forms, rather than sensible ones as material mirrors do. Second, Mirrors are made of a substance which is purer, finer grained, more subtle, and more delicate than most. 12 Unlike our spleen, which, in combination with other equally gross and visible organs, accounted for the bulk of our behavior, our glassy essence is something we share with the angels, even though they weep for our ignorance of its nature. The supernatural world, for 16th century intellectuals, was modeled upon Plato's world of ideas, just as our contact with it was modeled upon his metaphor of vision. There are few believers in Platonic ideas today, nor even many who make a distinction between the sensitive and the intellectual soul. But the image of our glassy essence remains with us, as does Isabella's lament that we cannot grasp it. A sense of moral failure mixes with a sense of grievance that philosophy, the discipline supremely concerned with the higher, has not made us more aware of our own nature. That nature, it is still felt, makes its distinctive character most dearly felt in a certain sort of knowledge of the highest and purest things, mathematics, philosophy itself, theoretical physics, anything which contemplates universals. To suggest that there are no universals, that they are flatus vocis, is to endanger our uniqueness. To suggest that the mind is the brain is to 12 cf. Ibid, p. 242 for Bacon's claim that the soul is the simplest of substances. He quotes a Lucretian passage from Virgil in support, Purumque relicit / ethereum sensum coral simplicis ignum, Aeneid, 6, 747. The notion that the soul must be made of some very special fine-grained material in order to be capable of knowledge goes back to Anaxagoras. Antiquity wavered between voice as utterly incorporeal and as made of some very special, very pure matter. Such wavering was inevitable, given the unimaginability of the non-spatio-temporal and the notion that reason must resemble the non-spatio-temporal forms or truths which it grasps. Suggest that we secrete theorems and symphonies as our spleen secretes dark humors. Professional philosophers shy away from these crude pictures because they have other pictures thought to be less crude which were painted in the later 17th century. But the sense that the nature of reason is a permanent problem and that anyone who doubts our uniqueness should study mathematics persists. The OVW which quickened the Homeric heroes, St. Paul's 71 v-pound VPA, and Aquinas's active intellect, are all quite different notions. But for present purposes we can coalesce them, as Isabella does, in the phrase glassy essence. They are all things which corpses do not have and which are distinctively human. The powers manifested by Achilles were not those of Theaetetus or the Apostles or St. Thomas, but the intellectual essence of the scholastics inherited the dualistic notions which gathered force between Homer and Anaxagoras, were given canonical form by Plato, were toned down by Aristotle, and then became entangled, in St. Paul, with a new and determinately otherworldly religious cult. 1313 The vague common-sense dualism of body and soul which lay ready to hand for Descartes was a product of the vocabulary of vernacular translations of the Bible as much as of anything else. So, in order to see how recent and parochial the Cartesian distinction is, it is worth noting that the authors of the Bible did not have anything much like the Cartesian contrast between consciousness and insensate matter in mind. On Jewish conceptions and their influence on St. Paul, see Onions, Origins OT European Thought, pages 48 of I. On St. Paul himself. It is useful to note that, unlike modern writers on philosophy of mind, he does not identify body, 1 WPA, with what is buried after death. The latter is 1A.P, flesh, whereas, according to J.A.T. Robinson, 1WP is the nearest equivalent of our word personality, the body, a study in Pauline Theology London, 1952, p. 28, contrast Keith Campbell, Body and Mind New York, 1970, p. 2, provided you know who you are, it is easy to say what your body is, it is what the undertakers bury when they bury you. As Robinson says, p. 3 LD, it is not that 1A.P are distinct parts of man but rather the whole man differently regarded. The notion of man divided into parts does not come naturally to non-philosophers even after Plato, see Van Person, Body, Soul, Spirit. Chapter 6. For examples of the uncartesian ways in which 1a.p, yx, and 71.6 pa are used by Paul, see 1 Corinthians 15:35-54. In the mirror images of the Renaissance humanists, the differences between Homer and Augustine, Plotinus and Thomas, were flattened out to produce a vague but emphatic dualism, ape and essence, which everyone knew philosophers were supposed to know about, even though few could guess what they might hope to say about it. Recent philosophy of mind has tended to lump this vague conglomerate man's glassy essence together with the post-Cartesian notions of consciousness or awareness. In the next section I shall try to show how different they are. The only point in the previous section at which argument intruded was in the mention of the Thomistic, and possibly Aristotelian, inference to the separable, innate real character of JLOUC, from a hylomorphic conception of knowledge, a conception according to which knowledge is not the possession of accurate representations of an object but rather the subject's becoming identical with the object. To see the difference between this argument and the various Cartesian and contemporary arguments for dualism, we need to see how very different these two epistemologies are. Both lend themselves to the imagery of the mirror of nature. But in Aristotle's conception, intellect is not a mirror inspected by an inner eye. It is both mirror and eye in one. The retinal image is itself the model for the intellect which becomes all things, whereas in the Cartesian model, the intellect inspects entities modeled on retinal images. The substantial forms of frogness and starness get right into the Aristotelian intellect, and are there in just the same way they are in the frogs and the stars, not in the way in which frogs and stars are reflected in mirrors. In Descartes' conception, the one which became the basis for modern epistemology, it is representations which are in the mind. The inner eye surveys these representations, hoping to find some mark which will testify to their fidelity. Whereas skepticism in the ancient world had been a matter of a moral attitude, a style of life, a reaction to the pretensions of the intellectual fashions of the day, skepticism in the manner of Descartes' first meditations was a perfectly definite, precise, professional question: how do we know that anything which is mental represents anything which is not mental? How do we know whether what the eye of the mind sees is a mirror, even a distorted mirror, an enchanted glass, or a veil? The notion of knowledge as inner representation is so natural to us that Aristotle's model may seem merely quaint and Cartesian, as opposed to Pyrrhonian practical. Skepticism seems to us so much a part of what it is to think philosophically that we are amazed that Plato and Aristotle never confronted it directly. But if we see that the two models, the hylomorphic and the representative, are equally optional, perhaps we can see the inferences to mind-body dualism which stem from each as just as optional. In an article called "Why Isn't the Mind-Body Problem?" Tikal Wisdom Philosophy, whose doubt, rather than being an instrument for rolling back the veil of sense experience, is a means of wiping off the excrescences that befoul man's life and lead him into endless, bitter conflicts with his fellow men. Skepticism, Man and God, Middletown, Kahn, 1964, p. 7. It is not clear what role the notion of the veil of ideas played in ancient skepticism, but it seems to have been incidental, rather than central, in the way in which the Locke-Berkeley-Kant tradition made it central. Charlotte Stowe, Greek Skepticism, Berkeley, 1969, p. 24, describes Pyrrho as viewing to AP6P.APOP as a curtain between subject and object, screening the real world from his view. However, it is not clear that to AP6P.APOP is much like a Lockean idea, which is incorrigibly before the mind, purely mental simply because incorrigibly known. The closest ancient thought seems to come to a notion of a class of incorrigibly knowable mental entities is the Stoic doctrine of kata tj1itp talia, D. Stowe, pages 38-40, but this is defined as a representation exactly corresponding to its object and therefore compelling assent, which is hardly Locke's notion. See also Josiah B. Gould, Being, the World and Appearance in Early Stoicism and Some Other Greek Philosophers, Review of Metaphysics 27, 1974, 261-288, especially pages 277 ft. Ancient, 15. Wallace Matson has noted the principal point which divides Greek from 17th century ways of looking at the separation of mind from body. The Greeks did not lack a concept of mind, even of a mind separable from the body. But from Homer to Aristotle, the line between mind and body, when drawn at all, was drawn so as to put the processes of sense perception on the body side. That is one reason why the Greeks had no mind-body problem. Another is that it is difficult, almost impossible, to translate such a sentence as "what is the relation of sensation to mind, or soul?" into Greek. The difficulty is in finding a Greek equivalent for sensation in the sense philosophers make it bear. Sensation was introduced into philosophy precisely to make it possible to speak of a conscious state without committing oneself as to the nature or even existence of external stimuli. Point 16. One can sum up both of Matson's points by saying that in Greek there is no way to divide conscious states or states of consciousness, events in an inner life, from events in an external world. Descartes, on the other hand, used thought to cover doubting, understanding, affirming, denying, willing, refusing, imagining, and feeling, and said 15. Wallace Matson, why isn't the mind-body problem ancient? In Mind, Matter Tinned Method, Essays in Philosophy and Science in Honor of Herbert Fagel, ed. Paul Feyerabend and Grover Maxwell, Minneapolis, 1966, pages 92 to 102. 16. Matson, Mind-Body Problem, p. 101. He goes on to argue that neither AJRRIJTRRTS nor AJRRIJTP will do as an equivalent of sensation. 4. TTPRARP is a tempting possibility, but even to translate Aristotle's use of it as mental image is not above suspicion, and one could not call a pain a TJTPRARP. On the difficulty of interpreting Aquinas's notion of phantasma, see Anthony Kenny, Intellect and Imagination in St. Thomas in Aquinas, a collection OT Critical Essays, ed. Kenny, Garden City, NY, 1969, pages 293 to 294. The point Matson makes in the final sentence of this quotation is backed up by Thomas Reid's account of the term sensation. See his essays on the intellectual powers. O.T. Mann, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1969, p. 249, and Essay 2, Passim. That even if I dream that I see light, properly speaking, this in me is called feeling, and used in this precise sense that is no other thing than thinking. 17. Once Descartes had entrenched this way of speaking, it was possible for Locke to use idea in a way which has no Greek equivalent at all, as meaning whatsoever is the object of the understanding when a man thinks, or every immediate object of the mind in thinking. 18. As Kenny puts it, the modern use of the 17 in meditation to Descartes starts by defining a thing which thinks as a mind or soul, or an understanding, or a reason, residential eogitans id est, mens, civ animus, civ intellitus, civ ratio, and quickly goes on to what is a thing which thinks. It is a thing which doubts, understands, affirms, denies, wills, refuses, and also imagines and feels, italics added, nemptubitans, intel/igens, affirmans, negans, valens, nolens, imaginans quoque, et sentiens. Then he continues with the second passage cited above, ho est perprequad in me sentire applaudur, et copreais sie sumptum nihil aliat est quam cogiter. All three texts are at pages 184 to 186 in Ouvres Philosophiques, ed. Alki, Paris, 1967, Volume 2, pages 152 to 153 in Volume 1 of the Haldane and Ross translation. See also Principles I, Sector 9, by the word thought I understand all that of which we are conscious of operating in us, tout ce qui se fait en nous de telle sorte que nous y arrivons immédiatement par nous mêmes. And that is why not only understanding, willing, imagining, but also feeling, sentir, are here the same thing as thought. Ouvres Philosophiques Ill, p. 95, Haldane and Ross, I, p. 222. On translating residential eogetons as consciousness, see Robert McCrae, Descartes' Definition of Thought in Cartesian Studies, ed. R. J. Butler, Oxford, 1972, pages 55 to 70. 18. The first quotation is from the essay, I, 8, and the second from the second letter to the Bishop of Worcester. Immediacy as the mark of the mental, with the criterion of immediacy being incorrigibility, became an unquestioned presupposition in philosophy because of such passages as these. As so often in philosophy, neologistic usage became the mark of an understanding of distinctively philosophical topics and issues. Thus we find Hume saying, "All the conclusions, which the vulgar form under this head, are directly contrary to those which are confirmed by philosophy. For philosophy informs us, that everything, which appears to the mind, is nothing but a perception, and is interrupted, and dependent on the mind, whereas the vulgar confound perceptions and objects, and attribute a distinct continued existence to the very things we feel and see." Treatise, I, 4, 2. Jonathan Bennett notes that Locke's thought is dominated by his attempt to use idea. Word idea derives through Locke from Descartes, and Descartes was consciously giving it a new sense. It was a new departure to use it systematically for the contents of a human mind. 19. More important, there had been no term univocally as a key term in his accounts of perception and of meaning, or, in shorthand, his use of idea to cover both sense data and concepts, and says that this embodies his substantive mistake, shared with Berkeley and Hume and others in the empiricist tradition, of assimilating the sensory far too closely to the intellectual. Bennett, Locke, Berkeley, Hume, Central Themes, Oxford, 1971, p. 25. This mistake, however, goes back to Descartes and was embodied equally in the rationalist tradition. It is part of what Wilfrid Sellars calls the framework of givenness common to both traditions, and has always been the target of those influenced by Hegel. Cf. Sellars' Science, Perception, and Reality, London and New York, 1963, pages 127 and 155 to 156. Sellars's and Bennett's complaints are presaged by H. L. Pritchard, and before him by T. H. Green, whom I discuss briefly below in Chapter 3, Section 2. 19. Anthony Kenny, Descartes on Ideas in Descartes, a collection of critical essays, ed. Willis Doney, Garden City, NY, 1967, p. 226. See Descartes' definitions of pensée as tout ce qui est élément en nous, que nous en sommes immédiatement connaissance, and of idée as set forme de chacune de nos pensées, par la perception immédiate de laquelle nous avons connaissance de ces mêmes pensées, replies to second objections, Alki edition, 11, 586. John Yolton, however, takes issue with Kenny, and with Alki and other commentators who take the traditional line which I am taking here, that Descartes' doctrine of representative perception was a sharp, and perhaps disastrous, break with the scholastic tradition of direct realism. In his Ideas and Knowledge in 17th-Century Philosophy, Journal of the History of Philosophy 13 1975, 145 to 165, he cites Descartes' characterization of idée as une manière ou façon de penser in the Third Meditation, Alki, 2, 439, as evidence that Descartes held an act theory of ideas which was compatible with scholastic direct realism. Here and in other works Yolton has suggested that the usual story, common to, example Etienne Gilson and J. H. Randall, about the emergence of epistemological skepticism out of a theory of representative perception created by Descartes and Locke may be too simple-minded. A similar line is taken by Brian O'Neill in Epistemological Direct Realism in Descartes Philosophy, Albuquerque, N.M., 1974, pages 96 to 97. Descartes' long struggle was an effort to retain and relate the theory of esse objectivum and the doctrine of simple natures. O'Neill agrees with Jean. Even of philosophical art, in the Greek and medieval traditions coextensive with the Descartes-Locke use of idea. Nor had there been the conception of the human mind as an inner space in which both panes and clear and distinct ideas passed in review before a single inner eye. There were, to be sure, the notions of taking tacit thought, forming resolutions in foro interno, and the like. 20 The novelty was the notion of a single inner space in which bodily and perceptual sensations, confused ideas of sense and imagination in Descartes' phrase, mathematical truths, moral rules, the idea of God, moods of depression, and all the rest of what we now call mental were objects of quasi-observation. Such an inner arena with its inner observer had been suggested at various points in ancient and medieval thought, but it had never been taken seriously long enough to form the basis for a problematic. 21 But the 17th wall that Descartes ate ex prime les deux conceptions fondamentales et antinomiques du réalisme, the one based on something like thomism and the other based on something like a veil of ideas, some of which guarantee their own accuracy as representations. If Yolton's revisionist readings of Locke and Descartes are correct, then one will have to look further along in history for the emergence of what is now thought of as the epistemological problematic created by Descartes. Here, however, I am going along with Kenny's more familiar account. 20c, for example, Plato, Sophist 263e. 21 Adler, Difference of Man, pages 217 to 218, agrees with Matson that within the framework of Aristotelian metaphysics and psychology there can be no mind-body problem, but claims that Plato, for example, would have understood Descartes much better than Aristotle could have, especially the Cartesian separation of mind and body into existentially distinct substances and the Cartesian view of the mind's independence of the body. I would doubt, however, that there is a real difference between Plato and Aristotle on this point. Matson's point applies equally well to both. On the other hand, I have to admit that there is something to Gilson's view that Descartes brings back just those elements in the Augustinian tradition which Thomas had used Aristotle to criticize. So the Coleridgean choice between Plato and Aristotle does seem relevant. Further, there are passages in Augustine which are remarkably close to passages usually cited from Descartes to show the century took it seriously enough to permit it to pose the problem of the veil of ideas, the problem which made epistemology central to philosophy. Once Descartes had invented that precise sense of feeling in which it was no other than thinking, we began to lose touch with the Aristotelian distinction between reason as grasp of universals and the living body which takes care of sensation and motion. A new mind-body distinction was required, the one which we call that between consciousness and what is not consciousness. This was not a distinction between human faculties but a distinction between two series of events, such that many events in one series shared many characteristics with many events in originality of his notion of thinking to cover both sense and intellect. Gareth Matthews, in Consciousness and Life, Philosophy 52 1977, 13-26, cites a striking example from Contra Academicos, BK3, Sector 11, Chapter 26, and comments, the picture of human beings as having both an inside and an outside is so commonplace, so, as it may seem to us, commonsensical, that we find it hard to realize how strikingly modern it is. But to appreciate its modernity one need only cast about for statements of it earlier than Descartes. One does find interesting anticipations of it in Augustine, but not much earlier, and not much between the time of Augustine and that of Descartes. p. 25, Matthews's point, like Matson's, seems to me a useful corrective to the claim that Ryle was attacking a basic human intuition when he attacked the notion of the ghost in the Madeleine, rather than merely a Cartesian idiosyncrasy. Such a claim is made, for example, by Stuart Hampshire, Critical Study of the Concept of Mind, Mind 59 1950, 237-255, Sector 2, On the other hand, Hampshire's criticism is strengthened by the suggestion, made to me in conversation by Michael Fried, that the apparent novelty of Cartesian doctrines of representative perception and of human beings' inner space is mitigated if one reads Hellenistic philosophy and appreciates the role of the Stoics in Renaissance thought. If Fried is right, and especially if Yolton is also right on the issues discussed above in Note 19, then there are many more continuities in the history of philosophic discussion of these topics than the story I am telling, which is borrowed from the Gilson-Randall historiographical tradition, would allow. The other, while nonetheless differing toto cielo because one was an event in extended, and the other in non-extended, substance. It was more like a distinction between two worlds than like a distinction between two sides, or even parts, of a human being. The ideal world of philosophers like Royce inherits the prestige and the mystery of the glassy essence of the Renaissance, but it is self-contained in a way in which a part of a man could never be. 22 To show that mind was imaginable apart from body was thus an entirely different project from that found in the tradition which stemmed from Aristotle. In Aristotle, the faculty which received universals without embodying them in matter was separable, and it was hard, without some help from extra-philosophical concerns, such as Christianity, to say whether one should view it as a special power which the body had, a separate substance attached to each mature human body, or perhaps a single substance which was somehow shared among as many men and angels as there happened to be. Aristotle vacillated between the first and second options, with the second having the usual attract. 22 See Royce's description of Cartesian subjectivism as the rediscovery of the inner life, the title of Chapter 3 of his The Spirit of Modern Philosophy, New York, 1892, and as opening the way to an understanding that the real world must be mental, the conclusion he draws triumphantly in Chapter 11. See also Chapter I of Lovejoy's The Revolt Against Dualism, La Salle, Ill, 1930, in which Lovejoy insists, against those who would dethrone Descartes, that the veil of ideas is a problem which arises for all who hold the primary and most universal faith of man, his inexpugnable realism, his twofold belief that he is on the one hand in the midst of realities which are not himself nor mere obsequious shadows of himself, a world which transcends the narrow confines of his own transient being, and, on the other hand, that he can himself somehow reach beyond those confines and bring these external existences within the compass of his own life, yet without annulment of their transcendence. p. 14. To Aristotle, Aquinas, Dewey, or Austin this realism would seem as artificial and far-fetched as Royce's idealism. Shins offered by the possibility of surviving death. Medieval philosophy vacillated between the second and third. But in all these disputes the controversy was not about the survival of consciousness but about the indestructibility of reason. 23 One's mind is no longer synonymous with reason. 23 Thus Augustine leads off his treatise on the immortality of the soul with what he regards as the simplest and most decisive argument of all: the soul is immortal because it is the subject, i.e., the seat, of science, which is eternal. In Chapter 2, for example, he says, "The human body is mutable and reason is immutable. For all which does not exist always in the same mode is mutable, but that 2 and 2 are 4 exists always in the same mode. This sort of reasoning, then, is immutable. Therefore, reason is immutable, concerning the teacher and on the immortality of the soul." Trans. George Lecky, New York, 1938, p. 61. Between Plato's Phaedo and the 17th century, the standard philosophical argument for immortality had always revolved around our ability to do what beasts cannot know, unchanging truths rather than just particular facts. Even Descartes, although he opened the floodgates to an entirely new conception of the difference between mind and body, was inclined to backtrack to the standard position and say that the body was responsible for all the actions which we share with brutes, for example, flight from danger. Thus in the fourth responses he says that reflex action occurs without the aid of mind, and that this is no more a marvel than that light reflected from the body of a wolf in the eyes of a sheep should be capable of exciting a motion of flight. Ouvres Philosophiques, ed. Alki, 2, 67 1, Haldane and Ross, 2, 104. But his treatment of feeling as a sort of thinking would seem to force him into the paradoxical claim, which neither Aristotle nor Augustine would have any reason to make, that the feeling of terror which accompanies our flight has no parallel within the sheep. See the argument in a letter to Henry Moore, February 5, 1649, at p. 885 of Volume 3 of the Alki edition. In such passages as this, the ambiguity of thought between reasoning and consciousness comes to a head. Descartes needs the former sense to avoid paradox and to maintain a link with the tradition, and the latter sense to establish a dualism of extended and non-extended substance. For a review of relevant Cartesian texts and a good account of the impact of Descartes' view on later philosophy, see Norman Malcolm, Thoughtless Brutes, Proceedings and Addresses of the American Philosophical Association 46, 1973, 5-20. Malcolm, however, thinks that my question of why Descartes repackaged pains and thoughts so as then something other than our grasp of universal truths must serve as the mark of mind. If we look in Descartes for a common factor which pains, dreams, memory images, and veridical and hallucinatory perceptions share with concepts of, and judgments about, God, number, and the ultimate constituents of matter, we find no explicit doctrine. Descartes tells us that we have a clear grasp of the distinction between the extended and the non-extended, and so we do, in the same trivial sense in which we might claim a clear grasp of the distinction between the finite and the infinite, but this does not help with the borderline cases, sensory grasp of particulars, which are, as it happens, the heart of the matter. For it is just the status of the confused ideas of sense and imagination which makes the difference between mind as reason and mind as consciousness. The answer I should like to give to the question what common factor did Descartes find? Is indubitability, that is, the fact that pains, like thoughts and most beliefs, are such that the subject cannot doubt that he has them, whereas doubt is possible about everything physical. If we give this answer, then we can see what Royce called Descartes' rediscovery of the inner life as the discovery of the true. To include them within the same substance is answered by saying that what is common to imagining, willing, sensing, feeling, etc. is that in all of them there is an object of awareness. Malcolm, Descartes' proof that his essence is thinking in Descartes, a collection of critical essays, ed. Willis Doney, p. 317n. In other words, Malcolm thinks that intentionality is sufficient to unite all the things which Descartes wants to unite under cogitatio and pensée. I do not think that this will work for pains. In any case it runs together the genuine intentionality of linguistic representations and the pseudo-intentionality, as Sellers calls it, of sensations which Aquinas kept separate. It is just the coalescence by Descartes which needs explanation. Or, to put it another way, what needs explanation is just the origin of the notion of awareness in the phrase object of awareness. On the distinction between genuine and pseudo-intentionality, see Sellers, Being and Being Known in Science, Perception, and Reality. Essence of consciousness that there is no distinction between appearance and reality, whereas everywhere else there is. The trouble with offering this answer, however, is that it is never explicitly given by Descartes himself. So the best I can do to justify it is to say that something is needed to explain Descartes' repackaging of the various items which Aristotle and Aquinas had separated, that nothing else seems to do, and that indubitability was so close to the heart of the author of the first meditation that it seems a natural motive for his conceptual revolution. Margaret Wilson has noted that we can find in Descartes an argument for mind-body dualism, a dualism drawn along the revisionist lines I have been describing, which is a simple argument from doubt. This argument says that what we can doubt exists cannot, by Leibniz's law, be identical with what we cannot doubt exists. As Wilson says, this argument is universally recognized to be fallacious 24. It is fallacious, if for no other reason, because Leibniz's law does not apply to intentional properties. But, Wilson continues, the argument for dualism in the sixth meditation is not a version of this fallacious argument. It turns instead on the notion of a complete thing, which seems the same as the notion of substance in the sense of the term, in which Descartes will admit only three substances: thought, extension, and God. The crucial premise is I can clearly and distinctly understand that something can be a complete thing if it has X, a psychological property, even if it lacks CF, a physical property, p. 14. I think that Wilson's analysis is right, and that she is also right when she says that this argument as a whole is no better than the distinction between clear and distinct perception and mere perception, concerning which she doubts whether recent essentialists' appeals to intuition are on better ground, p. 14. In my view, however, the Print 24c Margaret Wilson, Descartes, The Epistemological Argument for Mind-Body Distinctness, News 10, 1976, 7-8. I am much indebted to Wilson for careful and helpful comments on a draft of this chapter. Simple question raised by her analysis is how Descartes managed to convince himself that something which included both pains and mathematical knowledge was a complete thing rather than two things. This in turn reduces to the question of how he was able to give Penzer the extended sense of consciousness while still seeing it as the name of a separate substance, in the way in which IOU and INTEZ had been made familiar as the names of separate substances. In my view, as I have said, essentialist intuitions and clear and distinct perceptions are always appeals to linguistic habits entrenched in the language by our predecessors. So what needs explanation is how Descartes was able to convince himself that his repackaging was intuitive. Granted that the argument from doubt has no merit, I think that nevertheless it is one of those cases of finding bad reasons for what we believe on instinct which serves as a due to the instincts which actually do the convincing. The hunch in question here was, I think, that the indubitably known mathematical truths, once their proofs had been worked through so as to make them clearly and distinctly perceived with a sort of phenomenal vividness and non-discursiveness, and the indubitable momentary states of consciousness had something in common, something permitting them to be packaged inside of one substance. Thus Descartes says. Now as to what concerns ideas, if we consider them only in themselves and do not relate them to anything else beyond themselves, they cannot properly speaking be false, for whether I imagine a goat or a chimera, it is not the less true that I imagine the one rather than the other. 25. Speaking of the imaginary beings created by painters, he says that even if 25 Meditation 3, Alki edition, 2, 193. Their work represents a thing purely fictitious and absolutely false, it is certain all the same that the colors of which this is composed are necessarily real. And for the same reason, although these general things, generalia, such as eyes, a head, hands, and so on, may be imaginary, it is nevertheless necessary that there be some more simple and universal, quidam adduc magis simplicia et university ursalia, things out of which all these are made, just as out of colors all the images of things, rerum imagines, whether true or false, which are in our thought, qui in cogitatione nostra sunt, are made. 26. In these passages, I think Descartes is dimly envisaging a similarity between the simple natures which we know in mathematical physics, which may be the quidam simplicia et universalia in question, and the colors themselves. Colors, in his official, Galilean, metaphysical view, are secondary qualities waiting upon analysis into simples, but epistemologically they seem, like pain, to have the same sort of primitiveness capability as the simple natures themselves. He could not make the analogy explicit without setting his foot on the road toward Lockean empiricism. But neither could he give it up without falling back into the old Aristotelian distinctions between the sensitive and the intellectual souls. This would have brought back all the pre-Galilean metaphysics which he wanted to avoid, not to mention a hylomorphic epistemology impossibly difficult to reconcile with the explanatory power of Galilean mechanics. 27. In this difficult situation, he allowed, I think, 26 Meditation I, Alki edition, 2, 179. 27. Thus the following remark of A.G.A. Balls, I think Descartes would have liked to assert that the intellect alone is the thinking thing, the unextended immaterial soul substance, attributing to the body imagination, sense, and feeling. But if the pain, caused by the knife, is not a property of the knife as a constellation of modes of matter, it cannot be a property of that constellation of modes of matter that is the human body. So perforce pain and the remainder of our immediate experience must be dumped into the Most of the work of changing the notion of mind to be done under the table, not by any explicit argument but simply by verbal maneuvers which reshuffled the deck slightly, and slightly differently, at each passage in which the mind-body distinction came to the 4.28. If I am right in thinking that Descartes' badly argued hunch, the one which made him able to see pains and thoughts as modes of a single substance, was that indubitability was the common factor they shared with nothing physical, then we can see him as working his way around toward a view in which indubitability is no longer the mark of eternally, but rather of something for which the Greeks had no name, consciousness. Whereas previous philosophers had more or less followed Plato in thinking that only the eternal was known with certainty, Descartes was substituting clear and distinct perception, that is, the sort of unconfused knowledge gained by going through a process of analysis for indubitability as a mark of eternal truths. This left indubitability free to serve as a criterion of the mentanel. For although the thought that I am in pain does not count as a clear and distinct perception, it can no more be successfully doubted than the thought that I exist. Whereas Plato and the tradition had made the lines between confusion and clarity, indubitability and indubitability, and the mind and the body coincide, Descartes was sole substance. Concerning the Thomistic and Cartesian dualisms, a rejoinder to Professor Morant, Journal of Philosophy 54 1957, 387. 28. Such unconscious sleight of hand, when practiced by men of Descartes' boldness of imagination, is an occasion for gratitude rather than censure. No great philosopher has avoided it, and no intellectual revolution could succeed without it. In Kuhnian terminology, no revolution can succeed which employs a vocabulary commensurable with the old, and thus none can succeed by employing arguments which make unequivocal use of terms shared with the traditional wisdom. So bad arguments for brilliant hunches must necessarily precede the normalization of a new vocabulary which incorporates the hunch. Given that new vocabulary, better arguments become possible, although these will always be found question-begging by the revolution's victims. Now rearranging them. The result was that from Descartes on we have to distinguish between the special metaphysical ground for our certainty about our inner states, nothing is closer to the mind than itself, and the various epistemological reasons which ground our certainties about anything else. This is why, once this distinction was drawn clearly, and once Descartes' own confusion between certainty that something exists and certainty about its nature was dissipated, empiricism began to edge out rationalism. For our certainty that our concept of painful or blue signifies something real edges out our certainty that we have a clear and distinct perception of such simple natures as substance, thought, and motion. With Lockean empiricism, foundationalist epistemology emerged as the paradigm of philosophy. 29 Descartes himself was forever trying to hold on to standard Platonic and scholastic distinctions with one hand while deconstructing them with the other. Thus we find him, when challenged by Hobbes 30 using the pineal gland to 29 the discovery of the possibility of an empiricist foundationalism is connected with what Ian Hacking has described in The Emergence of Probability, Cambridge University Press, 1975, as the invention of the notion of evidence in the modern sense, a notion which was a prerequisite for foundationalist projects, and a fortiori for empiricism. This invention, as well as the eventual triumph of empiricism, was connected with the distinction between the high and low sciences, D. Hacking, p. 35, and T. S. Kuhn, The Essential Tension, Chicago, 1978, Chapter 3. A fuller account of these Cartesian shifts would bring these themes together. 30. See his claim that Hobbes confuses ideas properly so-called with les images de choses matérielles de pain en la fantasy corporelle, the latter being the pineal gland, in replies to third objections, Alki edition, 2, 611. Margaret Wilson, in Cartesian Dualism, in Descartes, Critical and Interpretive Essays, ed. Michael Hooker, Baltimore, 1978, suggests, on the basis of such passages, that we should be cautious about attributing to him the view that we clearly and distinctly perceive our sensations apart from any physical state or occurrence. Caution is indeed called for, but this is not to say that there is a way of making Descartes' denial of this claim consistent with the more mainline dualistic passages in the Meditations. This essay of Wilson's also makes the useful point that Descartes himself, unlike reintroduce the distinction between the sensitive and intellective souls, and using it again to recreate the standard Pauline association between the passions and the flesh in the passions of the soul. But this dissimulation was laughed out of court by, for example, Spinoza, who saw clearly that a confused, but purely mental, idea could do everything which animal spirits or la fantasy corporelle could do. 31 One such second-generation Cartesians, who viewed Descartes himself as having one foot still implanted in the scholastic mud, had purified and normalized Cartesian doctrine. We got the full-fledged version of the idea, the one which made it possible for Berkeley to think of extended substance as a hypothesis of which we had no need. This thought could never have occurred to a pre-Cartesian bishop, struggling with the flesh rather than with intellectual confusion. With this full-fledged idea there came the possibility of philosophy as a discipline which centered around, of all things, epistemology, rather than around God and morality. 32 Even for Descartes himself, the Gassendi, Hobbes, and Spinoza, did not believe in psychophysical parallelism and thus did adopt the view that non-physical forces operated in the mind which made it impossible to predict thoughts physiologically. 31 See Spinoza, Ethics, the first and last paragraphs of Part 3 and the discussion of animal spirits in the preface to Part V. 32 This full-fledged idea, blandly presupposed by Hume in the passage cited in Note 1.8 above, is the one Reid despairingly protested against. In this protest he was preceded by Arnold and succeeded in later centuries by T. H. Green and by John Austin. John Yolton has pointed out to me a passage in Arnold's De Vrais et de Fausses Idées, Ouvres, Paris and Lausanne, 1780, Volume 39, p. 190, which brings in the mirror imagery, going back to Plato, Republic 51a, that I have been treating as the original sin of epistemology, since all men were at first infants, and since they then were occupied only with their bodies and with the things which their senses encountered, they spent a long time without knowing of any other sight, vue, than the corporeal, which they attribute to their eyes. They could not avoid noticing two facts. The first is that it is necessary that the object be before our eyes if we are to see it. This is matter of the relation between body and soul was not something for philosophy. Philosophy had, so to speak, risen above the practical wisdom sought by the ancients and had become professional, almost as professional as mathematics, whose subject symbolized the indubitability characteristic of the mind. It is only in daily life and ordinary discourse, abstaining from meditating and studying matters which excite the imagination, that one learns to grasp, concevoir, the union of body and soul. That union which everyone experiences without philosophizing. 83. The Cartesian change from mind as reason to mind as inner arena was not the triumph of the prideful individual subject freed from scholastic shackles so much as the triumph of the quest for certainty over the quest for wisdom. From that time forward, the way was open for philosophers either to attain the rigor of the mathematician or the mathematical physicist, or to explain the appearance of rigor in these fields, rather than to help people attain peace of mind. Science, rather than living, became philosophy's subject, and epistemology its center. I can summarize the result of the previous section by saying the notion of the separation between mind and what they call presence, and this makes them regard the presence of the object as a necessity for sight. The second fact is that we sometimes see visible things in mirrors, or in water, or in other things which represent them. Thus they believe, wrongly, that they do not then see the things themselves, but only their images. Compare Austin on the philosopher's use of directly perceive, sense and sensibilia Oxford, 1962, p. 19, and on mirror images, Ibid, pages 31, 50. For a valuable survey of post-Cartesian accounts of what Descartes should have meant by idea, including Arnold's last-ditch attempt to treat ideas as acts, in the manner of Brentano, Husserl, and G. E. Moore. See Robert McCrae, Idea as a Philosophical Term in the 17th Century, Journal of the History of Ideas 26, 1965, 175-190. 33 Letter to Princess Elizabeth, June 28, 1643, Alki edition, 3, 45. Cited in Van Person, Body, Soul, Spirit, p. 25. Body means different things, and is proved by different philosophical arguments, before and after Descartes. The hylomorphic epistemology which thought of grasping universals as instancing in one's intellect what the frog instanced in its flesh was, thanks to the rise of mathematical physics, being replaced by a law-event framework which explained froghood as possibly a merely nominal sense. So the notion of reason as a faculty of grasping universals was not available for use in a premise proving the distinctness of the mind from the body. The notion which would define what could have a distinct existence from the body was one which would draw a line between the cramps in one's stomach and the associated feeling in one's mind. I have suggested that the only criterion which will draw this line is indubitability, that closeness to the inner eye which permits Descartes to say, in a sentence which would have astonished Isabella and antiquity, that nothing is easier for the mind to know than itself. 34. But this may seem strange, since the obvious Cartesian candidate for such a mark would seem to be non-spatiality. Descartes insists over and over again that we can separate mind from extended substance, thereby viewing it as non-extended substance. Further, the first and most commonsensical rebuttal offered to contemporary philosophers who suggest that pains might be identical with brain processes is drawn straight from Descartes, viz., pains in amputated limbs are non-spatial, the argument being that if they had any spatial location they would be in an arm, but since there is no arm, they must be of a quite different ontological sort. 34. This passage occurs in a splendid non sequitur following the example of the piece of wax in Meditation 2, since even bodies are not known propri by sense or imagination but only by intellect, it is clear that nihil facilis aut evident ius mea ment posse me percipi, Alki, 2, 192, Haldane and Ross, I, 157. The argument depends upon fusion between the cogito as proof of my existence and as isolation of my essence. Philosophers still insist that it makes no sense at all to locate the occurrence of a thought at some place within your body, 35, and they tend to attribute this insight to Descartes. But, as I have argued in section 2 above, we would hardly think of a thought or a pain as a thing, a particular distinct from a person, rather than a state of a person, which was not locatable unless we already had the notion of a non-extended substance of which it might be a portion. No intuition that pains and thoughts are non-spatial antedates, or can ground an argument for, the Cartesian notion of the mind as a distinct substance, a non-spatial one. There is, however, more to be said about how the notion of non-spatial substance, and thus of mind stuff, entered philosophy, and thus about why contemporary philosophy of mind finds itself talking about pains and beliefs rather than people having pains or beliefs. Going over this further material will, I hope, make clearer how very different Cartesian dualism is from the dualism of contemporary discussions. We need to bear in mind that the non-spatial substance which Kant and Strawson reject as an incoherent notion was a 17th century notion, and that it is a commonplace of intellectual history that strange things happen to the notion of substance in that century. For Aristotle, and still for St. Thomas, the paradigm of a substance was an individual man or frog. Detached parts of men or frogs were, like clumps of turf or pails full of water, dubious borderline cases. They were capable of existing separately in one sense, spatial separation, but they did not have the functional unity or nature which proper substances should have. Aristotle, when worried about such cases, was wont to dismiss them as mere potencies, as neither accidents, like the frog's color, nor proper actual. I-35 Jerome Schaeffer, Philosophy of Mind, Englewood Cliffs, N.J., 1968, p. 48, d. Norman Malcolm, Scientific Materialism and the Identity Theory, Dialogue 3, 1G64, 115-125. Ties, like the living, leaping frog itself. 36 Descartes pretends that he is using distinct substance in the standard sense of capable of separate existence, but he does not mean either spatial separation or functional unity. 37 He means something like capable of having everything else disappear or be thought away and still being around. 38. This definition of capacity for separate existence fits the Platonic ideas, and Aristotle's unmoved movers, but almost nothing else. Given such a definition, it is hardly surprising that there should turn out to be, at most, only three substances: God, mind, and matter. Nor is it surprising that Malebranche and Berkeley should begin to have doubts about the third candidate, and Spinoza about both third and second. It would not have occurred to Aristotle to think that frogs, stars, and men were simply so many antecedents of one big substance merely on the ground that if 36 cf. Metaphysics L040b, 5-10 on heaps. I discuss the tension between Aristotle's criteria for being a substance-separate existence and unity in genus as matter, in Exegesis and Argument, Studies in Greek Philosophy in honor of Gregory V. Lastos, ed. Edward N. Lee et al. Dordrecht, 1973. 37 Descartes thinks that a human hand, whether or not detached, is a perfectly good example of substance. Cf. Fourth Responses, Alki, 2, 663, Haldane and Ross, 2, 99, where he says that the sense in which a hand is an incomplete substance is unimportant and is merely a matter of not forming a whole distinct from every oilier thing, en un autre sens on les put appeller incompletes, non quels aint rien de incomplete en tant que sunt de substances, mais seulement en tant qu'elles/esse rapportent à quelqu'autre substance avec laquelle elles composent un tout par soit et distinct de tout autre. There is, however, a tension in Descartes between the view that any material thing, a hand, a dust mote, is a substance, and the notion, clear in Spinoza, that these links are only modes of a larger substance, example matter as a whole. 38 This definition gives Descartes trouble, since it suggests the Spinozaistic view that God, on whom everything else must be thought to depend, is the only substance. The point is discussed by L. J. Beck, The Metaphysics of Descartes, Oxford, 1965, p. 110, who says, the apparent inconsistency in using the word substantia, or even res, to connote the self of the cogito is due, in no small measure, to trying to put new wine into old bottles, to express the Cartesian doctrine in technical language of schools. We imagine all the other bodies in the world, example earth and air, annihilated. The frog and the human could hardly be imagined to survive. But precisely this notion of one big substance was what was needed to provide a philosophical foundation of Galilean mechanics while heaping scorn on traditional hylomorphic explanations. 39 When matter as all the atoms, or vortices, put together replaced matter as potentiality, it was promoted to the rank of substance, absorbing all the old non-human Aristotelian substances into itself, and left only Aristotle's pure actuality, the vous, which is the unmoved movers and may not be distinct from the separable vous, in individual men, as a possible rival in that rank. 40 We contemporary inheritors of the Cartesian distinction between mind and matter have lost touch with the notion of substance in its 17th century definition. The notion of existence ase was never intelligible to the vulgar, and Kant succeeded in making it unintelligible even to professional philosophers. So when we assent to the claim that there is an obvious distinction between a category of things which can exist in space and another category of things which cannot, we are not assenting to Descartes' claim that mind and matter are distinct entities which depend on nothing else for their existence. Many contemporary philosophers who agree that it is nonsense to 39 CFEA Bird, Metaphysical Foundations of Modern Physical Science, Garden City, NY, 1955, Chap. 4. At p. 2, Bert says, the fact is, and this is of central importance for our whole study, Descartes' real criterion is not permanence but the possibility of mathematical handling, In his case, as with Galileo, the whole course of his thought from his adolescent studies on had inured him to the notion that we know objects only in mathematical terms. The resulting distinction between primary and secondary qualities supplies the motive to regard paradigmatic Aristotelian substances as merely modes of residential extensa. 40 cf. Fourth responses, Alki, 2, 662, Haldane and Ross, 2, 98, where Descartes says that concevoir pleinement and concevoir qu'est une chose complete are synonymous, a point which he thinks helps explain how we grasp that soul and body are two substances. Speak of the location of a pain or a thought, nevertheless insist, pace Descartes, that a stream of consciousness without a body is unimaginable. Such philosophers are content to think of mental entities as states of persons rather than bits of ghostly stuff, and to let non-locatability be a sign of the adjectival status of states rather than of the peculiar makeup of certain particulars. Since a man's build, personality, weight, hilarity, or charm is not capable of being pinpointed in space, why should his beliefs and desires be? So it seems plausible to say that Descartes' insight was merely a recognition of the difference between parts of persons or states of those parts, example cramps of their stomachs, on the one hand and certain states of the whole person on the other, misleadingly stated in a corrupted scholastic vocabulary as a distinction of substance. This account of what it means to say that the mind is non-spatial provides a convenient way of simultaneously stating and dissolving one mind-body problem. For few people are worried by an ontological gap between what is signified by names and what is signified by adjectives. However, like most behaviorist-style solutions to the mind-body problem, this one has difficulties with thoughts and raw feels events as opposed to dispositions. It is easy to view beliefs and desires and moods as, in Ryle's phrase, traits of intellect and character which require no non-material medium as substrate but only the man himself. It is harder to think of raw feels, mental images, and thoughts this way. 41 They suggest an immaterial stream of consciousness rushing invisibly and intangibly through the interstices of the brain, perhaps 41 The point is made in various ways by Hampshire, Austin, and Eyre in their respective reviews of the concept of mind reprinted in Ryle, a collection of critical essays. Ed. O. P. Wood and George Pitcher, Garden City. N.Y. 1970. 4 Ways of Extending Ryle's Methods to Perceptions and the Associated Raw Feels. See Pitcher. A Theory of Perception. On Perceptions as Dispositions to Belief, and the Discussion of Adverbial Materialism, see James Cornman, Materialism and Sensations, New Haven, 1971. See also Richard Rorty, Incorrigibility as the Mark of the Mental, Journal of Philosophy 67, 1970, 406-409. Because it seems so natural to regard them as things rather than states of things. So contemporary philosophers, returning to an Aristotelian and vulgar notion of thing instead of Descartes' sophisticated and extravagant notion of substance, are inclined to split the difference between Aristotle and Descartes. That is, they think that Aristotle neglected certain particulars, for example, pains and raw feels, whereas Descartes pointlessly took them to be accidents of one big non-extended substance, just as he took frogs and atoms to be accidental configurations of one big extended substance called matter. This permits contemporary philosophers to have mental entities without the soul, and thus without appearing to be haunted by the invisible and intangible man of religious belief, a notion which they read into Descartes not without some encouragement from Descartes himself. This dualism based on separate existence from the body of fourth sort is quite different from the dualism between a person and his ghost, or between a person and his Aristotelian passive intellect, or between residential cogitans and res extensa. But it is also a partial dualism, as partial, in equal and opposite ways, as that of the ancients. Whereas the ancients took only the universal grasping part of Descartes' non-extended substance as separately existing, contemporary dualists, conceding beliefs, desires, and the like to Ryle as ways of speaking of dispositions, take only event-like candidates for mentality as separately existing. Whereas Thomists, for example, accused Descartes of having pointlessly endowed sense with the immateriality which is the prerogative of reason. Contemporary dualists accuse him of having pointlessly endowed mathematical knowledge and decisions on conduct with the immaterial thinghood which belongs to pains, after-images, and occurrent thoughts. For the ancients, the mind was most obviously capable of separate existence when it contemplated the unchanging and was itself unchanging. For the moderns, it is most obviously so capable when it is a blooming, buzzing collection of raw feels. 42 Whoever is right, it is clear that neither ancients nor moderns share Descartes' clear and distinct perception of the separability of all the items he lumped together under thinking. Descartes' only improvement on the Homeric notion of an invisible and intangible man was to strip the intruder of humanoid form. By thus making the possible intruders among bodies less easily identifiable, he made them more philosophical. They were more philosophical in that, like the Vof of Aristotle and the glassy essence of Isabella, they were not shady homunculi, but rather essentially unpicturable entities. Since to be concerned with philosophical matters was to be concerned with that which the eye cannot see nor the ear hear, both 17th-century non-extended substance and contemporary non-locatable thoughts and feels were thought to be more philosophically respectable than the ghosts for whose peace religious believers pray. But contemporary philosophers, having updated Descartes, can be dualists without their dualism making the slightest difference to any human interest or concern, without interfering with science or lending any support to religion. For insofar as dualism reduces to the bare insistence that pains and thoughts have no places, nothing whatever hangs on the distinction between mind and body. Let me now remind the reader of the course I have followed in this chapter. In sections 1 to 2 I argued that we could make no sense of the notion of mental entities as a distinct ontological genus without invoking the notion of phenomenal entities such as pains, entities whose being was exhausted by the single property of, for example, painfulness. I claimed that the real problem was not to abjure such 42 whereas, for Plato, rational thoughts were the paradigmatic activities of the soul. Such lowly events as itches, toothaches, and twinges are now among those typically mentioned in philosophical discussion as mental events. Kim, Materialism and the Criteria of the Mental, Synthes 22 1971, 336. Hypostatized universals but to explain why anyone had taken them seriously, and how they came to seem relevant to discussions of the nature of personhood and of reason. I hope that sections 3 to 6 have given an idea of how I think these historical questions can be answered, although I am painfully aware of the lacunae in the story I have told. My answer to the question why do we tend to lump the intentional and the phenomenal together as the menta, is that Descartes used the notion of the incorrigibly known to bridge the gap between them. So I now need to spell out more fully my own anti-Cartesian, Wittgensteinian, view of the nature of our privileged access to the mental. In the following chapter, therefore, I put aside personhood and reason, and discuss consciousness almost exclusively. I shall try to show that the purportedly metaphysical problem of consciousness is no more and no less than the epistemological problem of privileged access, and that once this is seen questions about dualism versus materialism lose their interest. Persons without minds. 1. The Antipodeans far away, on the other side of our galaxy, there was a planet on which lived beings like ourselves, featherless bips who built houses and bombs, and wrote poems and computer programs. These beings did not know that they had minds. They had notions like wanting to and intending to and believing that and feeling terrible and feeling marvelous. But they had no notion that these signified mental states of a peculiar and distinct sort quite different from sitting down, having a cold, and being sexually aroused. Although they used the notions of believing and knowing and wanting and being moody of their pets and their robots as well as of themselves, they did not regard pets or robots as included in what was meant when they said, "We all believe," or "We never do such things as." That is to say, they treated only members of their own species as persons. But they did not explain the difference between persons and non-persons by such notions as mind, consciousness, spirit, or anything of the sort. They did not explain it at all, they just treated it as the difference between us and everything else. They believed in immortality for themselves, and a few believed that this would be shared by the pets or the robots, or both. But this immortality did not involve the notion of a soul which separated from the body. It was a straightforward matter of bodily resurrection followed by mysterious and instantaneous motion to what they referred to as a place above the heavens for good people, and to a sort of cave, beneath the planet's surface, for the wicked. THEIR philosophers were concerned primarily with four topics: the nature of being, proofs of the existence of a benevolent and omnipotent being who would carry out arrangements for the resurrection, problems arising out of discourse about non-existent objects, and the reconciliation of conflicting moral intuitions. But these philosophers had not formulated the problem of subject and object, nor that of mind and matter. There was a tradition of Pyrrhonian skepticism, but Locke's veil of ideas was unknown, since the notion of an idea or perception or mental representation was also unknown. Some of their philosophers predicted that the beliefs about immortality which had been central in earlier periods of history, and which were still held by all but the intelligentsia, would someday be replaced by a positivistic culture purged of all superstitions, but these philosophers made no mention of an intervening metaphysical stage. In most respects, then, the language, life, technology, and philosophy of this race were much like ours. But there was one important difference. Neurology and biochemistry had been the first disciplines in which technological breakthroughs had been achieved, and a large part of the conversation of these people concerned the state of their nerves. When their infants veered toward hot stoves, mothers cried out, "He'll stimulate his C fibers." When people were given clever visual illusions to look at, they said, "How odd. It makes neuronic bundle G14 quiver, but when I look at it from the side I can see that it's not a red rectangle at all." Their knowledge of physiology was such that each well-formed sentence in the language which anybody bothered to form could easily be correlated with a readily identifiable neural state. This state occurred whenever someone uttered, or was tempted to utter, or heard, the sentence. This state also sometimes occurred in solitude, and people reported such occasions with remarks like, "I was suddenly in state S296, so I put out the milk bottles." Sometimes they would say things like, "It looked like an elephant, but then it struck me that elephants don't occur on this continent, so I realized that it must be a mastodon." But they would also sometimes say, in just the same circumstances, things like, "I had G412 together with FLL, but then I had S147, so I realized that it must be a mastodon." They thought of mastodons and milk bottles as objects of beliefs and desires, and as causing certain neural processes. They viewed these neural processes as interacting causally with beliefs and desires in just the same way as the mastodons and milk bottles did. Certain neural processes could be deliberately self-induced, and some people were more skillful than others in inducing certain neural states in themselves. Others were skilled at detecting certain special states which most people could not recognize in themselves. In the middle of the 21st century, an expedition from Earth landed on this planet. The expedition included philosophers, as well as representatives of every other learned discipline. The philosophers thought that the most interesting thing about the natives was their lack of the concept of mind. They joked among themselves that they had landed among a bunch of materialists, and suggested the name Antipodia for the planet in reference to an almost forgotten school of philosophers, centering in Australia and New Zealand, who in the previous century had attempted one of the many futile revolts against Cartesian dualism in the history of Terran philosophy. The name stuck, and so the new race of intelligent beings came to be known as Antipodeans. The Terran neurologists and biochemists were fascinated by the wealth of knowledge in their field which the Antipodeans exhibited. Since technical conversation on these subjects was conducted almost entirely in offhand references to neural states, the Terran experts eventually picked up the ability to report their own neural states, without conscious inference, instead of reporting their thoughts, perceptions, and raw feels. The physiologies of the two species were, fortunately, almost identical. Everything went swimmingly, except for the difficulties met by the philosophers. The philosophers who had come on the expedition were, as usual, divided into two warring camps, the tender-minded ones who thought philosophy should aim at significance, and the tough-minded philosophers who thought that it should aim at truth. The philosophers of the first sort felt that there was no real problem about whether the Antipodeans had minds. They held that what was important in understanding other beings was a grasp of their mode of being in the world. It became evident that, whatever existential the Antipodeans were using, they certainly did not include any of those which, a century earlier, Heidegger had criticized as subjectivist. The whole notion of the epistemological subject, or the person as spirit, had no place in their self-descriptions, nor in their philosophies. Some of the tender-minded philosophers felt that this showed that the Antipodeans had not yet broken out of nature into spirit, or, more charitably, had not yet progressed from consciousness to self-consciousness. These philosophers became town criers of inwardness, attempting to bully the Antipodeans across an invisible line and into the realm of spirit. Others, however, felt that the Antipodeans exhibited the praiseworthy grasp of the union of 7 Roa Euro JLM and M, O, which was lost to Western Terran consciousness through Plato's assimilation of ovula to Isla. The Antipodean failure to grasp the notion of mind, in the view of the set of philosophers, showed their closeness to being and their freedom from the temptations to which Terran thought had long since succumbed. In the contest between these two views, equally tender-minded as both were, discussion tended to be inconclusive. The Antipodeans themselves were not much help, because they had so much trouble translating the background reading necessary to appreciate the problem: Plato's Theaetetus, Descartes' Meditations, Hume's treatise, Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, Hegel's Phenomenology, Strawson's Individuals, etc. The tough-minded philosophers, as usual, found a much more straightforward and clean-cut question to discuss. They did not care what the Antipodeans thought about themselves, but rather focused on the question, do they in fact have minds? In their precise way, they narrowed this question down to, do they in fact have sensations? It was thought that if it became clear whether they had, say, sensations of pain, as well as stimulated C fibers, when touching hot stoves, everything else would be plain sailing. It was clear that the Antipodeans had the same behavioral dispositions toward hot stoves, muscle cramps, torture, and the like as humans. They loathed having their C fibers stimulated. But the tough-minded philosophers asked themselves, does their experience contain the same phenomenal properties as ours? Does the stimulation of C fibers feel painful? Or does it feel some other, equally awful, way? Or does feeling not come into it at all? These philosophers were not surprised that the Antipodeans could offer non-inferential reports of their own neural states, since it had been learned long since that psychophysiologists could train human subjects to report algorithms, as well as various other physiologically describable cortical states. But they felt baffled by the question, are some phenomenal properties being detected by an Antipodean who says, it's my C fibers again, you know, the ones that go off every time you get burned or hit or have a tooth pulled. It's just awful? It was suggested that the question could only be answered experimentally, and so they arranged with the neurologists that one of their number should be wired up to an Antipodean volunteer so as to switch currents back and forth between various regions of the two brains. This, it was thought, would also enable the philosophers to ensure that the Antipodeans did not have an inverted spectrum, or anything else which might confuse the issue. As it turned out, however, the experiment produced no interesting results. The difficulty was that when the Antipodean speech center got an input from the C fibers of the Earthling brain, it always talked only about its C fibers, whereas when the Earthling speech center was in control, it always talked only about pain. When the Antipodean speech center was asked what the C fibers felt like, it said that it didn't quite get the notion of feeling, but that stimulated C fibers were, of course, terrible things to have. The same sort of thing happened for the questions about inverted spectra and other perceptual qualities. When asked to call off the colors on a chart, Both speech centers called off the usual color names in the same order. But the Antipodean speech center could also call off the various neuronic bundles activated by each patch on the chart, no matter which visual cortex it happened to be hooked up to. When the Earthling speech center was asked what the colors were like when transmitted to the Antipodean visual cortex, it said that they seemed just as usual. This experiment seemed not to have helped. For it was still obscure whether the Antipodeans had pains. It was equally obscure whether they had one or two raw fields when indigo light streamed onto their retinas, one of indigo, and one of neural state C6G2, or whether they had no raw fields at all. The Antipodeans were repeatedly questioned about how they knew it was indigo. They replied that they could see that it was. When asked how they knew they were in C6G2, they said they just knew it. When it was suggested to them that they might have unconsciously inferred that it was indigo on the basis of the C6G2 feel, they seemed unable to understand what unconscious inference was, or what feels were. When it was suggested to them that they might have made the same inference to the fact that they were in state C6G2 on the basis of the raw feel of indigo, they were, of course, equally baffled. When they were asked whether the neural state appeared indigo, they replied that it did not. The light was indigo and that the questioner must be making some sort of category mistake. When they were asked whether they could imagine having C6G2 and not seeing indigo, they said they could not. When asked whether it was a conceptual truth or an empirical generalization that these two experiences went together, they replied that they were not sure how to tell the difference. When asked whether they could be wrong about whether they were seeing indigo, they replied that they of course could, but could not be wrong about whether they seemed to be seeing indigo. When asked whether they could be wrong about whether they were in state C692, they replied in exactly the same way. Finally, skillful philosophical dialectic brought them to realize that what they could not imagine was seeming to see indigo and failing to seem to be in state C692. But this result did not seem to help with the questions, raw feels. Two raw feels or one. Two referents or one referent under two descriptions. Nor did any of this help with the question about the way in which stimulated C fibers appeared to them. When they were asked whether they could be mistaken in thinking that their C fibers were stimulated, they replied that of course they could, but that they could not imagine being mistaken about whether their C fibers seemed to be stimulated. At this point, it occurred to someone to ask whether they could detect the neural state which was the concomitant of seeming to have their C fibers stimulated. Antipodeans replied that there was, of course, the state T435 which was the constant neural concomitant of the utterance of the sentence "my C fibers seem to be stimulated," state T497 which went with "it's just as if my C fibers were being stimulated," state T293 which went with "stimulated C fibers L," and various other neural states which were concomitants of various other roughly synonymous sentences, but that there was no further neural state which they were aware of in addition to these. Cases in which Antipodeans had T435 but no stimulation of C fibers included those in which, for example, they were strapped to what they were falsely informed was a torture machine, a switch was theatrically turned on, but nothing else was done. Discussion among the philosophers now switched to the topic: could the Antipodeans be mistaken about the T-series of neural states, the ones which were concomitants of understanding or uttering sentences? Could they seem to be having T435 but not really be? Yes, the Antipodeans said, cerebroscopes indicated that sort of thing occasionally happened. Was there any explanation of the cases in which it happened, any pattern to them? No, there did not seem to be. It was just one of those odd things that turned up occasionally. Neurophysiology had not yet been able to find another sort of neural state, outside the T-series, which was a concomitant of such weird illusions, any more than for certain perceptual illusions, but perhaps it would someday. This answer left the philosophers still in difficulties on the question of whether the Antipodeans had sensations of pain, or anything else. For there now seemed to be nothing which the Antipodeans were incorrigible about except how things seemed to them. But it was not clear that how things seemed to them was a matter of what raw feels they had, as opposed to what they were inclined to say. If they had the raw feel of painfulness, then they had minds. But a raw feel is, or has, a phenomenal property, one which you cannot have the illusion of having, because, so to speak, having the illusion of it is itself to have it. The difference between stimulated C fibers and pains was that you could have the illusion of stimulated C fibers, could have, example T435, without having stimulated C fibers, but could not have the illusion of pain without having pain. There was nothing which the Antipodeans could not be wrong about except how things seemed to them. But the fact that they could not merely seem to have it seem to them that was of no interest in determining whether they had minds. The fact that seems to seem is an expression without a use is a fact about the notion of appearance, not a tip-off to the presence of phenomenal properties. For the appearance-reality distinction is not based on a distinction between subjective representations and objective states of affairs, it is merely a matter of getting something wrong, having a false belief. So the Antipodeans' firm grasp of the former distinction did not help philosophers tell whether to ascribe the latter to them. Coming back now to the present, what should we say about the Antipodeans? The first thing to do, presumably, is to look more closely at the notion of phenomenal property, and in particular at the disanalogy between apprehending a physical phenomenon in a misleading way and apprehending a mental phenomenon in a misleading way. Kripke's account of the distinction sums up the intuition on which defenders of dualism have usually relied, so we may begin a closer look by trying to apply his terminology. Someone can be in the same epistemic situation as he would be if there were heat, even in the absence of heat, simply by feeling the sensation of heat, and even in the presence of heat, he can have the same evidence as he would have in the absence of heat simply by lacking the sensation S. No such possibility exists in the case of pain or in other mental phenomena. To be in the same epistemic situation that would obtain if one had a pain is to have a pain, to be in the same epistemic situation that would obtain in the absence of a pain is not to have a pain. The trouble is that the notion of an epistemic situation qualitatively identical to one in which the observer had a sensation S simply is one in which the observer had that sensation. The same point can be made in terms of the notion of what picks out the reference of a rigid designator, an expression which designates the same object in all the possible worlds in which it designates at all. In the case of identity of heat with molecular motion, the important consideration was that although heat is a rigid designator, the reference of that designator was determined by an accidental property of the referent, namely the property of producing in us the sensation S. Pain, on the other hand, is not picked out by one of its accidental properties, rather it is picked out by the property of being pain itself, by its immediate phenomenological quality. Thus pain, unlike heat, is not only rigidly designated by pain, but the reference of the designator is determined by an essential property of the referent. Thus it is not possible to say that although pain is necessarily identical with a certain physical state, a certain phenomenon can be picked out in the same way we pick out pain without being correlated with that physical state. If any phenomenon is picked out in exactly the same way that we pick out pain, then that phenomenon is pain. Point 1. These considerations suggest that the real question is, do the Antipodeans pick out mental phenomena by accidental properties? If we assume for the moment that they do have pains, could they perhaps miss the immediate phenomenological quality and note only the accidental feature of being constantly accompanied by stimulated C fibers? Or, if they cannot exactly miss an immediate phenomenological quality, might they perhaps fail to have a name for it, and thus fail to pick out the entity that has the quality by an essential property? To put it another way, since the Antipodeans do not pick out pain in exactly the same way that we pick out pain, can we conclude that whatever they have it is not pain? Is one's epistemic relation to one's raw feels necessary as well as sufficient to establish the existence of the raw feel in question? Or should we say that actually they do pick out pain in exactly the way that we do, because when they say, "bull stimulated C fibers L," they feel exactly what we feel when we say, "pain L"? Actually, perhaps, they were feeling pain and calling that feeling the state of seeming to have one's C fibers stimulated, and they are in the same epistemic situation relative to seeming to have their C fibers stimulated as we are in seeming to see something red, and to all other such incorrigible states. 1 Saul Kripke, Naming and Necessity in Semantics of Natural Language, ed. Donald Davidson and Gilbert Harmon, Dordrecht, 1972, pages 339 to 340. For criticism of Kripke's discussion of dualism and materialism, see Fred Feldman, Kripke on the Identity Theory, and William Leakin, Kripke and the Materialists, both in Journal of Philosophy 71, 1974, 665 to 689. It now looks as if what we need is some quite general criterion for deciding when two things are really the same thing described in two different ways. For there seems nothing distinctive about the present conundrum which makes it depend upon the peculiarities of the mental. If we agree that what counts in deciding whether the Antipodeans have raw feels is incorrigibility, the inability to have an illusion of the general problem about alternative descriptions will still prevent us from applying this criterion and thus resolving the issue. This problem is not one which is going to receive a neat, clear-cut, readily applicable solution. For nothing general will resolve every tension between saying, you're talking about X's all right, but practically everything you say about them is false, and saying instead, since practically nothing you say is true of X's, you can't be talking about X's. But let us put aside this difficulty for the moment, returning to it in Chapter 6, and consider the still more depressing point that anyone who even tried to state general criteria for assimilating or distinguishing referents of expressians would need some general ontological categories, some firm, of course, way of blocking things out just to get started. It would help, in particular, to have a distinction between mental entities and physical entities. But the problem about the Antipodeans puts this whole distinction in doubt. To see why it does so, suppose that there are no criteria for mental phenomenon save Kripke's epistemic 1.2. The supposition identifies the mental with raw feels, passing thoughts, and mental images. It excludes such two. I defended a qualified form of the supposition in Incorrigibility as the mark of the mental, Journal of Philosophy 67, 1970, 399 to 424. See also Jag Kim, Materialism and the Criteria of the Mental, Synthese 22, 1972, 323 to 345, especially 336 to 341. Things as beliefs, moods, and the like, which, though indubitably higher, are nonetheless not parts of our insurrigibly reportable inner life, and hence not such as to encourage the Cartesian kind of distinction between two ontological realms. The supposal amounts, in other words, to the claim that, 1. It is sufficient for being a mental state that the thing in question be incorrigibly knowable by its possessor, and, 2. We do not literally attribute any non-physical states, example beliefs, to beings which fail to have some such incorrigibly knowable states. This conforms to Antipodean practice, as well as to our intuition that dogs have non-physical states simply by virtue of having pains, whereas computers do not, even by virtue of offering us novel and exciting truths. On this supposition, then, there will be nothing to answer to the question when they report that their C fibers seem to be firing. Are they reporting a feeling, perhaps the same feeling that we report by pain? Or are they just making the noises which are triggered by their neurons being in certain states? And if this is so, since the role played in our lives by reports of feelings is the same as the role played in Antipodean lives by reports of neurons, we face the further question, are we reporting feelings or neurons when we use pain? To see that this is a real issue, consider the implications of the identity of functional role. If it is the case that the Antipodeans have the entire range of culture that we do, if they are as intentional in their discourse and as self-consciously aesthetic in their choice of objects and persons as we, if their yearning for moral excellence and immortality is as great, they are likely to think our philosophers' interest in whether they have minds is a bit parochial. Why, they wonder, does it make such a difference? Why, they may ask us, do we think that we have these odd things called feels and minds? Now that they have taught us microneurology, cannot we see that talk of mental states was merely a placeholder for talk of neurons? Or, if we really do have some funny extra states besides the neurological ones, are they really all that important? Is the possession of such states really the basis for a distinction between ontological categories? These last sets of questions illustrate how lightly the Antipodeans take the controversy which, among Terran philosophers, is the hard-fought issue between materialists and epiphenomenalists. Further, the success of Antipodean neurology, not only in the explanation and control of behavior but in supplying the vocabulary for the Antipodean self-image, shows that none of the other Terran theories about the relation between mind and body can even get a look in. For parallelism and epiphenomenalism can only be differentiated on some non-Humean view of causation, some view according to which there is a causal mechanism to be discovered which will show which way causal lines run. But nobody, not even the most die-hard Cartesian, imagines that when a molecule-by-molecule account of the neurons is before us, as, ex hypothesi, it is before the Antipodeans, there will still be a place to look for further causal mechanisms. What would looking amount to? So even if we abandon Hume, we are still in no position to be parallelist, except on some a priori ground according to which we just know that the mental is a self-contained causal realm. As for interactionism, the Antipodeans would not dream of denying that beliefs and desires, for example, interact causally with irradiations of the retina, movements of the arm, and so on. But they view talk of such an interaction not as yoking different ontological realms but as a handy, because brief, reference to function rather than to structure. It is as philosophically unproblematic as a transaction between a government and an individual. No set of necessary and sufficient conditions stated in terms of just who did what to whom can be given for a remark about such a transaction, any more than for remarks about beliefs caused by radiations and movements caused by beliefs, but who would have thought they could? Interaction would only be of interest if a neural discharge were swerved from its course by a raw feel, or drained of some of its power by a raw feel, or something of the sort. But the Antipodean neurologists have no need of such hypotheses. If there is no way of explaining to the Antipodeans our problems and theories about mind and body, no way of making them see that this is the paradigm case of an ontological divide, we ought to be prepared to face up to the possibility that the materialist Antipodeans, as opposed to the more charitable epiphenomenalist ones, are right. We have just been reporting neurons when we thought we were reporting raw feels. It was just a happenstance of our cultural development that we got stuck so long with placeholders. It is as if, while perfecting many sublunary discus plines, we had never developed astronomy and had remained pre-Ptolemaic in our notions of what was above the moon. We would doubtless have many complicated things to say about holes in the black dome, movements of the dome as a whole, and the like, but once we were clued in we could redscribe what we had been reporting easily enough. At this point, however, there is a familiar objection to be dealt with. It is expressed in such remarks as the following. In the case of stabbing pains, it is not possible to hold that the micro-picture is the real picture, that perceptual appearances are only a coarse duplication, for in this case we are dealing with the perceptual appearances themselves, which cannot very well be a coarse duplicate of themselves. As it is all very well to claim that hurtfulness is how activity of the C fibers in the cortex appears, that the smell of onion is how the shape of onion molecules appears to a human with a normal nasal system. This deals with the pain, smell, or color apprehended and, relegating it to the category of appearance, renders it ontically neutral. To Richard Brandt, Doubts about the Identity Theory, Indaman. Science of Mind, ed. Sidney Hook, New York, 1961, p. 70. But it leaves us with a set of seemings, acts of imperfect apprehension, in which the phenomenal properties are grasped. So we must ask the new question, is it possible that things can seem to be in a certain way to a merely material system? Is there a way in which acts of imperfect apprehension can be seen to be ontically neutral? The materialist account of real men can find no place for the fact that our imperfect apprehension is by phenomenal property and not by, for example, beliefs just spontaneously arising. Point 4. This objection, common to Brandt and Campbell, seems at first blush to be that one can only misdescribe things if one is not a merely material system, for such systems cannot have things appear to them differently from what they are. But this will not do as it stands, for, as I suggested earlier, the distinction between reality and appearance seems merely the distinction between getting things right and getting things wrong, a distinction which we have no trouble making for simple robots, servo mechanisms, etc. To make the objection plausible, we must say that appearance in the present context is a richer notion, one which has to be explicated by the notion of phenomenal property. We must hold some principle like P. Whenever we make an incorrigible report on a state of ourselves, there must be a property we are presented with which induces us to make the report. But this principle, of course, enshrines the Cartesian notion that nothing is closer to the mind than itself, and involves an entire epistemology and metaphysics, a specifically dualistic 1.5. So it is not surprising, once we have in capsu 4 Keith Campbell, Body and Mind, New York, 1960, pages 106 to 107, 109. George Pitcher has worked out an account of the linguistic behavior we display in reporting pains without using such a premise. Pitcher takes pains to be reports of damaged peripheral tissue, whereas the Antipodeans take them to be reports of states of the central nervous. Laid this view in the notion of phenomenal property, that the materialist account can find no place for the fact that our imperfect apprehension is by phenomenal property. Still, we must ask whether there is some pre-philosophical intuition which is preserved in P, and which can be separated from the Cartesian picture. What exactly is the difference between misdescribing something like a star and misdescribing something like a pain? Why does the former seem obviously possible and the latter unimaginable? Perhaps the answer goes something like this. We expect the star to look the same even after we realize that it is a faraway ball of flame rather than a nearby hole, but the pain ought to feel different once we realize that it is a stimulated C fiber, for the pain is a feeling, as the star is not a visual appearance. If we give this answer, however, we are still stuck with the notion of feeling and with the puzzle about whether the Antipodeans have any feelings. What, we must ask, is the difference between feeling a pain and simply reacting to a stimulated C fiber with the voceable pain, avoidance behavior, and the like? And here we are inclined to say, no difference at all from the outside, but all the difference in the world from the inside. The difficulty is that there will system. In his view, it is a mistake to think of the common sense concept of pain as the concept of a mental particular. I would want to say that it is the concept of a mental particular, but claim that his analysis of the epistemological status of pains applies, mutatis mutandis, equally well wherever one stands on this question. See Pitcher, Pain Perception, Philosophical Review 79, 1970, 368 to 393. Pitcher's general strategy is a defense of direct realism and is also found in his A Theory of Perception, Princeton, 1971, and in D. M. Armstrong, Perception and the Physical World, London and New York, 1961, and A Materialist Theory of the Mind, London and New York, 1968. This strategy seems to me essentially right, and enough to show that the mental particular view is optional. But I am dubious about Pitcher's and Armstrong's metaphilosophical stance, which would make this view a philosopher's misconstrual of what we believe, rather than a correct account of what we believe, but need not continue to believe. Never be any way in which we can explain this difference to the Antipodeans. The materialist Antipodeans think that we don't have any feelings, because they do not think there is such a thing as feeling. The epiphenomenalist Antipodeans think that there may be such things, but cannot imagine why we make such a fuss about having them. The Terran philosophers who think that Antipodeans do have feelings but don't know it have reached the terminal stage of philosophizing mentioned by Wittgenstein. They just feel like uttering an inarticulate sound. They cannot even say to the Antipodeans that it's different for us on the inside because the Antipodeans do not understand the notion of inner space. They think inside means inside the skull. There, they rightly remark, it isn't different. The Terran philosophers who think that the Antipodeans don't have feelings are in a better position only because they feel it beneath their dignity to argue with mindless beings about whether they have minds. We seem to be getting nowhere with pursuing the objection offered by Brandt and Campbell. Let us try another tack. In the materialist view, every appearance of anything is going to be, in reality, a brain state. So, it would seem, the materialist is going to have to say that the coarse duplicate of a brain state, the way stimulated C fibers feel, is going to be another brain state. But, we may then say, let that other brain state be the referent of pain rather than the stimulated C fibers. Every time the materialist says but that's just our description of a brain state, his opponent will reply, okay, let's talk about the brain state which is the act of imperfect apprehension of the first brain state 6. And so the materialist seems to be pressed ever backward with the mental cropping up again wherever error does. It is as if man's glassy essence, the mirror of nature, only became visible to itself when slightly clouded. A neural 6LO. This way of putting the Brandt-Campbell point to Thomas Nagel. System can't have clouds but a mind can. So minds, we conclude, cannot be neural systems. Consider now how the Antipodeans would view acts of imperfect apprehension. They would see them not as cloudy portions of the mirror of nature but as a result of learning a second-rate language. The whole notion of insurrigibly knowable entities, as opposed to being incorrigible about how entities seem to be the one ocean of seemings as themselves a kind of entity, strikes them as a deplorable way of speaking. The whole Terran vocabulary of acts of apprehension, cognitive states, feelings, etc. strikes them as an unfortunate turn for a language to have taken. They see no way of getting us out of it except by proposing that we raise some of our children to speak Antipodean and see whether they don't do as well as a control group. The Antipodean materialists, in other words, see our notion of mind and matter as a reflection of an unfortunate linguistic development. The Antipodean epiphenomenalists are baffled by the question, what is the neural input to the terrestrial speech center which produces pain reports as well as C fiber reports? Those terrestrial philosophers who think that Antipodeans do have feelings think that the Antipodean language is inadequate to reality. Those terrestrial philosophers who think that the Antipodeans don't have feelings rest their case on a theory of language development according to which the first things named are the things better known to us raw feels, so that the absence of a name for feeling entails the absence of feeling. To sharpen the issue a bit further, perhaps we may drop from consideration the Antipodean epiphenomenalists and the terrestrial skeptics. The former's problem about the neurology of pain reports seems insoluble. If they are to continue charitably to ascribe states to Earthmen which are unknown to Antipodeans, they will have to swallow a whole dualistic system, irrefutable by further empirical inquiry, in order to explain our linguistic behavior. As for the Terran skeptics' claim that the Antipodeans have no raw feels, this is based entirely on the a priori dictum that one cannot have a raw feel and lack a word for it. Neither intellectual position, the extreme charity of the Antipodean epiphenomenalist and the parochial distrust of the terrestrial skeptic, is attractive. We are left with the Antipodean materialists saying they think they have feelings but they don't on the one hand, and terrestrial philosophers saying they have feelings but don't know it on the other hand. Is there a way out of this impasse, given that every empirical result, brain switching, etc., seems to weigh equally on both sides? Are there powerful philosophical methods which will cut through the problem and either settle it or offer some happy compromise? One philosophical method which will do no good at all is analysis of meanings. Everybody understands everybody else's meanings very well indeed. The problem is that one side thinks there are too many meanings around and the other side too few. In this respect, the closest analogy one can find is the conflict between inspired theists and uninspired atheists. An inspired theist, let us say, is one who just knows that there are supernatural beings which play certain explanatory roles in accounting for natural phenomena. They are not to be confused with natural theologians who offer the supernatural as the best explanation of these phenomena. Inspired theists have inherited their picture of the universe as divided into two great ontological realms, the supernatural and the natural, along with their language. The way they talk about things is inextricably tied up with, or at least strikes them as inextricably tied up with, references to the divine. The notion of the supernatural does not strike them as a theory any more than the notion of the mental strikes us as a theory. When they encounter atheists, they view them as people who don't know what's going on, although they admit that atheists seem able to predict and control natural phenomena very nicely indeed. Thank heaven, they say, that we are not as those natural theologians are, or we too might lose touch with the real. The atheists view these theists as having too many words in their language and too many meanings to bother about. Enthusiastic atheists explain to inspired theists that all there really is. And the theists reply that one should realize that there are more things in heaven and earth. And so it goes. The philosophers on both sides may analyze meanings until they are blue in the face, but all such analyses are either directional and reductive, example non-cognitive analyses of religious discourse, which are the analog of expressive theories of pain reports, or else simply describe alternative forms of life, culminating in nothing more helpful than the announcement, "This language game is played." The theist's game is essential to their self-image, just as the image of man's glassy essence is essential to the Western intellectuals, but neither has a larger context available in which to evaluate this image. Where, after all, would such a context come from? Well, perhaps from philosophy. When experiment and meaning analysis fail, philosophers have traditionally turned to system building, inventing a new context on the spot, so to speak. The usual strategy is to find a compromise which will enable both those who favor Occam's razor, example materialists, atheists, and those who cling to what they just know to be viewed indulgently as having achieved alternate perspectives on some larger reality which philosophy has just adumbrated. Thus some tender-minded philosophers have risen above the warfare between science and theology and seen Bonaventure and Bauer as possessing different, non-competitive forms of consciousness. The question, consciousness of what, is answered by something like the world or the thing in itself or the sensible manifold or stimulations. It does not matter which of these is offered, since all are terms of art. 89. Signed to name entities with no interesting features save placid neutrality. The analog of this tactic among tough-minded philosophers of mind is neutral monism, in which the mental and the physical are seen as two aspects of some underlying reality which need not be described further. Sometimes we are told that this reality is intuited, Bergson, or is identical with the raw material of sensation, Russell, air, but sometimes it is simply postulated as the only means of avoiding epistemological skepticism, James, Dewey. In no case are we told anything about it save that we just know what it's like, or that reason, i.e., the need to avoid philosophical dilemmas, requires it. Neutral monists like to suggest that philosophy has discovered, or should look for, an underlying substrate, in the same way in which the scientist has discovered molecules beneath elements, atoms beneath molecules, and so on. But in fact the neutral stuff which is neither mental nor physical is not found to have powers or properties of its own, but simply postulated and then forgotten about, or, what comes to the same thing, assigned the role of ineffable datum. Point 7. This tactic cannot help in coping with the question which the tough-minded terrestrial philosophers raised. 7. Urging that philosophers need to do more than this, Cornelius Camp has suggested that the mind-body identity theory will make sense only if we provide a theoretical framework, or an ontology for the common idiom, of such a type as to provide a link for the two diverse phenomena whose identity is asserted. His motive for this revival of neutral monism is his belief that making sense of an identity theory requires that the subjective-objective distinction must be abandoned, as must the privileged status of first-person introspective reports. Such a change, he says, would drastically affect the logic of our language. I think Camp is right that giving up the subjective-objective distinction would have such a drastic effect, but wrong in thinking that giving up privileged access would. As I think Sellers has shown, and as I have been arguing here, the subjective-objective distinction, the notion of seems, can get along quite well without the notions of mind, phenomenal property, etc. Cf. Camp, Mind-Body Identity, A Question of Intelligibility, Philosophical Studies 25 1974, 63-67. About the Antipodeans, do they have raw feels or don't they? The problem about the Antipodeans can be summarized as follows. 1. It is essential to raw feels that they be incorrigibly knowable together with 2. There is nothing which the Antipodeans think themselves incorrigible about seems to leave us either with 3. The Antipodeans do not have raw feels or with 4. The Antipodeans do not know about their own incorrigible knowledge. The trouble with 3 is that the Antipodeans have pretty much the behavior, physiology, and culture that we do. Further, we can train Antipodean infants to report raw feels, and take themselves to be incorrigible about them. These considerations seem to drive us toward 4. But 4 sounds silly, and needs at least to be softened to 4. The Antipodeans do not know about their own capacity for incorrigible knowledge, which is a little odd but at least has a few parallels. Compare John XXIII had to be convinced by argument of his own infallibility upon succeeding to the papacy. However, if we press 4, the teachability of Antipodean infants seems to leave us up in the air between the Antipodeans can be taught, thanks to the presence of neural concomitants of raw feels, to simulate reports of raw feels without actually having any. One might hope to resolve this new dilemma by finding a bilingual Antipodean. But the bilingual does not have inside knowledge about the meanings of the foreign expressions, he just has the same sort of theory which the lexicon maker has. Consider an adult Antipodean who has come to speak English. He says, I am in pain, or the Antipodean for my C fibers are firing, depending on which he's speaking. If a Terran interlocutor tells him that he really isn't in pain, he points out that the remark is a deviant utterance, and claims privileged access. When Antipodean interlocutors show him that his C fibers aren't in fact firing, he says something like, that's funny, they certainly seem to be. That's why one told the Terrans one was in pain, or perhaps something like, that's funny, I'm certainly in what the Terrans call pain, and that never happens except when my C fibers are firing. It is hard to see that he would have any strong preference for either locution, and harder to see that philosophers could make anything out of a preference if he had one. Once again, we seem driven to the rhetorical question, but what does it feel like? 2. Which the bilingual Antipodean replies, it feels like pain. When asked, doesn't it also feel like C fibers? He explains that there is no concept of feeling in Antipodean, and so it would not occur to him to say that he felt his C fibers firing, although of course he is aware of it whenever they do. If this seems paradoxical, it is presumably because we think that non-inferential awareness and feeling are pretty well synonymous. But pointing this out is no help. If we treat them as synonymous, then of course Antipodean does have the concept of a state called feeling, but it still doesn't have the concept of feelings as intentional objects of knowledge. Antipodean has the verb but not the noun, so to speak. An accommodating Antipodean can note that his language can express the notion of state such that one cannot be mistaken in thinking one is in it, namely, the state of it seeming to one that, but still be puzzled about whether these states are the same things as the pains and other raw feels in which the Terrans are so interested. On the one hand, it seems all they could be talking about, for he remembers having learned to say pain when and only when his C fibers seem to be firing. On the other hand, the Terrans insist that there is a difference between being in a state such that it seems to one that one is, and having a raw feel. The former state is an epistemic position towards something about which doubt is possible. The latter state automatically puts one in an epistemic position towards something about which doubt is impossible. So the dilemma seems to boil down to this: we must affirm or deny 6. Any report of how something seems to one is a report of a raw feel. The only ground for affirming it seems to be that it is a corollary of the converse of 1, that is. 7. It is essential to whatever is incorrigibly knowable that it be a raw feel. but, 7, is just a form of the principle invoked by the Brandt-Campbell objection above, viz., p. Whenever we make an incorrigible report on a state of ourselves, there must be a property which we are presented with which induces us to make the report, and in this principle everything turns on the notion presented with, a notion which harks straight back to the metaphors of the eye of the mind, presence to consciousness, and the like, which are in turn derived from the initial image of the mirror of nature opound knowledge as a set of immaterial representations. If we adopt this Prin 93 Sipple, then, oddly enough, we can no longer be skeptics. The Antipodeans automatically have raw feels. We must choose 5 over 5. Since we do not contest that it seems to some Antipodean that his stomach is cramped or his C fibers firing, and since we grant incorrigibility to such reports, we must grant that he has some raw feels which are the basis for his seems statements and which he could be trained to report by learning an appropriate vocabulary. But this means, paradoxically enough, that a species of behaviorism is entailed by the very principle that incarnates the Cartesian image of the eye of the mind, the very image which has often been accused of leading to the veil of ideas and to solipsism. We should only be able to be skeptics and assert, 5, that simulation might be all the Antipodeans could do by holding that when the Antipodeans made seems statements they were not really meaning what we meant by them, and that the deviance, in Antipodene, of the expression "you may be mistaken in saying that it seems to you that your C fibers are firing" does not suffice to show that the Antipodeans have any incorrigible knowledge. That is, we should have to reconstrue the behavior which we initially took to be exhibited, and base our skepticism about their raw feels on a more general skepticism about their possession of knowledge, or of some kinds of knowledge. But it is difficult to see how we could make skepticism about this plausible except on some antecedent conviction that they were mindless, a conviction which would a fortiori rule out raw feels. So skepticism here will have to be groundless and Pyrrhonian. Point 8. On the other 8, I want to distinguish between mere, or Pyrrhonian, skepticism and the specifically Cartesian form of skepticism which invokes the veil of ideas as a justification for a skeptical attitude. Pyrrhonian skepticism, as I shall use the term, merely says, we can never be certain, so how can we ever know? Veil of ideas skepticism, on the other hand, has something more specific to say, viz., given that we shall never have certainty about anything except the contents of our own minds, how can we ever justify an inference to a belief about anything else? For a discussion of the intertwining of these two forms of hand, if we deny, 6, if we disengage seeming from the having of mental states and abandon the Cartesian pictures, then we have to face up to the possibility that we ourselves never had any feelings, any mental states, any minds, any glassy essence. This paradox seems so overwhelming as to drive us right back to P and the mirror of nature. So the problem comes down to a choice among three troubling possibilities. We have to either share our glassy essence with any being which seems to speak a language containing seems statements, or become Pyrrhonian skeptics, or else face up to the possibility that this essence was never ours. If we grant, 7, above the premise which makes being a raw feel essential to being an object of incorrigible knowledge, then we must admit either, a, that the Antipodene language, just by virtue of containing some incorrigible reports, is about raw feels, or, b, that we shall never know whether the Antipodeans speak a language just because we shall never know whether they have raw feels, or, c, that the whole issue about raw feels is a fake because the example of the Antipodeans shows that we never had any raw feels ourselves. These three possibilities correspond roughly to three standard positions in the philosophy of mind: behaviorism, skepticism about other minds, and materialism. Rather than adopt any of these three, however, I suggest that we deny 7, and with it, p. That is, I suggest that we abandon the notion that we possess incorrigible knowledge by virtue of a special relation to a special kind of object called mental objects. This suggestion is a corollary of Sellers's attack on the myth of the given. I shall present that attack in more detail in Chapter 4, but here I merely note that this myth is the notion that such epistemic relations as direct knowledge or incorrigible knowledge or certain knowledge are to be understood on a causal, paramechan. Skepticism, see Richard Popkin, The History of Skepticism from Erasmus to Descartes, New York, 1964. Eichel model, as a special relation between certain objects and the human mind which enables knowledge to take place more easily or naturally or quickly. If we think of incorrigible knowledge simply as a matter of social practice of the absence of a normal rejoinder in normal conversation to a certain knowledge claim, then no principle like 7 or p will seem plausible. In the last two sections I have been treating mental object as if it were synonymous with incorrigibly knowable object, and thus as if to have a mind were the same thing as having incorrigible knowledge. I have disregarded immateriality and the ability to abstract, which were discussed in Chapter 1, and intentionality, which will be discussed in Chapter 4. My excuse for pretending that the mind is nothing but a set of incorrigibly introspectable raw feels, and that its essence is this special epistemic status, is that the same pretense is current throughout the area called philosophy of mind. This area of philosophy has come into existence in the 30 years since Ryle's The Concept of Mind. The effect of that book was to make issues about minds and bodies turn almost entirely on the cases which resisted Ryle's own logical behaviorist attempt to dissolve Cartesian dualism, namely, raw feels. Wittgenstein's discussion of sensations in philosophical investigation seemed to offer the same sort of attempt at dissolution. Thus many philosophers have taken it for granted that the mind-body problem was the question of whether raw feels could be viewed as dispositions to behave. Thus the only possibilities have seemed to be the ones I have just cited, a. granting that Ryle and Wittgenstein were right, and that there are no mental objects, b. saying that they were wrong, and that therefore Cartesian dualism stands intact, with skepticism about other minds a natural consequence, and c. some form of mind-brain identity theory, according to which Ryle and Wittgenstein were wrong, but Descartes is not thereby vindicated. The effect of setting up the issues in this way is to focus on pains, while paying less attention to the side of the mind which is, or should be, of more concern to epistemology beliefs and intentions. The balance has been somewhat redressed in recent years thanks to philosophers of mind who try to build bridges with empirical psychology. Their work will be discussed in Chapter 5. But it is still the case that the mind-body problem is thought of primarily as a problem about pains, and the distinctive point about pains is just the one mentioned by Kripke, that there seems no such thing as an appearance-reality distinction in regard to our knowledge of them. In fact, as I have tried to show in Chapter 1, this is only one of several mind-body problems, each of which has contributed to the fuzzy notion that there is something especially mysterious about man which makes him capable of knowing, or of certain special sorts of knowing. For the remainder of this chapter, however, I shall try to support my claim that we should drop p, and thus be neither dualists, skeptics, behaviorists, nor identity theorists. I do not know how to argue against p directly, since the claim that incorrigible knowledge is a matter of being presented with a phenomenal property is not so much a claim as an abbreviation for an entire theory, a whole set of terms and assumptions which center around the image of mind as mirroring nature, and which conspire to give sense to the Cartesian claim that the mind is naturally given to itself. It is this image itself which has to be set aside if we are to see through the 17th century notion that we can understand and improve our knowing by understanding the workings of our mind. I hope to show the difference between setting it aside and adopting any of the positions which presuppose this image. So the remainder of this chapter is devoted to behaviorism, skepticism, and the mind-body identity theory, in an attempt to differentiate my position from each of these. In the concluding section of the chapter Materialism without Identity, I attempt to say something more positive, but this attempt needs to be linked up with the discussion of other mind-body problems in Chapter 1 in order to appear plausible. For behaviorism is the doctrine that talk of inner states is simply an abbreviated, and perhaps misleading, way of talking of dispositions to behave in certain ways. In its Rortyian or logical form, with which I shall be concerned in what follows, its central doctrine is that there is a necessary connection between the truth of a report of a certain raw feel and a disposition to such and such behavior. One motive for holding this view is a distrust of what Ryle called ghosts in machines, the Cartesian picture of people, and another is the desire to prevent the skeptic about other minds from raising the question of whether the person writhing on the floor has feels of the sort which the skeptic himself would have when he writhes. In the logical behaviorist view, reports of such feels are to be taken not to refer to non-physical entities, and perhaps not to any entities at all save to the writhing or the disposition to writhe. This doctrine has been attacked on the ground that there seems no way to fill in a description of the requisite disposition to behave without giving infinitely long lists of possible movements and noises. It has also been attacked on the ground that whatever necessity there is in the area is not a matter of meaning but simply an expression of the fact that we customarily explain certain behavior by reference to certain inner states, so that the necessity is no more linguistic or conceptual than that which connects the redness of the stove to the fire within. Finally, it has been attacked as the sort of philosophical paradox which would only occur to a mind obsessed with instrumentalist or verificationist dogma, eager to reduce all unobservables to observables in order to avoid any risk of believing in something unreal. All these criticisms are, I think, quite justified. The classic statements of logical behaviorism do indeed presuppose just the distinctions between observation and theory and between language and fact which philosophers would, as I shall argue in Chapter 4, do well to give up. But the feeling that the behaviorist is onto something remains. One point which he has going for him is that it seems absurd to suggest that we might someday, after years of fruitful conversation with the Antipodeans, have ground for saying, no raw feels, so no minds, so no language, and not persons after all. The suggestion that we might find ourselves compelled to say that they had no raw feels makes us ask whether we can even imagine what such a compulsion could be like. It also makes us realize that even if we somehow were so compelled, we should almost certainly not draw the suggested inferences. On the contrary, we might begin to share the Antipodeans' bewilderment about why we had cared so much about this question. We should begin to appreciate the quizzical attitude which the Antipodeans adopt toward the whole topic, the same attitude with which the Polynesians viewed missionaries' preoccupation with the question, are these descendants of Shem or of Ham? The behaviorist's strong point is that the more one tries to answer them, the more pointless the tough-minded philosopher's questions, minds or no minds, raw feels or no raw feels, seem to become. But this good point begins to go bad as soon as it is put as a thesis about necessary connections established by analysis of meanings. Ryle's insight was frustrated by the positivistic epistemology he inherited. Instead of saying that incorrigible knowledge was just a matter of what practices of justification were adopted by one's peers, the position which I shall call epistemological behaviorism in Chapter 4, he was led to say that a certain type of behavior formed a necessary and sufficient condition for the ascription of raw feels, and that this was a fact about our language. He then was confronted by a stubborn problem. The fact that our language licensed the inference to the presence of such feels made it difficult, without falling back on materialism, to deny that there really were ghostly entities to report. Thus the two motives behind logical behaviorism came into conflict, since the desire to find a logical barrier to skepticism about other minds seems to lead back toward dualism. For if we take the notion that a given linguistic practice, a given piece of behavior, is enough, pace the skeptic, to show the necessity of raw feels within, in whatever sense raw feels exist, then it seems necessary to say that our conversational experience with the Antipodeans entails that they have raw feels in whatever sense we have raw feels. That is, it seems necessary to adopt the following view: the ability to speak a language which includes incorrigible seem statements entails the presence of raw feels in speakers of that language, in whatever sense raw feels are present in us. It is easy to heap ridicule on the notion that we can discover the truth of such a claim by doing something called analyzing meanings. 9. It seems easy to say, with the skeptic, that we might have the ability without the feels. But it is hard, as Wittgenstein and Bosma have made clear, actually to tell a coherent story about what we have imagined. Despite this, pi has a certain plausibility. The reason it is plausible is that it is, once again, a corollary of p. Whenever we make an incorrigible report on a state of ourselves, there must be a property with which we are presented which induces us to make this report a principle vital to the image of the mirror of nature. It is the picture according to which appearance is not just mistaken belief but mistaken belief generated by a perdiconine. For a sample of such ridicule, see Hilary Putnam, Brains and Behavior in Mind, Language and Reality, Volume 2, Cambridge, 1975. Lar mechanism, a misleading thing getting before the eye of the mind, which makes the connection between behavior and raw feel seem so necessary. It is the picture according to which three things are involved when a person gets something wrong, or, by extension, right: the person, the object he is talking about, and the inner representation of that object. Ryle thought that he had eschewed this picture, but that he was unable to do so is shown by his attempt to show, paradoxically and fruitlessly, that there were no such things as incorrigible reports. Ryle was afraid that if there were any such reports, then something like p would have to be true in order to explain their existence. For he thought that if there were such a thing as an ability to make incorrigible non-inferential reports on inner states, this would show that someone who knew nothing of behavior could know everything about inner states, and thus that Descartes was right after all. He rightly criticized the usual Cartesian account of introspection as a piece of paraoptics, but he did not have another account available and thus was forced into the impossible position of having to deny the phenomenon of privileged access altogether. He devoted the least convincing chapter of the concept of mind, self-knowledge, to the paradoxical claim that the sorts of things that I can find out about myself are the same as the sorts of things that I can find out about other people, and the methods of finding them out are much the same. 10. The result was that many philosophers who agreed that Ryle had shown that beliefs and desires were not inner states agreed also that he had left raw feels untouched, and thus that a choice still had to be made between dualism and materialism. 11. To put Ryle's mistake in other words, he believed that if one could show a necessary connection between ascriptions of behavioral dispositions and ascriptions of inner states, then one would have shown that there were really no inner states. But this instrumentalist non sequitur can be avoided, as can p, while preserving the anti-skeptical point that the behavior of the Antipodeans is quite enough evidence to warrant the attribution to them of as much or as little of an inner life as we ourselves possess. The metaphysical inference which the behaviorist is tempted to make, the inference that there is no glassy essence within, is, in isolation, as implausible as any other instrumentalist claim. Compare, there are no positrons, there are just dispositions on the part of electrons too. There are no electrons, there are just dispositions on the part of macroscopic objects too. There are no physical objects, there are just dispositions on the part of sense contents too. Stripped of its pretensions to rigor, the behaviorist position simply comes down to reminding us that the notion of raw behavior is evidence for raw feels is built into the very logic of concepts of raw feels. This does not mean that there can be no raw feels, any more than the parallel point about macro phenomena and micro entities dictates the operationalist claims that there can be no micro entities. Sellers there said what Ryle should have said in his chapter on self-knowledge but did not, viz. underscore, that introspective reporting was no more mysterious than any other non-inferential report, and did not require the myth of the given, and thus did not require paraoptics, for its explanation. Unfortunately, however, Sellers did not draw the conclusion that, as Armstrong was later to say, there was no such thing as logically privileged access but only empirically privileged access. Armstrong, A Materialist Theory of the Mind, London, 1968, p. 108. This point, which is vital to the 6W I am presenting in this book, is suggested by everything Sellers says, but Quine's attack on the logical empirical distinction was required to make it possible to get around the shibboleth of logically necessary connections which Ryle had built into the philosophy of mind. As I suggest in Chapter 4, Sellers has never quite been able to swallow Quinism full strength, and his talk of the very logic of these concepts was unfortunately in the Rortyian tradition. Feel only has a role in the context of a picture which connects certain sorts of behavior, introspective reports, with others, reports of physical objects, in terms of a certain image of what human beings, not just their minds, are like. The behaviorist is looking at the social role of the notion of pain and not attempting to burrow behind it to the ineffable phenomenological quality which pains have. The skeptic has to insist that it is this quality which you only know of from your own experience which counts. The reason why the behaviorist keeps edging himself into the paradoxical metaphysical position of denying that there are non-dispositional mental causes for behavioral dispositions is put by Wittgenstein as follows. How does the philosophical problem about mental processes and states and about behaviorism arise? The first step is the one that altogether escapes notice. We talk of processes and states and leave their nature undecided. Sometime perhaps we shall know more about them, we think. But that is just what commits us to a particular way of looking at the matter. For we have a definite concept of what it means to learn to know a process better. The decisive movement in the conjuring trick has been made, and it was the very one that we thought quite innocent. 12. Alan Donegan provides an admirable gloss on this passage, saying that the Cartesians transformed the grammatical facts which we summed up in the proposition that sensation is non-dispositional and private into the grammatical fiction that sensations are states or processes in a private, and hence non-material, medium. The behaviorists, on the other hand, 1-2 Ludwig Wittgenstein, Philosophical Investigations, London and New York, 1953, pt. I, Sector 308. Whether moved by the barrenness of much introspectionist psychology, by the philosophical difficulties of Cartesianism, or by other considerations, began by denying that the private Cartesian processes in their non-material medium exist at all. Wittgenstein cleared up the matter, Donegan thinks, by allowing that sensations are private non-dispositional accompaniments of the behavior by which they are naturally expressed, but refusing to recognize those accompaniments as processes that can be named and investigated independently of the circumstances that produce them, and the behavior by which they are naturally expressed. 13. I think that Donegan's pithy account of the common difficulty of behaviorists and dualistic skeptics about other minds is right, but that it can be clarified and carried one step further. The notion of a private non-material medium is obscure because it suggests that we have a notion of what it is like to have a glassy essence, a metaphysical grasp of what non-extended substance is like, which is independent of the epistemic criterion of the mental. If we neglect this notion and press Wittgenstein's phrase a definite concept of what it means to learn to know a process better, we can get a diagnosis of what Donegan calls the opposite and complementary errors 14 of behaviorism and Cartesianism, which avoids reference to the metaphysical, non-material, ghostly, nature of raw feels. The basic epistemological premise which both schools share, and which forms their notion of knowing better, is the doctrine of the naturally given, that is, knowledge is either of the sort of entity naturally suited to be immediately present to consciousness, or of entities whose existence and properties are entailed by entities of 13. All four quotations are from Alan Donegan, Wittgenstein on Sensation, Wittgenstein, The Philosophical Investigations, a collection of critical essays, ed. George Pitcher, New York, 1966, p. 350. 14 Ibid, p. 349. The first sort, and which are thus reducible to those of the first sort. The Cartesians thought that the only sorts of entities which were naturally suited to be directly present to consciousness were mental states. The behaviorists, at their epistemological best, thought that the only sort of entities directly present to consciousness were states of physical objects. The behaviorists prided themselves on escaping the notions of our glassy essence and the inner eye, but they remained true to Cartesian epistemology in retaining the notion of an eye of the mind which got some things first hand. Science, in this view, infers to other things entailed by ground floor entities, and philosophy then reduces these other things back down again. The behaviorists gave up the notion that nothing is better known to the mind than itself, but they kept the notion that some things were naturally knowable directly and others not, and the metaphysical corollary that only the first were really real. This doctrine that the most knowable was the most real, which George Pitcher has dubbed the Platonic principle, 15 added to the principle of the naturally given, produced either an idealistic or panpsychist reduction of the physical to the mental, or a behaviorist or materialist reduction in the other direction. The choice between the two sorts of reduction depends, I think, not so much on difficulties in psychology or philosophy but on one's general notion of what wisdom is like, and thus of what philosophy is good for. Is it to emphasize the aspects of man reached by public methods of common conversation and scientific inquiry? Or rather a personal and inarticulate sense of something far more deeply interfused? This choice has little to do with philosophical argument or with the image of the mirror of nature. But the image, and particularly the metaphor, 15 cf. Pitcher, Theory of Perception, p. 23, and Plato, Republic 478b, so if the real is the object of knowledge, then the object of belief must be something other than the real. Of the inner eye serves the purposes of both disputants equally well, which is why debate between them has been so lengthy and so inconclusive. Both have a clear sense of what is best known, and knowing a process means either knowing it that way, or else showing that it really is nothing but something else which is known that way. If we look at the controversy between the behaviorist and the skeptic about other minds from the Antipodean point of view, the first thing we realize is there is no place for the naturally given. There is, to be sure, a place for the notion of direct knowledge. This is simply knowledge which is had without its possessor having gone through any conscious inference. But there is no suggestion that some entities are especially well suited to be known in this way. What we know non-inferentially is a matter of what we happen to be familiar with. Some people, those who sit in front of cloud chambers, are familiar with, and make non-inferential reports of, elementary particles. Others are familiar with diseases of trees, and can report another case of Dutch elm disease without performing any inferences. All Antipodeans are familiar with the states of their nerves, and all Terrans with their raw feels. The Antipodeans do not suggest that there is something suspiciously metaphysical or ghostly about raw feels, they just do not see the point of talking about such things instead of talking about one's nerves. Nor, of course, does it help if the Terrans explain that though, putting aside the possibility of unconscious inference, perhaps anything can be known non-inferentially, it does not follow that anything except certain naturally suitable entities can be known incorrigibly. For the Antipodeans do not have the notion of entities known incorrigibly but only of reports, seems statements, which are incorrigible and which may be about any sort of entity. They understand that the Terrans do have the former notion, but they are baffled why they think they need it, although they can see how, in ignorance of neurology, a lot of strange notions might have become current. When we turn to the skeptic about other minds, the person who emphasizes that there can be inner states without behavioral accompaniments, we again have a perfectly sound intuition blown up into a paradox. The sound intuition is just that raw feels are as good particulars as tables or archangels, or electrons as good inhabitants of the world, as good candidates for ontological status. The question, do the Antipodeans have raw feels? Is no fishier or more metaphysical than the question, do they have red blood? Or do they have the moral sense? Further, we do indeed have a special, superior way of knowing about our own raw feels. We have privileged access to private entities. This good point begins to turn bad, however, when the principle of the naturally given suggests that since raw feels are so very well known indeed, they must be entities of a very special sort, processes in a private non-material medium, perhaps. It turns bad, so to speak, when more is made of man's glassy essence than the fact that man's knowledge is a mirror of nature, and when the question arises what kind of special and marvelous material, or non-material, could do that mirroring. There is nothing wrong, so to speak, with saying that people have to be pretty special to know so much more than the beasts of the field. Even the Antipodeans say the same. But when we try to go from 1, we know our minds better than we know anything else. 2. We could know all about our minds even if we knew nothing else. 3. Knowing whether something has a mind is a matter of knowing it as it knows itself. Then we can never say why we should not be solipsists. The transition from 1 to 2 is made natural, though not necessitated, by the principle of the naturally given and the metaphor of the inner eye. For if we think of the eye simply turning inward and spotting a raw feel, the whole complex of social institutions and behavioral manifestations which surround reports of such raw feel seems irrelevant. Just because it is irrelevant, we are impelled to move from 2 to 3. All we shall ever know about our fellows, if we have any, we now say wistfully, is their behavior and their social position. We shall never know how it is with them within, if indeed there is any within there. The effect of this is that we stop thinking of our friends and neighbors as people and start thinking of them as husks surrounding a mysterious thing, the glassy essence, the private non-material medium, which only professional philosophers, perhaps, can describe but which we know, or hope, is there. The notion that introspection is a glimpse into another ontological realm is not, and here the Wittgensteinians are quite right, something which comes obvious when we actually do some introspecting. No haunting sense of spying on the uncanny comes over us when we turn the eye of the mind inward. The notion that we are doing so is a product of the epistemological notions which let us slide from 1 to 2 to 3. Here, as elsewhere, epistemology precedes, and tempts us into, metaphysics. But the artificial uncanniness produced by too much epistemology should not lead us, and here some Wittgensteinians are quite wrong, to think that there can be nothing inside at all. Nor should we think our privileged access to our own mental states is a mystery requiring either metaphysical defense or skeptical destruction. The force of the skeptic's original sound intuition can be brought out by emphasizing this last point. I shall do so by taking a critical look at Wittgensteinian arguments that mental entities have a sort of diminished ontological responsibility, and that the whole notion of private entities and of privileged access to them is somehow misguided. It has been emphasized by Strawson that Wittgenstein had two distinct sorts of hostility: one to privacy and one to immediacy. The latter, I think, was crucially important, but the former was entirely misguided. I6 Consider the famous passage in which Wittgenstein says that a sensation is not a something, but not a nothing either. The conclusion was only that a nothing would serve just as well as a something about which nothing could be said. 17. This directs attention to the paradoxical thing about the skeptic's claim, the insistence that it is the spell incommunicable felt qualities of inner states which matter. But if we distinguish between the claim that we have privileged access to our own pains and the claim that we know which mental states we are in purely by virtue of their special felt qualities, we can avoid the paradox and let a sensation be as much a something as a table. The former claim merely says that there is no better way of finding out whether somebody is in pain than by asking him, and that nothing can overrule his 16 cfpf Strawson, Review of Wittgenstein's Philosophical Investigations in the Anthology cited in Note 13, p. 62. I have argued elsewhere that we can save Wittgenstein's epistemological insights, which center around the impossibility of learning the meaning of words without antecedent stage setting, without getting caught up in a hostility to privacy which led Wittgenstein to the edge of behaviorism and which led some of his followers over the edge. In the view I would recommend, Wittgenstein's critique of pure ostensive definition can be generalized into Sellers's doctrine that we cannot know the meaning of one word without knowing the meaning of a lot of others, and thus can be used to show what is wrong with the notion of the eye of the mind, without drawing any metaphysical corollaries. See my Wittgenstein, Privileged Access and Incommunicability, American Philosophical Quarterly 7, 1970, 192-205 and Verificationism and Transcendental Arguments, News 5, 1971, 3-14. 17 Wittgenstein, Philosophical Investigations, pt. I, Sector 304. Own Sincere Report. The latter says that the mechanism which makes this privilege possible is his inspection of the phenomenological properties of his own mental states. To get from the first claim to the second, we need the Cartesian model of self-knowledge as analogous to observation, the image of the inner eye, and the notion that stomach cramps, for example, are not naturally given in the way in which the feelings produced by stomach cramps are. This is the notion which, brought to bear on the antipodeans, produces the notion that they can't be directly acquainted with their C fibers but must be making an unconscious inference from special, felt qualities. If we drop the notion that the only way in which we can have direct knowledge of an entity is by being acquainted with its special, felt, incommunicable qualities, then we can have privileged access without paradox. We can drop this notion if, with Wittgenstein, we note that unless there were such a thing as typical pain behavior, we would never be able to teach a child the meaning of, for example, toothache. More generally, we can note that the way in which the pre-linguistic infant knows that it has a pain is the way in which the record changer knows the spindle is empty, the plant the direction of the sun, and the amoeba the temperature of the water. But this way has no connection with what a language user knows when he knows what pain is, that it is mental rather than physical, typically produced by injured tissues, etc. The mistake which Wittgenstein exposed was to assume that we learn what a pain is in the second sense by casting linguistic garb over our knowledge of what pain is in the first sense by clothing our direct acquaintance with special felt, incommunicable qualities in words, thus rendering ourselves forever skeptical about whether the same incommunicable quality is being named when our friends use the same word. The notion that knowledge in the first sense, the sort manifested by behavioral discrimination, is the foundation, rather than simply one possible causal antecedent, of knowledge in the second sense is itself one more product of the Cartesian model. For as long as it is thought that the naturally given is known through and through simply by being seen by the inner eye, it will seem odd to suggest that the behavior and environment which we must know about in order to use the word pain in ordinary conversation should have anything to do with what pain means. The image of the mental eye, combined with the notion that language consists of names of the naturally given plus abbreviations for instrumentalistic criteria for detecting the presence of all entities not naturally given, produces skepticism. For these assumptions guarantee that the facts about behavior and environment, of which behaviorists and Wittgensteinians make much, should seem irrelevant to the essence of pain. For that essence is determined simply by what is named. 18. From the Antipodean point of view, the notion of private entities about which only one person has insurrigible knowledge, is strange but not incomprehensible. It strikes the Antipodeans as clear but pointless. What would strike them as unintelligible is the notion of entities so private, so to speak, that knowledge of them is not only privileged but incommunicable. These indeed, they might say, are not entities at all. Contrariwise, the Wittgensteinian temptation to suggest that sensations have some sort of halfway existence between nothings and somethings, that they drop out of the world like the beetles in boxes of Wittgenstein's famous analogy, comes from running to 18. One might argue about whether Wittgenstein's views on sensations were a corollary of his views about meaning, or whether the epistemological views reflected in the former entail his philosophy of language. I do not think that such an argument would be fruitful. As I shall suggest in Chapter 6, there is no particular reason to view philosophy of language as prior to other parts of philosophy. In particular, I do not think that disputes about the theory of reference, which I discuss in Section 4 of Chapter 6, help to illuminate the issue which Kripke raises about the essence of pain in the passage cited in Section 2 of this chapter. Questions about rigid designation leave questions about essence wide open. Gather the notions of incorrigibility and incommunicability. If we assimilate the two, and realize the skeptical implications of incommunicability, then we will indeed be skeptical about privileged access to private entities. But this skepticism will not be the sort the Antipodeans have. They are skeptical because they think such entities and such access are de trop, not because they think that the notions of them are conceptual confusions. Traditional Cartesian skeptics about other minds are of still a third sort. They just doubt whether other people have, for example, pains. This skepticism is no more refutable and no more interesting than skepticism about whether the table exists when there is no one about to perceive it. It is, after all, quite possible that tables vanish when nobody is around. It is quite possible that our companions always simulate pain behavior without ever having any pains. It is quite possible that the world is a very different sort of place than we imagine. But this kind of skepticism would never have occupied philosophers' attention if it were not for the notion of the naturally given, and the consequent suggestion that everything, our friend's mind, as well as his table and his body, which is not a fragment of our own inner mirror, a part of our own glassy essence, is just a posit, an inference, a construction, or something equally dubious which requires metaphysical system building, Descartes, Kant, or discoveries about our language. Russell, Ayer, for its defense. Such redescriptions of reality or language are supposed to show that it is impossible for the skeptic to doubt what he doubts without making some wholesale intellectual mistake, misunderstanding the nature of matter, Kant, or misunderstanding the logic of our language, Ayer. But it is not impossible, it is just pointless, unless some further reason for doubt is given other than that certainty cannot be had. We should not think that philosophers of the 17th century misunderstood the nature of the mind by, so to speak, systematically distorting ordinary language, Ryle. Nor should we think that since the naive metaphysics of common sense generates skeptical problems, we need to replace it by, say, a neutral monism, Spinoza, or a panpsychism, Whitehead, Hartshorne, or a materialism, Smart. The 17th century did not misunderstand the mere roar of nature or the inner eye any more than Aristotle misunderstood natural motion or Newton gravity. They hardly could misunderstand it, since they invented it. The charge that this set of images inaugurated an era of philosophy which centered around epistemological skepticism is sound enough, but it is important to see that this was not because other minds were somehow especially susceptible to skepticism. They are no more susceptible than anything else that is outside one's own mind. The 17th century gave skepticism a new lease on life because of its epistemology, not its philosophy of mind. Any theory which views knowledge as accuracy of representation, and which holds that certainty can only be rationally had about representations, will make skepticism inevitable. The veil of ideas epistemology which took over philosophy in the 17th century transformed skepticism from an academic curiosity, Pyrrhonian skepticism, and a concrete and local theological issue, the authority of the Church versus that of the individual reader of Scripture, into a cultural tradition. 19 It did so by giving rise to a new philosophical genre, the system which brings subject and object together again. This reconciliation has been the goal of philosophical thought ever since. Ryle and Wittgenstein are misleading when they say that there must be something wrong with the 17th century picture which has held us captive, on the ground that in ordinary life we have no difficulty telling what has a mind and what doesn't, nor 19 C. Popkin, Scepticism from Erasmus to Descartes, and Maurice Mandelbaum, Philosophy, Science, and Sense Perception, Baltimore, 1964, for discussions of various factors which contributed to the formation of this tradition. For a more radical interpretation, see Jacques Maritain, The Dream of Descartes, New York, 1944. Whether tables persist out of sight. It is as if we said that the imitation of Christ cannot be a suitable ideal because in ordinary life we have no trouble recognizing the bounds placed on love by prudence and self-interest. The images which generate philosophical, and poetic, traditions are not likely to be attended to outside the study, just as the counsels of perfection which religion proffers are not likely to be noticed on weekdays. If philosophy is an attempt to see how things, in the largest sense of the term, hang together, in the largest sense of the term, then it will always involve the construction of images which will have characteristic problems and will beget characteristic genres of writing. One may wish to say, as I do, that the 17th century image is outworn, that the tradition which it inspired has lost its vitality. But that is quite a different criticism from saying that this tradition misunderstood something or failed to solve a problem. Skepticism and the principal genre of modern philosophy have a symbiotic relationship. They live one another's death, and die one another's life. One should see philosophy neither as achieving success by answering the skeptic, nor as rendered nugatory by realizing that there is no skeptical case to be answered. The story is more complicated than that. Like the behaviorist and the skeptic about other minds, the materialist has a sound intuition which becomes paradoxical when stated in the vocabulary of the tradition to which it is a reaction. Encouraged by reflection on the Antipodeans, the materialist thinks it likely that reference to neurological microstructures and processes may replace reference to short-term mental states, sensations, thoughts, mental images, in the explanation of human behavior. If he is wise, he does not think the same for beliefs, desires, and other long-term and not incorrigibly knowable mental states, but is content to view them as properties of persons rather than of minds, in the manner of Ryle. Not content with this plausible prediction, however, he wishes to say something metaphysical. The only thing to be said seems to be that mental states are nothing but neural states. But this sounds paradoxical. So he tries various tactics to mitigate the paradox. One such tactic is to say that the nature of the mind has so far been misunderstood, and that once we understand it correctly we shall see that it is not paradoxical to say that it may turn out to be the nervous system. Behaviorism is one form of this tactic, and it is compatible with materialism in the sense that the claim, when we talk about mental events we are really talking about behavioral dispositions, though not compatible with, when we talk about mental events we are really talking about neural events, is compatible with. There are, however, other things relevant to prediction and explanation of behavior than the systematic interrelationships of dispositions with events in the external world, and among these are the neural events which sometimes cause the onset of such dispositions. It has been customary in recent discussions, however, to take behaviorism and materialism as two quite different ways, mild and violent, respectively, of modifying the 17th century picture of the mind. In this spirit, materialists have fastened on those mental entities most recalcitrant to Ryle's dispositional analyses, the raw feels, the passing thoughts, the mental images, and tried to show that these are to be construed, roughly, as whatever it is which causes the onset of certain behavior or behavioral dispositions. This so-called topic-neutral analysis of the mind, by, especially, J.J.C. Smart and David Armstrong, runs into trouble, however, over the intuitive distinction between whatever mental state it is which causes the onset, and whatever physical state it is which causes the onset. To put it another way, the intuition that there is some difference between materialism and parallelism makes us feel that there is something misleading, or at least incomplete, in topic-neutral accounts of what makes the mental. Or, to put it still another way, if our notion of mind is what topic-neutral analyses say it is very hard to explain the existence of a mind-body problem. Point 20 We may say that the lack of a fine-grained neurological AC count promoted the notion that there is something distinctive about the mind, that it must be something ghostly, but this tactic simply splits the traditional notion of the mental into two parts, the causal role and the glassy sense believed to play this causal role. Topic-neutral analyses obviously cannot capture, and do not want to capture, the latter. But it seems mere gerrymandering to split our concept of a mental state into the portion which is compatible with materialism and the portion which is not, and then say that only the former is essential to the concept. Point 21 We can put the attempt at topic-neutral analyses in perspective by seeing it as one way to get around the following argument for dualism. 1. Some statements of the form "I just had a sensation of pain" are true. 2 sensations of pain are mental events. 3 neural processes are physical events. 4 mental and physical are incompatible predicates. 5 No sensation of pain is a neural event. 6 There are some non-physical events. 20 CMC Bradley's Critical Notice of J.J.C. Smart's Philosophy and Scientific Realism, Australasian Journal of Philosophy 42, 1964, 262-283, on this point. My Own Incorrigibility as the Mark of the Mental, Journal of Philosophy 67, 1970, 399-424, begins with a discussion of this point, and was inspired by Bradley's review of Smart. 21. Doing so is the inverse of Kripke's Cartesian claim that the immediate phenomenological quality of pain is essential to it. Raelians, and some Wittgensteinians, taking mentality to consist in accessibility to privileged access, and indulging what Strawson calls a hostility to privacy, deny. 2. Panpsychists have denied. 3.22 Reductive materialists such as Smart and Armstrong, who offer topic-neutral analyses of mentalistic terms, challenge. 4. Eliminative materialists like Feyerabend and Quine deny. 1. This last position claims the advantage over the reductive version of not having to offer revisionary analyses of terms, and thus not having to get involved with dubious notions such as meaning and analysis. It does not say that we have been misleadingly calling neural processes sensations, but merely that there are no sensations. Nor does it say that the meaning of the term sensation can be analyzed in such a way as to produce such unexpected results as the denial of. 4. It is fully Quinian and wholly anti-Raelian in the sense that it happily accepts all the things which the dualist would like to construe the man in the street as saying, and merely adds, so much the worse for the man in the street. This position seems to hold out hope of a sense in which the materialist's metaphysical claim mental states are nothing but neural states can be cheaply bought. For now it can be defended without the need to do anything as laborious or as shady as philosophical analysis. We can say that although in one sense there just are no sensations, in another sense what people called sensations, viz., neural states, do indeed exist. The distinction of senses is no more sophisticated than when we say that the sky does not exist. 22 Hartshorne and Whitehead are perhaps the clearest examples in recent philosophy. I have argued against Whitehead's version of this doctrine in The Subjectivist Principle and the Linguistic Turn in Alfred North Whitehead, Essays on His Philosophy, ed. George Klein, Englewood Cliffs, N.J., 1963. A panpsychist view is also suggested by Thomas Nagel's proposal for an objective phenomenology which would permit questions about the physical basis of experience to assume a more intelligible form. What is it like to be a bat? Philosophical Review 83 1974, 449. However, in both Hartshorne and Nagel, panpsychism tends to merge with neutral monism. But that there is something which people call the sky, the appearance of a blue dome as a result of refracted sunlight, which does exist, although, as the prevalence of the Brandt-Campbell objection discussed in section 2 shows, the analogy cannot be pressed so as to make a mental state the appearance of a neural state. So it looks as if the argument for dualism above can be handled by saying that all the dualist is entitled to is the following premise. Some statements of the form I just had a sensation of pain are as properly taken as true as the sky is overcast and the sun is rising, but none of them is true. If we substitute for in the argument, then we will substitute the following for 2. If there were any sensations of pain, they would be mental events, and then draw the conclusion. 6. The things which people have been calling sensations are physical, and, specifically, neural, events. We can then conclude that although there are no mental events, the things which people have called mental events are physical events, even though mental and physical are as incompatible as rising above the horizon and standing still. This attempt at a cheap version of the identity of minds and brains will work well enough if we refrain from pressing questions about criteria of identity of reference, just as topic-neutral analyses will work well enough if we refrain from pressing questions about identity of meaning. One do not, however, think that there are criteria for the identity of either which are useful in philosophically controversial cases. So one do not think that eliminative materialism is a more plausible version of the thesis of mind-brain identity than reductive materialism. When we try to make sense of any claim of the form there aren't really any X's, what you have been talking about are nothing but Y's, it is always possible to object that, A, X refers to X's, and, B, we cannot refer to what does not exist. So to get around this standard criticism, the eliminative materialist would have to say either that sensation does not refer to sensations, but to nothing at all, or that refer in the sense of talk about is not subject to, b. Either line is defensible, and I defend the second in discussing the notion of reference in connection with the so-called problem of conceptual change in Chapter 6 below. But since I think that the reductive and eliminative versions of the identity theory are both merely awkward attempts to throw into current philosophical jargon our natural reaction to an encounter with the Antipodeans, I do not think that the difference between the two should be pressed. Rather, they should both be abandoned, and with them the notion of mind-body identity. The proper reaction to the Antipodean story is to adopt a materialism which is not an identity theory in any sense, and which thus avoids the artificial notion that we must wait upon an adequate theory of meaning, or reference, before deciding issues in the philosophy of mind. 2323 This is not to say that the controversies surrounding the reductive and eliminative forms of the identity theory have been pointless. On the contrary, I think that they have been very useful, and particularly so because of their interplay with questions in the philosophy of language. But I think that the upshot of this interplay has been, first, to bolster Quine's view that the notion of sameness of meaning cannot be invoked to solve philosophical problems where the notion of coextensive has failed, and, second, to show that the sense of really talking about used in such discussions as that about materialism is not interestingly connected with the Phrygian notion of reference, in which one cannot refer to what does not exist. The latter point is argued in Chapter 6. Having adopted an eliminative materialist position some years ago, Mind-Body Identity, Privacy, and Categories, Review of Metaphysics 1965, 25-54, I am very grateful to the people whose criticisms of this article eventually led me to what I hope is a clearer understanding of the issues. I am especially indebted to publications by, or conversations with, Richard Bernstein, Eric Bush. This amounts to saying, once again, that the materialist should stop reacting to stories such as that about the Antipodeans by saying metaphysical things, and confine himself to such claims as no predictive or explanatory or descriptive power would be lost if we had spoken Antipodean all our lives. It is pointless to ask whether the fact that Cerebroscope's correct Antipodean reports of inner states shows that they are not mental states, or shows rather that mental states are really neural states. It is pointless not just because nobody has any idea how to resolve the issue, but because nothing turns on it. The suggestion that it has a clear-cut answer depends upon the pre-Quinian notion of necessary and sufficient conditions built into our language for the application of the term sensation, mental, and the like, or upon some similar essentialism. 24 Only a philosopher with a lot invested in the notion of ontological status would need to worry about whether a corrigibly David Coder, James Kornman, David Hilly, William Leakin, George Pappas, David Rosenthal, Stephen Savitt, and Richard Sikora. The reader interested in following up the similarities and differences between reductive and eliminative materialism might consult Kornman, Materialism and Sensations, New Haven, 1971, Leakin and Pappas, What is Eliminative Materialism? Australasian Journal of Philosophy 50, 1972, 149-159, Bush, Rorty Revisited, Philosophical Studies 25, 1974, 33-42, and Hilly, Is Eliminative Materialism Materialism? Philosophy and Phenomenological Research 38, 1978, 325 feet 337 inches. 24 I injudiciously invoke such a notion in incorrigibility as the mark of the mental, cited in Note 20 above. I there concluded that the development of due respect for cerebroscopes would mean the discovery that there had never been any mental events. But this is over-dramatized, and tries to establish more of a difference between eliminative and reductive materialism than, as Leakin and Pappas have shown, there really is. I have been greatly helped to see the flaws in my earlier view by correspondence with David Coder concerning his The Fundamental Error of Central State Materialism, American Philosophical Quarterly 10, 1973, 28 G298, and with David Rosenthal concanting his Mentality and Neutrality, Journal of Philosophy 73, 1976, 386 415. Portable pain was really a pain, or rather a stimulated C fiber. 25. If we stop asking questions about what counts as mental and what does not, and instead recall that incorrigibility is all that is at issue in puzzles about the Antipodeans, then we can see the argument for dualism offered above as an over-dramatized version of the following argument. 1. Some statements of the form "I just had a sensation of pain" are true too. Sensations of pain are incorrigibly reportable. 3. Neural events are not incorrigibly reportable. 4. Nothing can be both corrigibly and incorrigibly reportable. 5. No sensation of pain is a neural event. Here the temptation to avoid 5 by denying 1 is much less great. 4 is more easily criticized than 4. It is hard to say that mental really means something that might turn out to be physical, just as it is hard to say that criminal behavior really means behavior which might turn out to be innocent. That is why detailed attempts at topic-neutral analysis in hopes of denying 4 seem foredoomed. But it is relatively easy to deny 4 and say that something can be corrigibly reportable by those who know neurology. 25. But this is not to say that the Antipodeans would have no impact on philosophy. The disappearance of psychology as a discipline distinct from neurology, and similar cultural developments, might eventually free us from the image of the mirror of nature much more effectively than philosophers' identity theories. Outside of philosophy, there would be a bit of blurring in ordinary speech, a bit of not knowing what to say when the sincere introspector defied the cerebroscope, but common sense, language, and culture have survived worse muddles than this. Compare, for example, conversations between moralistic judges and psychiatrists who produce a case history to show that criminal is inappositely applied to the accused's behavior. Nobody but an overzealous philosopher would think that there was an essence of crime determined by looking at, for example, our language and capable of resolving judges' dilemmas. And incorrigibly reportable, by those who don't, as easy as to say, something can be treated rather than punished, by those who understand psychology, and punished rather than treated, by those who don't. For in both these latter examples we are talking about social practices rather than intrinsic properties of the entities in question or the logic of our language. It is easy to imagine different social practices in regard to the same objects, actions, or events, depending upon the degree of intellectual and spiritual development of the culture in question, higher stages of development being, pace Hegel, those in which spirit is less self-conscious. So by denying 4, we seem to open the way for denying 5, and saying that sensation and brain process are just two ways of talking about the same thing. Having earlier heaped scorn on both neutral monists and identity theorists, I may now seem to be edging into their camp. For the question now arises, two ways of talking about what? Something mental or something physical. But here, I think, we have to resist our natural metaphysical urge, and not reply, a third thing, of which both mentality and physicality are aspects. It would be better at this point to abandon argument and fall back on sarcasm, asking rhetorical questions like what is this mental-physical contrast anyway? Whoever said that anything one mentioned had to fall into one or other of two, or half a dozen, ontological realms? But this tactic seems disingenuous, since it seems obvious, once the psychology departments stop doing experiments with questionnaires and slideshows, and just do it all with cerebroscopes, that the physical has somehow triumphed. But what did it triumph over? The mental? What was that? The practice of making incorrigible reports about certain of one's states? That seems too small a thing to count as an intellectual revolution. Perhaps, then, it triumphed over the sentimental intellectual's conviction that there was a private inner realm into which publicity, scientific method, and society could not penetrate. But this is not right either. The secret in the poet's heart remains unknown to the secret police, despite their ability to predict his every thought, utterance, and movement by monitoring the Sear Brothers cope which he must wear day and night. We can know which thoughts pass through a man's mind without understanding them. Our inviolable uniqueness lies in our poetic ability to say unique and obscure things, not in our ability to say obvious things to ourselves alone. The real difficulty we encounter here is, once again, that we are trying to set aside the image of man as possessor of a glassy essence, suitable for mirroring nature with one hand, while holding onto it with the other. If we could ever drop the whole cluster of images which Antipodeans do not share with us, we would not be able to infer that matter had triumphed over spirit, science over privacy, or anything over anything else. These warring opposites are notions which do not make sense outside of a cluster of images inherited from the Terran 17th century. No one except philosophers, who are professionally obligated to take these images seriously, will be scandalized if people start saying, "The machine told me that it didn't really hurt, it only, very horribly, seemed to." Philosophers are too involved with notions like ontological status to take such developments lightly, but no other part of culture is. Consider the fact that only philosophers remain perplexed about how one can have unconscious motives and desires. Only the notion that philosophy should provide a permanent matrix of categories into which every possible empirical discovery and cultural development can be fitted without strain impels us to ask unanswerable questions like, would this mean that there were no minds? Were we wrong about the nature of the mind? Were the Antipodeans right in saying, there never were any of those things you called raw feels? Finally, the same overambitious conception of philosophy, stemming from the same set of 17th century images, is responsible for materialists' fears that unless cerebral localization and philosophical analysis cooperate to identify the mind and the body, then the unity of science is endangered. If we follow Sellers in saying that science is the measure of all things, then we shall not worry about cerebral localization turning out to be a flop, much less about materialist analyses of our everyday mentalistic vocabulary succumbing to counterexamples. We shall not interpret either failure as showing that science has all the while been riding on two horses, one solid and one ghostly, which may start galloping off in opposite directions at any moment. Science's failure to figure out how the brain works will cause no more danger to science's unity than its failure to explain mononucleosis, or the migration of butterflies, or stock market cycles. Even if neurons turn out to swerve to be buffeted by forces as yet unknown to science, Descartes would not be vindicated. To think otherwise is to commit the fallacy of omnignotum pro spectro, taking everything one cannot understand to be a ghost, something known in advance to be beyond the reach of science, and which must therefore be despairingly handed over to philosophy. Point 26. If we do not think of philosophy as supply. 26. This point can be made a bit more precisely by using Miele and Sellers's distinction between physical. An event or entity is physical, if it belongs in the space-time network, and physical. An event or entity is physical if it is definable in terms of theoretical primitives equate to describe completely the actual states, though not necessarily the potentialities of the universe before the appearance of life. This distinction, drawn in the concept of emergence, Minnesota Studies in the Philosophy of Science, I 1956, 252, can be multiplied to distinguish physical from appropriate senses of physical defined in terms of the universe before the appearance of linguistic behavior, of intentional action, of beliefs and desires, etc. For any such distinction, the point to be emphasized is that science's failure to explain something in terms of physical, for n greater than I, entities does nothing to show that the explanation must be in terms of non-physical entities. The point is put to good use by Jeffrey Hellman and Frank Thompson in Physicalism, Ontology, Determination and Reduction, Journal of Philosophy 72, 1975, 551-564 and Physicalist. Ing a permanent ontological frame for any possible scientific result, consisting, example of categories like mental and physical, we shall not think of science's failure as a vindication of Descartes, any more than we regard science's failure to explain the origin of the first living cell as a vindication of Aquinas. If the neurons do swerve, or if the brain works holistically rather than atomistically, this does not help show that we do, after all, have clear and distinct ideas of the mental and the physical. These so-called ontological categories are simply the ways of packaging rather heterogeneous notions, from rather diverse historical sources, which were convenient for Descartes' own purposes. But his purposes are not ours. Philosophers should not think of his artificial conglomerate as if it were a discovery of something pre-existent, a discovery which, because intuitive or conceptual or categorical, sets permanent parameters for science and philosophy. 7. Epistemology and the Philosophy of Mind. I hope that the 2 chapters on the mind-body problem which the reader has just finished have persuaded him of at least the following points. Unless we are willing to revive Platonic and Aristotelian notions about grasping universals, we shall not think that knowledge of general truths is made possible by some special, metaphysically distinctive, ingredient in human beings. Unless we wish to revive the 17th century's somewhat awkward and inconsistent use of the Aristotelian notion of substance, we shall not make sense of the notion of 2 ontological realms, the mental and the physical. Materialism, News 1-1, 1977, 309-346. Their version of materialism without identity should be compared with Davidson's in his Mental Events, discussed IRL Chapter 4 below. Unless we wish to affirm what I have called principle, p. roughly, the claim that a distinctive metaphysical property of presence to consciousness grounds some of our non-inferential reports of our states, we shall not be able to use the notion of entities whose appearance exhausts their reality to bolster the mental-physical distinction. The notion that there is a problem about mind and body originated in the 17th century's attempt to make the mind a self-contained sphere of inquiry. The idea was to offer a paramechanical account of mental processes which, somehow, would underwrite some claims to knowledge and disallow other claims. The paradigm of the epistemological turn taken by philosophy in the 17th century was what Kant called the physiology of the human understanding of the celebrated Mr. Locke, a causal account of mental processes which is supposed to criticize and justify knowledge claims. To get this notion off the ground required the Cartesian replacement of the ancient and medieval problem of reason by the modern problem of consciousness. If what I have been saying in the past 2 chapters is right, the persistence of notions like the mind-body problem and the philosophy of mind is due to the persistence of the notion that there is some link between the older notions of reason or personhood and the Cartesian notion of consciousness. Part 2 of this book attempts to dissolve the modern version of the problem of reason, the notion that there is a problem about the possibility or extent of accurate representation, which is the concern of a discipline called epistemology. Insofar as it succeeds, this attempt frees us from the notion of human knowledge as an assemblage of representations in a mirror of nature, and thus reinforces the claim of Part I that we can do with O.ut the notion of our glassy essence. If knowledge is not a matter of accuracy of representations, in any but the most trivial and unproblematic sense, then we need no inner mirror, and there is thus no mystery concerning the relation of that mirror to our grosser parts. Even if the problems of consciousness and reason are both dissolved, however, that of personhood might seem to remain intact, since this notion draws on our moral intuitions which seem unlikely to be merely the results of misguided Greek or 17th century attempts to construct models of knowing or of the mind. Insofar as personhood is discussed in this book, it is in Part 3, in connection with the notion of philosophy. There I try to show how the peculiarly philosophical project of picking out which entities are persons, and therefore possess moral dignity, on the basis of some objective criterion, for example, their possession of a glassy essence, is a confusion between, roughly, science and ethics. Part 3 tries to suggest a way of viewing our moral consciousness which avoids this idea. Parts 2 and 3 thus pick up the notions which I listed in Chapter 1, Section 3, above as marks of the mental but have not discussed in Part 1. They suggest ways of handling these notions, for example, intentionality, moral dignity once the notion of a special mental ingredient or glassy essence is dropped. So I hope that some of the doubts which have emerged in the reader's mind in the course of Part I, and some of the questions which may have been left dangling, will be resolved in the remainder of the book. The idea of a theory of knowledge. L. Epistemology and philosophy's self-image. The notion that there is an autonomous discipline called philosophy, distinct from and sitting in judgment upon both religion and science, is of quite recent origin. When Descartes and Hobbes denounced the philosophy of the schools, they did not think of themselves as substituting a new and better kind of philosophy, a better theory of knowledge, or a better metaphysics, or a better ethics. Such distinctions among fields of philosophy were not yet drawn. The idea of philosophy itself, in the sense in which it has been understood since the subject became standardized as an academic subject in the 19th century, was not yet at hand. Looking backward, we see Descartes and Hobbes as beginning modern philosophy, but they thought of their own cultural role in terms of what Lecky was to call the warfare between science and theology. They were fighting, albeit discreetly, to make the intellectual world safe for Copernicus and Galileo. They did not think of themselves as offering philosophical systems, but as contributing to the efflorescence of research in mathematics and mechanics, as well as liberating intellectual life from ecclesiastical institutions. Hobbes defined philosophy as such knowledge of effects of appearances, as we acquire by true ratiocination from the knowledge we have first of their causes of generation. He had no wish to distinguish what he was doing from something else called science. It was not until after Kant that our modern philosophy-science distinction took hold. Until the power of the 1 Thomas Hobbes, De Corpore, Chap. I, Sector 2. Churches over science and scholarship was broken. The energies of the men we now think of as philosophers were directed toward demarcating their activities from religion. It was only after that battle had been won that the question of separation from the sciences could arise. The eventual demarcation of philosophy from science was made possible by the notion that philosophy's core was theory of knowledge, a theory distinct from the sciences because it was their foundation. We now trace that notion back at least to Descartes' Meditations and Spinoza's De Emendatione Intellectus, but it did not achieve self-consciousness until Kant. It did not become built into the structure of academic institutions, and into the pat, unreflective self-descriptions of philosophy professors, until far into the 19th century. Without this idea of a theory of knowledge, it is hard to imagine what philosophy could have been in the age of modern science. Metaphysics, considered as the description of how the heavens and the earth are put together, had been displaced by physics. The secularization of moral thought, which was the dominating concern of European intellectuals in the 17th and 18th centuries, was not then viewed as a search for a new metaphysical foundation to take the place of theistic metaphysics. Kant, however, managed to transform the old notion of philosophy metaphysics as queen of the sciences because of its concern with what was most universal and least material into the notion of a most basic discipline, a foundational discipline. Philosophy became primary no longer in the sense of highest but in the sense of underlying. Once Kant had written, historians of philosophy were able to make the thinkers of the 17th and 18th centuries fall into place as attempting to answer the question, how is our knowledge possible? And even to project this question back upon the ancients. 22 On the difference between histories of philosophy written before and after Kant, see Maurice Mandelbaum, on the historiography of this Kantian picture of philosophy as centered in epistemology, however, won general acceptance only after Hegel and speculative idealism had ceased to dominate the intellectual scene in Germany. It was only after people like Zeller began saying that it was time to stop throwing up systems and to get down to the patient labor of sorting out the given from the subjective additions made by Philosophy, Philosophy Research Archives, Volume 2, 1976, John Passmore's article on historiography of philosophy in the Encyclopedia of Philosophy, New York, 1967, Lucien Braun, Histoire de la Philosophie, Paris, 1973, especially Chapter 5, Victor Cousin, Introduction d'Histoire de la Philosophie, Paris, 1868, Deuxième Léon, de Historiens de la Philosophie. Mandelbaum, p. 713, says of the frequency with which the concept of the history of philosophy was discussed in the last decade of the 18th century in Germany that I believe it to be the case, although my documentation is insufficient to make this more than a conjecture that this discussion must have been instigated through the impact of Kant's work in that period, by the sense that his system was at one and the same time an end and a new beginning. All these writers emphasize the contrast between Brucker's Historia Critica Philosophiae of 1742 to 1767 and the histories of Tiedemann, Geist der spekulativen Philosophie, 1791 to 1797, and Tennemann, Geschichte der Philosophie, 1789 to 1819. Brucker devotes about 1/10 of his space to the modern syncretic philosophers, i.e., those who do not fit into one of the ancient schools, and includes, besides the now standard sequence consisting of Bacon, Descartes, Hobbes, Spinoza, etc., some 20-odd other figures, example Machiavelli, Kepler, Boyle. These are dropped from consideration by Tiedemann, who originates the canonical short list of great modern philosophers. Tennemann tells us that the history of philosophy is the exhibition of the successive stages in the development of philosophy, the exhibition of the strivings of reason to realize the idea of a science of the ultimate basis and laws of nature and of freedom, having previously told us that reason begins with the faculty of unifying the manifold of representations, and continues from there to the ultimate unification of scientific thought. Geschichte der Philosophie, Volume I, Leipzig, 1798, pages XXIX, XXVI. His history of philosophy already has the dramatic quality which we associate with Hegel's. He gives us both a canon of those who are to count as philosophers, based on how closely their work can be thought to resemble Kant's, and the notion of progress in philosophy from the ancients to the moderns. The mind that philosophy could be thoroughly professionalized. The back to Kant movement of the 1860s in Ger Many was also a let's get down to work movement, a way of separating the autonomous non-empirical discipline of philosophy from ideology on the one hand and from the rising science of empirical psychology on the other. The picture of epistemology and metaphysics as the center of philosophy, and of metaphysics as something which emerges out of epistemology rather than vice versa, which was established by the Neo-Kantians, is the one built into philosophy curricula today. Point 4. The expression theory of knowledge itself attained currency and respectability only after Hegel had gone stale. The first generation of Kant's admirers used Vernunftkritik as a handy label for what? A cf. Edouard Zeller, Oberbedeutung und Aufgabe der Erkenntnis. Theorie in Vortrag und Behandlung, Zweitsammlung, Leipzig, 1877, p. 495. Zeller's essay is one of a long sequence since Kant which announces that the day of the philosophical amateur is over and that the professionals are now in charge. For a later version, see G.J. Warnock, English Philosophy Since 1900, London, 1958, p. 171. Philosophy has only rather recently achieved professional status and p. 172. It is only quite recently that the subject matter, or rather the tasks, of philosophy have come to be clearly distinguished from those of other disciplines. Warnock is speaking of the period 1900–1958. I do not know the earliest appearance of such claims, but note Ernst Reinhold's use of the term Philosophin von Profession to contrast with the Au wissenschaftlich gebildet for whom his Handbuch der allgemeinen Geschichte der Philosophie is intended. Handbuch, Erste Artikel, Gotha, 1828, pv. The Einleitung to Reinhold's history is useful for confirming Mandelbaum's claim, d. Note 2 above, about the relation of Kantian thought to the replacement of chronicles of the opinions of the philosophers by history of philosophy in the modern sense. For as I shall be arguing in more detail below, especially in chapter 6, the contemporary notion of philosophy of language as first Philosophie is not so much a change from the older claim that epistemology was first as a minor variant upon it. The central claim of philosophy since Kant has been that the possibility of representing reality was what needed explanation, and for this project the difference between mental and linguistic representations is relatively unimportant. Kant did, and the words Erkenntnislehre and Erkenntnis theory were invented a bit later, in 1808 and 1832 respectively. Point 5 But Hegel and idealistic system building had by then intervened to obscure the question what is the relation of philosophy to other disciplines. Hegelianism produced an image of philosophy as a discipline which somehow both completed and swallowed up the other disciplines, rather than grounding them. It also made philosophy too popular, too interesting, too important, to be properly professional. It challenged philosophy professors to embody the world spirit, rather than simply getting on with their Fach. The essay of Zellers which, according to Mothner, first raised the term Erkenntnis theory to its present academic dignity, 6 ends by saying that those who believe that we can spin all the sciences out of our own spirit may continue on with Hegel, but anyone saner should recognize that the proper task of philosophy, once the notion of the thing in itself, and thus the temptations of idealism, are rejected, is to establish the objectivity of the knowledge claims made in the various empirical disciplines. 5 cf. Hans Wehinger, über den Ursprung der Erkenntnistheorie, Philosophische-Te, Volume 12, Leipzig, 1876, pages 84-90 for the history of the term. Wehinger presents the view, which most low neo-Kantians seem to share, and which I am adopting here, that Locke was the first to have a clear consciousness that all metaphysical and ethical discussion must be preceded by epistemological investigations, and that what Descartes and Spinoza said along these lines was merely occasional and unsystematic. p. 84. I am indebted for the reference to Wehinger, as well as for other references and for many enlightening ideas, to an unpublished paper by Ian Hacking on the rise of epistemology as a discipline. 6 Fritz Mothner, W6 Routerbuch der Philosophie, Munich and Leipzig, 1910, SV. Erkenntnistheorie, Volume 1, p. 296, Einheitliches Deutscher Ausdruck, von Reinhold der Sony, nach Isler, geprägt, aber erst durch Zeller zu seiner jetzigen akademischen Weird promoviert. The same claim for Zeller is made by Wehinger, Erkenntnistheorie, p. 89. Wehinger's article is both a report on, and an example of, the new professionalized self-image which neo-Kantian philosophers were in the course of creating. This will be done by the appropriateness of the a priori contributions brought to bear in perception. 7 Erkenntnis theory thus appears in 1862 as a way out from both idealism and speculation. 15 years later, Zeller notes there is no longer any need to point out the proper role of Erkenntnis theory, since this is now commonly accepted, especially by our younger colleagues. 30 years further on, William James would bemoan the grey plaster temperament of our bald-headed young Ph.D.s, boring each other at seminaries, writing those direful reports of literature in the Philosophical Review and elsewhere, fed on books of reference and never confounding aesthetique with Erkenntnis theory. 9 In this chapter I want to trace some of the crucial stages in the transition from the campaigns of Descartes and Hobbes against the philosophy of the schools to the 19th century's re-establishment of philosophy as an autonomous, self-contained, scholastic discipline. I shall try to back up the claim, common to Wittgenstein and Dewey, that to think of knowledge which presents a problem, and about which we ought to have a theory, is a product of viewing knowledge as an assemblage of representations, a view of knowledge which, I have been arguing, was a product of the 17th century. The moral to be drawn is that if this way of thinking of knowledge is optional, then so is epistemology, and so is philosophy as it has understood itself since the middle of the last century. The story I shall be telling about how philosophy as epistemology attains self-certainty in the modern period will go like this. Descartes' invention of the mind, his coalescence of beliefs and sensations into Lockean ideas, gave philosophers new ground to stand on. It provided a field of inquiry which seemed prior to the subjects on which the ancient seven Zeller, Erkenntnis theory, pages 494 to 495. 8 Ibid, p. 496. 9 William James, Letters, ed. Henry James, Boston, 1920, p. 228, Letter to George Santayana of May 2, 1905. Philosophers had had opinions. Further, it provided a field within which certainty, as opposed to mere opinion, was possible. Locke made Descartes' newly contrived mind into the subject matter of a science of man moral philosophy as opposed to natural philosophy. He did this by confusedly thinking that an analog of Newton's particle mechanics for inner space would somehow be of great advantage in directing our thoughts in the search of other things and would somehow let us see what objects our understandings were, or were not fitted to deal with This project of learning more about what we could know and how we might know it better by studying how our mind worked was eventually to be christened epistemology. But before the project could come to full self-consciousness, a way had to be found of making it a non-empirical project. It had to be a matter of armchair reflection, independent of physiological discoveries and capable of producing necessary truths. Whereas Locke had retained the new inner space of research, the workings of the newly invented Cartesian mind, he had not been able to hold on to Cartesian certainty. Locke's sensualism was not yet a suitable candidate for the vacant position of Queen of the Sciences. Kant put philosophy on the secure path of a science by putting outer space inside inner space, the space of the constituting activity of the transcendental ego, and then claiming Cartesian certainty about the inner for the laws of what had previously been thought to be outer. He thus reconciled the Cartesian claim that we can have certainty only about our ideas with the fact that we already had certainty a priori knowledge about what seemed not to be ideas. The Copernican revolution was based on the notion that we can only know about objects a priori if we constitute them, and Kant was never troubled by the question of how we could have apodictic knowledge of these constituting activities, for Cartesian privileged access was supposed to take care of that point. 12 Once Kant replaced the physiology of the human understanding of the celebrated Mr. Locke with, in Strawson's words, the mythical subject of transcendental psychology, epistemology. As a discipline came of age. Besides raising the science of man from an empirical to an a priori level, Kant did three other things which helped philosophy as epistemology to become self-conscious and self-confident. First, by identifying the central issue of epistemology as the relations between two equally real but irreducibly distinct sorts of representations - formal ones, concepts, and material ones, intuitions, he made it possible to see important continuities between the new epistemological problematic and problems, the problems of reason and of universals, which had bothered the ancients and the medievals. He thereby made it possible to write histories of philosophy of the modern sort. Second, by linking epistemology to morality in the project of destroying reason to make room for faith, that is, destroying Newtonian determinism to make room for the common moral consciousness, he revived the notion of a complete philosophical system, one in which morality was grounded on something less controversial and more scientific. Whereas the ancient schools had each had a view of human virtue designed to match their view of what the world was like, Newton had preempted views on the latter subject. With Kant, epistemology was able to step into metaphysics' role of guarantor of the presuppositions of morality. Third, by taking everything we say to be about something we have constituted, he made it possible for epistemology to be thought of as a foundational science, an armchair discipline capable of discovering the formal, or, in later versions, structural, phenomenological, grammatical, logical, or conceptual, characteristics of any area of human life. He thus enabled philosophy professors to see themselves as presiding over a tribunal of pure reason, able to determine whether other disciplines were staying within the legal limits set by the structure of their subject matters. The epistemological turn taken by Descartes might not have captured Europe's imagination had it not been for a crisis of confidence in established institutions, a crisis expressed paradigmatically in Montaigne. But we should distinguish traditional Pyrrhonian skepticism about our ability to attain certainty from the new veil of ideas skepticism which Descartes made possible by carving out inner space. Traditional skepticism had been troubled principally by the problem of the criterion, the problem of validating procedures of inquiry while avoiding either circularity or dogmatism. This problem, which Descartes thought he had solved by the method of clear and distinct ideas, had little to do with the problem of getting from inner space to outer space, the problem of the external world, which Kant's fondness for jurisprudential metaphors has often been remarked. It is also found in the Neo-Kantians. See, for example, Zeller's über die Aufgabe Philosophie und ihre Stellung zu den übrigen Wissenschaften, Vorträge und Behandlungen, Zweitsammlung pages 445 to 466. In the course of sketching the philosopher's pretensions as overseer of culture, he speaks of the Reichstitel which each discipline should secure from philosophy, and says that there is no branch of human knowledge of which the roots do not reach down into philosophical terrain, for all science springs from the knowing spirit and borrows its laws from that spirit's procedures. Became paradigmatic for modern philosophy. 14 The idea of a theory of knowledge grew up around this latter problem, the problem of knowing whether our inner representations were accurate. The idea of a discipline devoted to the nature, origin, and limits of human knowledge. The textbook definition of epistemology required a field of study called the human mind, and that field of study was what Descartes had created. The Cartesian mind simultaneously made possible veil of ideas skepticism and a discipline devoted to circumventing such skepticism. This is not to say, however, that the invention of the Cartesian mind is a sufficient condition for the development of epistemology. That invention gave us the notion of inner representations, but this notion would not have given rise to epistemology without the confusion I attributed to Locke, the confusion, of which Descartes was largely innocent, between a mechanistic account of the operations of our mind and the grounding of our claims to knowledge. This is what Th. Green was to call the fundamental confusion, on which all empirical psychology rests, between two essentially distinct questions. The uneasy relations between these two forms of skepticism are illustrated by section 12 of Hume's Inquiry concerning human understanding, of the academical or sceptical philosophy. Hume wants to distinguish the skepticism of Descartes' first meditation, which he thought hyperbolical and impossible, both from his own veil of ideas skepticism based on the view that nothing can ever be present to the mind but an image or perception. David Hume, Philosophical Works, Boston and Edinburgh, 1854, Volume 4, p. 173, and from Pyrrhonism, or Excessive Skepticism, p. 183. He was anxious to separate the second from the third and to insist that one not take the merely professional and technical skepticism of the new way of ideas seriously. Hume did not think of himself as finding new arguments to support Sextus, rather he was anxious to show that the skeptical outcome of Locke's project showed not, as Kant and Russell were to believe, the need for a new and better sort of epistemology but the need to appreciate the unimportance of epistemology and the importance of sentiment. On Pyrrhonism in the period before Descartes, see Richard Popkin, History of Scepticism from Erasmus to Descartes, New York, 1964. 1. Metaphysical, what is the simplest element of knowledge? The other physiological, what are the conditions in the individual human organism in virtue of which it becomes a vehicle of knowledge? 15. Green's distinction between an element of knowledge and the conditions of the organism reminds us that a claim to knowledge is a claim to have justified belief, and that it is rarely the case that we appeal to the proper functioning of our organism as a justification. Granted that we sometimes justify a belief by saying, for example, I have good eyes, why should we think that chronological or compositional relations between ideas, conceived of as events in inner space, could tell us about the logical relations between propositions? After all, as Sellers says, in characterizing an episode or a state as that of knowing, we are not giving an empirical description of that episode or state, we are placing it in the logical space of reasons, of justifying and being able to justify what one says. We find it natural to think of what S knows as the collection of propositions completing true statements by S which begin I know that. When we realize that the blank may be filled by such various material as this is red, E equals MC2, my Redeemer liveth, and I shall marry Jane, we are rightly skeptical of the notion of the nature, origin, and limits of human knowledge, and of a department of thought devoted to this topic. But Locke did not think of knowledge that as the primary form of knowledge. He thought, as had Aristotle, of knowledge of as prior to knowledge that, and thus of knowledge as a relation between persons and objects rather than persons and propositions. Given that picture, the notion of an examination of our faculty of understanding makes sense, as does the notion that it is fitted to deal with some sorts of objects and not with others. It makes even more sense if one is convinced that this faculty is something like a wax tablet upon which objects make impressions, and if one thinks of having an impression as in itself a knowing rather than a causal antecedent of knowing. It was just the notion of an impression upon which Reid, the great 18th century enemy of the idea fastened, to be followed by Green in the following century, and by a host of others, H. A. Pritchard, Wilfrid Sellars, J. L. Austin, Jonathan Bennett, in our own. Reid says, there is no prejudice more natural to man, than to conceive of the mind as having some similitude to body in its operations. Hence, men have been prone to imagine, that as bodies are put in motion by some impulse or impression made upon them by contiguous bodies, so the mind is made to think and to perceive by some impression made upon it, or some impulse given to it by contiguous bodies. 1818 Thomas Reid, Essays on the Intellectual Powers of Man, reprinted with an introduction by Barrick Brodie. Green, in a passage following the one quoted from him above, says that only through the confusion between elements of knowledge, propositions, and physiological conditions can any idea be described as an impression at all. A metaphor, interpreted as a fact, becomes the basis of Locke's philosophical system. 19. Sellars, speaking of Hume rather than Locke, diagnoses a confusion between 1. An impression of a red triangle as a red and triangular item which is immediately and non-inferentially known to exist and to be red and triangular. And 2. An impression of a red triangle as a knowing that a red and triangular item exists. 20. All three criticisms are protests against the notion that a quasi-mechanical account of the way in which our immaterial tablets are dented by the material world will help us know what we are entitled to believe. Locke presumably thought himself justified in running together the two senses of impression distinguished by Sellars because he thought the dents in our quasi-tablet to be, as Ryle puts it, self-intimating. Thus he says, I'm printing, if it signify anything, being nothing else, but the making certain truths to be perceived. For to imprint anything on the mind without the mind's perceiving it, seems to me hardly intelligible. 21. It is as if the tabula rasa were perpetually under the gaze of the unblinking eye of the mind, nothing, as Descartes said, being nearer to the mind than itself. If the metaphor is unpacked in this way, imprinted tablet, rather than by the tablet itself. Locke's success, accordingly, depended upon not unpacking the metaphor, on leaving intact the ambiguity between the quasi-red and triangular quasi-object in inner space and knowledge that such an object was there. Whereas Aristotle had not had to worry about an eye of the mind, believing knowledge to be the identity of the mind with the object known, Locke did not have this alternative available. Since for him impressions were representations, he needed a faculty which was aware of the representations, a faculty which judged the representations rather than merely had them judged that they existed, or that they were reliable, or that they had such and such relations to other representations. But he had no room for one, for to postulate such a faculty would have intruded a ghost into the quasi-machine whose operation he hoped to describe. He kept just enough of Aristotle to retain the idea of knowledge as consisting of something object-like entering the soul. 22. But not enough to avoid either skeptical problems about the accuracy of representations or Kantian questions about the difference between intuitions with and without the I think. To put it another way, the Cartesian conglomerate mind which Locke took for granted resembled Aristotelian Vof. Just enough to give a traditional flavor to the notion of impression and departed from it just enough to make Humean skepticism and Kantian transcendentalism possible. Locke was balancing awkwardly between knowledge as identity with object and knowledge as true judgment about object, and the confused idea of moral philosophy as an empirical science of man was possible only because of this transitional stance. 23. 22. Reid thought that Aristotle, in his doctrine of phantasms, had begun the descent down the slippery slope which led to Hume. Cf. Essays, p. 133. 23. In his groundbreaking The Emergence of Probability, Cambridge, 1975, Ian Hacking suggests that the idea of evidence, as a relation of confirmation holding between propositions, was just begin. Still another way of describing the tension in Locke's thought is to see it as pulled on one side toward physiology and on another side toward Aristotle. Reid and Green, once again, agree in this diagnosis. Reid says of Descartes that he sometimes places the ideas of material objects in the brain. Yet he sometimes says, that we are not to conceive the images or traces in the brain to be perceived as if there were eyes in the brain, these traces are only excisions on which, by the laws of the union of soul and body, ideas are excited in the mind. Descartes seems to have hesitated between the two opinions, or to have passed from the one to the other. Mr. Locke seems, in like manner, to have wavered between the two, sometimes representing the ideas of material things as being in the brain, but more frequently as in the mind itself. 24. Green, discussing Locke's ideas of reflection, speaks of his confusion of thought and matter in the imaginary cerebral tablet and says that Locke disguises the difficulty from himself and his reader by constantly shifting both the receptive subject and the impressive matter. We find the tablet perpetually receding. First it is the outward part or bodily organ. Then it is the brain. Then it is the perceptive mind, which takes an impression of the sensation or has an idea of it. Finally, it is the reflective mind. 25. The reason for the shuffling which Reid and Green criticize is that if, like Aristotle and Locke, one tries to model all ning to emerge in the 17th century. If Hacking is right, then this fact sheds considerable light on the various awkward blendings of propositional and, purported, non-propositional knowledge in the work of the British empiricists. See especially Hacking's remarks on Locke, Berkeley, and Hume in chapter 1924. Reid, Essays, pages 147.148. 25. Green, Hearn, and Locke, Pu. D. also p. 163. Knowledge on sense perception, then one will be torn between the literal way in which part of the body, example the retina, can have the same quality as an external object and the metaphorical way in which the person as a whole has, for example, froghood in mind if he has views about frogs. The notion of an immaterial tablet splits the difference between simple physiological fact and speculative metaphor, and any philosophy which uses it will be torn both ways. It is precisely the choice of sense perception as a model, and in particular of ocular imagery, which makes both Aristotle and Locke attempt to reduce knowledge that justified true belief in propositions to knowledge of construed as having in mind. Since Locke views himself as an up-to-date scientist, he would love to cache the tablet metaphor in physiological terms. Since he cannot, shuffling is his only option. When he shuffles back toward Aristotle, he begins to talk about a reflective mind which is very untablet-like indeed. However, the most important shuffle in Locke's treatment of knowledge is not between brain and VOVS but, as I have said, between knowledge as something which, being the simple having of an idea, can take place without judgment, and knowledge as that which results from forming justified judgments. This is the shuffle which Kant detected as the basic error of empiricism, the error most vigorously expressed in his criticism of the confusion of a succession of apprehensions with an apprehension of succession, but which bears equally upon the confusion between merely having two juxtaposed ideas, froghood and greenness, and synthesizing these into the judgment frogs are usually green. Just as Aristotle has no clear way to relate grasping universals to making judgments, no way to relate the receptivity of forms into the mind to the construction of propositions, neither has Locke. This is the principal defect of any attempt to reduce knowledge that to knowledge of, to model knowing on seeing. This defect in Locke was thought by Green, and by most Writers in epistemology in the 19th century, to have been made good by Kant. Green sums up his own basic criticism of British empiricism in the following passage: Locke's empiricism becomes invincible as soon as it is admitted that qualified things are found in nature without any constitutive action of the mind. As the only effective way of dealing with Locke is to ask, after abstraction of all that he himself admitted to be the creation of thought, what remains to be merely found, so Hume must be met in limine by the question whether, apart from such ideas of relation as according to his own showing are not simple impressions, so much as the singular proposition is possible. If not, then the singularity of such proposition does not consist in any singleness of presentation to sense. Point 26. The phrase constitutive action of the mind is the tip-off to Green's own view of the matter, which is summed up in the slogan of the British idealists, "Only thought relates." They viewed this doctrine as an abbreviation of Kant's slogan that intuitions without concepts are blind. Kant's discovery was supposed to have been that there are no qualified things, no objects prior to the constitutive action of the mind. An object, something of which several predicates are true, is thus always a result of synthesis. With Kant, the attempt to formulate a theory of knowledge advanced half of the way toward a conception of knowledge as fundamentally knowing that rather than knowing of halfway toward a conception of knowing which was not modeled on perception. Unfortunately, however, Kant's way of performing the shift still remained within the Cartesian frame of reference. It was still phrased as an answer to the question of how we could get from inner space to outer space. His paradoxical answer was that outer space was constructed out of the Vorstellungen, which 26 Ibid, pages 185 to 186. Inhabited inner space. 19th century attempts to preserve the insight that knowledge is a relation to propositions rather than to objects while avoiding Kantian paradox also remained within the Cartesian frame, and thus were idealisms. The only object of which they could conceive was one constituted by the synthesis of Lockean ideas, and thus they devoted themselves to identifying the ensemble of such objects with the thing in itself. So in order to understand the idea of epistemology as the 20th century inherited, we need to turn from Locke's confusion between explanation and justification to Kant's confusion between predication, saying something about an object, and synthesis, putting representations together in inner space. For a person to form a predicative judgment is for him to come to believe a sentence to be true. For a Kantian transcendental ego to come to believe a sentence to be true is for it to relate representations, Vorstellungen, to one another, two radically distinct sorts of representations, concepts on the one hand and intuitions on the other. Kant provided a framework for understanding the confusing 17th century intellectual scene when he said that Leibniz intellectualized appearances, just as Locke sensualized all concepts of the understanding. 21. He thereby created the standard version of the history of modern philosophy, according to which pre-Kantian philosophy was a struggle between rationalism, which wanted to reduce sensations to concepts, and empiricism, which wanted the inverse reduction. Had Kant instead said that the rationalists wanted to find a way of replacing propositions about secondary qualities with propositions which somehow did the same job but were known with certainty, and that the empiricists opposed this project, the next 2 centuries of philosophical thought might have been very different. 421 KDTV. All 7L, B 3117. If the problem of knowledge had been stated in terms of the relations between propositions and the degree of certainty attaching to them, rather than in terms of putative components of propositions, we might not have inherited our present notion of the history of philosophy. According to standard neo-Kantian historiography, from the time of the Phaedo and Metaphysics Z through Abelard and Anselm, Locke and Leibniz, and right down to Quine and Strawson, reflection which was distinctively philosophical has concerned the relation between universals and particulars. Without this unifying theme, we might not have been able to see a continuous problematic, discovered by the Greeks and worried at continuously down to our own day, and thus might never have had the notion of philosophy as something with a 2,500-year history. Greek thought and 17th century thought might have seemed as distinct both from each other and from our present concerns as, say, Hindu theology and Mayan numerology. For better or worse, however, Kant did not take this pragmatic turn. He talked about inner representations rather than sentences. He simultaneously gave us a history of our subject, fixed its problematic, and professionalized it, if only by making it impossible to be taken seriously as a philosopher without having mastered the first critique. He did so by building into our conception of a theory of knowledge, and thus our conception of what distinguished philosophers from scientists, what C.I. Lewis called one of the oldest and most universal philosophical insights, viz., there are, in our cognitive experience, two elements, the immediate data, such as those of sense, which are presented or given to the mind, and a form, construction, or interpretation, which represents the activity of thought. 28 The insight, however, is neither old nor universal. It is no older than the notion that we possess something called cognitive experience. The term experience has come to be the epistemologists' name for their subject matter, a name for the ensemble of Cartesian cogitationes, Lockean ideas. In this sense, experience is a term of philosophical art, quite distinct from the everyday use, as in experience on the job, in which it is equivalent to IL-7 arpla. Lewis's claim that when we look at this ensemble we find it falling into two kinds makes it sound as if the man in the street, untutored in philosophy, could simply be asked to turn his mental eye inward and notice the distinction. But a man who does not know that Locke used experience to include only ideas of sensation and reflection and to exclude judgments, and that Kant used it to cover both the object and the method of knowledge, the combination, in accordance with the laws of thought, of all functions of knowledge, may not be baffled about what he is supposed to look at, much less what distinction he is to notice. Strawson repeats Lewis's claim when he says the duality of general concepts and particular instances of general concepts encountered in experience is a fundamental dual ity, inescapable in any philosophical thinking about experience or empirical knowledge. 30. This version is less misleading than Lewis's, simply because it includes the word philosophical. For the reason this duality is inescapable in philosophical thinking about experience is just that those who do not find it do not call themselves philosophers. We can only explain what philosophical thinking about experience is by reference to the sort of thing which Kant did. Psychologists can go on about stimuli and responses, but 29 Heinrich Radke, Systematisches Handlungsprinzip Kants Kritik der reinen Vernunft, Hamburg, 1929, p. 62, Erfahrung bezeichnet so den Gegenstand als die Methode der Erkenntnis, den Denkgesetzlichen Zusammenhang aller Funktionen der Erkenntnis. Kant's usage is, indeed, such that no definition less fuzzy and less richly ambiguous than Radke's could do it justice. On the philosophic sense of experience, see John Dewey, Experience and Nature, New York, 1958, p. II. So P. F. Strawson, The Bounds of Sense, London, 1966, p. 20. This is Blossy naturalismus, and does not count as philosophical. Common sense can talk about experience in its banal way, pondering whether we have had enough experience with something to make a judgment about it, for example, but this too is not philosophical. Thought is only philosophical if, like Kant's, it looks for causes of, rather than merely reasons for, claims to empirical knowledge, and if the resulting causal account is compatible with anything which psychological inquiry might come up with. 31 Philosophical thinking of the sort which finds this duality inescapable is supposed to do more than just tell us that normally we have knowledge when we have justified true belief, referring us to common sense and common practice for details about what counts as justification. It is supposed to explain how knowledge is possible, and to do that in some a priori way which both goes beyond common sense and yet avoids any need to mess about with neurons, or rats, or questionnaires. Given these somewhat exiguous requirements and no knowledge of the history of philosophy, we might well be puzzled about just what was wanted and about where to begin. Such puzzlement can only be alleviated by getting the hang of terms like being versus becoming, sense versus intellect, clear versus confused perceptions, simple versus complex ideas, ideas and impressions, concepts and intuitions. We will thereby get into the epistemological language game, and the professional form of life called 31. It may seem shocking to call Kant's account causal, but the notion of transcendental constitution is entirely parasitical on the Descartes-Locke notion of the mechanics of inner space, and Kant's self-deceptive use of ground rather than cause should not be permitted to obscure this point. If we eliminate from Kant what Strawson calls the mythical subject of transcendental psychology, we can make no sense of the Copernican revolution. I have discussed Strawson's version of what remains of Kant once one forgets the Copernican revolution in Strawson's objectivity argument, Review of Metaphysics 24, 1970, 207-244. Philosophy. When we begin our philosophical meditations, we do not, as Lewis and Strawson suggest, inevitably stumble across the intuition concept distinction. Rather, we would not know what counted as experience, much less as being philosophical about it, unless we had mastered that distinction. For, once again, the notion of a theory of knowledge will not make sense unless we have confused causation and justification in the manner of Locke, and even then it will seem fuzzy until we have isolated some entities in inner space whose causal relations seem puzzling. Concepts and intuitions are exactly the entities required. If Kant had gone straight from the insight that the singular proposition is not to be identified with the singularity of a presentation to sense, nor, for that matter, to intellect, to a view of knowledge as a relation between persons and propositions, he would not have needed the notion of synthesis. He might have viewed a person as a black box emitting sentences, the justification for these emissions being found in his relation to his environment, including the emissions of his fellow black boxes. The question "how is knowledge possible?" would then have resembled the question "how are telephones possible?" meaning something like "how can one build something which does that?" Physiological psychology, rather than epistemology, would then have seemed the only legitimate follow-up to the De Anima and the essay concerning human understanding. It is important, however, before leaving Kant behind, to ask how he contrived to make the concept-intuition distinction look both plausible and intriguingly problematic. To understand this, we must notice that the Kantian synthesis required for a judgment differs from the Humean association of ideas in being a relation which can hold only between ideas of two different sorts, general ideas and particular ideas. The notions of synthesis and the concept-intuition distinction are thus tailor-made for one another, both being invented to make sense of the Paro 152. Doxical but unquestioned assumption which runs through the first critique, the assumption that manifoldness is given and that unity is made. That assumption is spelled out in the claim that inner space does contain something like what Hume found there, a collection of singular presentations to sense, but that these intuitions cannot be brought to consciousness unless synthesized by a second set of representations, unnoticed by Hume, the concepts which enter into one many relations with batches of intuitions. Unofficially, to be sure, the reason for this assumption is that it is required by the strategy of the Copernican revolution, to ensure that objects will conform to our knowledge rather than be able to demand conformity from us. Point 52. But officially, it is used as a premise in the transcendental deduction to argue that the Copernican strategy works. The deduction is supposed to show that we can only be conscious of objects constituted by our own synthesizing activity. Officially, then, we are supposed just to see that of all representations, combination is the only one which cannot be given through objects. For where the understanding has not previously combined, it cannot dissolve, since only as having been combined by the understanding can anything that allows of analysis be given to the faculty of representation. Ss. But how, if we have not read Locke and Hume, do we know that the mind is presented with a diversity? Why should we think that sensibility in its original receptivity S4 presents us with a manifold which, however, cannot be represented as a manifold 35 until the under S2 KDRV, XI. 3 Zibid, B130. 34 Ibid, Alug. S5 Ibid, Ag. According to the transcendental aesthetic, of course, the manifold is spatio-temporal from the outset. But the analytic contradists this, cf. example AI02, B160n, and the argument of the analogies would not go through unless the doctrine of the aesthetic were abandoned. Cf. Robert Paul Wolff, Kant's Theory of Mental Activity, Cambridge, Massachusetts, IG 63, pages 151 ff. On this point, Standing has used concepts to synthesize it. We cannot introspect and see that it does, because we are never conscious of unsynthesized intuitions, nor of concepts apart from their application to intuitions. The doctrine that we are not so conscious is precisely Kant's advance in the direction of taking knowledge to be of propositions rather than of objects, his step away from the attempts of Aristotle and Locke to model knowing on perceiving. But if it is not an evident pre-analytic fact that such a manifold exists, how can we use the claim that sensibility presents us with a manifold as a premise? How, in other words, do we know that a manifold which cannot be represented as a manifold is a manifold? More generally, if we are going to argue that we can only be conscious of synthesized intuitions, how do we get our information about intuitions prior to synthesis? How, for instance, do we know that there is more than one of them? 86. This last question can be answered by saying that if there were only one, then synthesis would be unnecessary. But this just leads us around a rather small circle. What we want to know is whether concepts are synthesizers, and it is no help to be told that they couldn't be unless there were a lot of intuitions awaiting synthesis. At this point, I think, we must confess that intuition and concept, in their Kantian senses, are susceptible only of contextual definitives. Like electron and proton, they have sense only as elements in a theory which hopes to explain something. But with that admission, of course, we snap the last links to Locke's and Descartes' appeals to that special certainty with which we are aware of what is closest to our minds and easiest for us to know. The assumption that diversity 86. Suppose a mystic tells us that intuition presents us with unity, the white radiance of eternity, whereas conceptual thinking, like a dome of many-colored glass, breaks this up into a multiplicity. How could we decide whether he or Kant was right about whether unity was correlated with receptivity or with spontaneity? How could it matter? Is found and unity made turns out to have its sole justification in the claim that only such a Copernican theory will explain our ability to have synthetic a priori knowledge. 37. But if we view the whole Kantian story about synthesis as only postulated to explain the possibility of synthetic a priori knowledge, if we accept the claim that the quasi-psychological goings-on described in the deduction have no introspective ground, we shall no longer be tempted by the Copernican strategy. For the claim that knowledge of necessary truths about made, constituted, objects is more intelligible than about found objects depends upon the Cartesian assumption that we have privileged access to the activity of making. But on the interpretation of Kant just given, there is no such access to our constituting activities. Any mystery which attaches to our knowledge of necessary truths will remain. For postulated theoretical entities in inner space are not, by being inner, any more useful than such entities in outer space for explaining how such knowledge can occur. It may be objected to my treatment of Kant that there is, in fact, a pre-analytic distinction between intuitions and concepts, one as old as Plato. Sensory intuitions, one could argue, are identified first of all as the source of knowledge of contingent truths, and concepts as the source of knowledge of necessary truths. The conflict between rationalism and empiricism, in this view, is not, as I have been claiming, Kant's invidious way of describing his predecessors in terms. 37. To put the point another way, Kant's own transcendental idealism cuts the ground out from under the transcendental deduction, for either the machinery, synthesis, and the raw material, concepts, intuitions, described in the deduction are noumenal, or they are phenomenal. If phenomenal, then, contrary to the premises of the deduction, we can be aware of them. If noumenal, then nothing, including what the deduction says, can be known of them. Of his own new distinction, but is as old as the discovery of the dramatic difference between mathematical truth and more humdrum truths. I have been speaking as if the familiar oppositions between sense and intellect, confused and clear ideas, etc., were all parts of a modern artifact called theory of knowledge. But, even if one grants that the philosophical sense of experience is a modern artifact, surely the Greek distinction between sense and intellect was a genuine discovery, as much a discovery as that of the rigorous provability of geometrical truth. And surely Kant was asking a good question when he asked how necessary, example mathematical, truth was possible? This objection gives me a chance to introduce a final point to round out my account of the origin and nature of the idea of a department of thought concerned with the origin and nature of human knowledge. Plato, in my view, did not discover the distinction between two kinds of entities, either inner or outer. Rather, as I have remarked earlier, he was the first to articulate what George Pitcher has called the Platonic principle that differences in certainty must correspond to differences in the objects known. 3s This principle is a natural consequence of the attempt to model knowledge on perception and to treat knowledge of as grounding knowledge that. If it is assumed that we need distinct faculties to grasp such different objects as bricks and numbers, as we have distinct sense organs for colors and for smells, then the discovery of geometry will seem to be the discovery of a new faculty called VOV. This in turn will generate the problem of reason discussed in Chapter 1. It is so much a part of thinking philosophically to be impressed with the special character of mathematical truth that it is hard to shake off the grip of the Platonic principle. If, however, we think of rational certainty as a matter of victory in argument rather than of relation to an object known, we shall look toward our interlocutors rather than to our faculties for the explanation of the phenomenon. If we think of our certainty about the Pythagorean theorem as our confidence, based on experience with arguments on such matters, that nobody will find an objection to the premises from which we infer it, then we shall not seek to explain it by the relation of reason to triangularity. Our certainty will be a matter of conversation between persons, rather than a matter of interaction with non-human reality. So we shall not see a difference in kind between necessary and contingent truths. At most, we shall see differences in degree of ease in objecting to our beliefs. We shall, in short, be where the sophists were before Plato brought his principle to bear and invented philosophical thinking. We shall be looking for an airtight case rather than an unshakable foundation. We shall be in what Sellers calls the logical space of reasons rather than that of causal relations to objects. 39 The major point I wish to make about the necessary contingent distinction is just that the notion of foundations of knowledge, truths which are certain because of their causes rather than because of the arguments given for them, is the fruit of the Greek, and specifically Platonic, analogy between perceiving and knowing. The essential feature of the analogy is that knowing a proposition to be true is to be identified with being caused to do something by an object. The object which the proposition is about imposes the proposition's truth. The idea of necessary truth is just the idea of a proposition which is believed because the grip of the object upon us is ineluctable. Such a truth is necessary in the sense in which it is sometimes necessary to believe that what is before our eyes looks red. There is a power, not ourselves, which compels us. The objects of mathematical truths will not let themselves be misjudged or misreported. Such paradigmatically necessary truths as the axioms of geometry are supposed to have no need of justification, of argument, of discussion. They are as indiscussible as the command of Zeus shaking the lightning, or of Helen beckoning to her bed. Putatively rational alloyk1 is, so to speak, just a sublimated form of brute. 3f.a, the notion of concept can, if one likes, be thought of as the source of knowledge of necessary truths, but this does not mean that Lewis and Strawson are right in thinking that the concept-intuition distinction is pre-analytically given. It is merely the modern version of a set of optional metaphors, the ones chosen by Plato, the ones which have become definitory of philosophical thinking. Plato's primary distinction was not between two kinds of entities in inner space, two sorts of inner representations. Although he toyed with inner space metaphors, as in the aviary image of the Theaetetus and in his use of in the soul till tphi, visvi, and at times approximated Descartes' imagery of the eye of the mind inspecting various more or less compelling inner pictures, his thought was essentially realistic. The Platonic distinction to which mathematical truth gave rise was metaphysical rather than epistemological, a distinction between the worlds of being and of becoming. What corresponds to the metaphysical distinctions on the divided line of Republic 6 are distinctions not between kinds of non-propositional inner representations, but between grades of certainty attaching to propositions. Plato did not focus on the idea of non-propositional inner entities, but rather on that of the various parts of the soul and of the body being compelled in their respective ways by their respective objects. Plato, like Descartes, based a model of man on the distinction between two sorts of truth, but these were two quite different models. More important, however, the idea that the existence of mathematical truth requires some such explanatory model is not something pre-analytic, given at the beginning of philosophical reflection. It is a product of the choice of a certain set of metaphors for talking about knowledge, the perceptual metaphors which underlie both Platonic and modern discussions. Point 40. So much, then, for the objection with which I began this section. I want now to enlarge on the point that the idea of foundations of knowledge is a product of the choice of perceptual metaphors. To recapitulate, we can think of knowledge as a relation to propositions, and thus of justification as a relation between the propositions in question and other propositions from which the former may be inferred. Or we may think of both knowledge and justification as privileged relations to the objects those propositions are about. If we think in the first way, we will see no need to end the potentially infinite regress of propositions brought forward in defense of other propositions. It would be foolish to keep conversation on the subject going once everyone, or the majority, or the wise, are satisfied, but of course we can. If we think of knowledge in the second way, we will want to get behind reasons to causes, beyond argument to compulsion from the object known, to a situation in which argument would be not just silly but impossible, for anyone gripped by the object in the required way will be unable to doubt or to see an alternative. To reach that point is to reach the foundations of knowledge. For Plato, that point was reached by escaping from the senses and opening up the faculty of reason, the eye of the soul, to the world of being. For Descartes, it was a matter of turning the eye of the mind from the confused inner representations to the dear and distinct ones. With Locke, it was a matter of reversing Descartes' directions and seeing singular presentations to sense as what should grip us, what we cannot and should not wish to escape from. Before Locke, it would not have occurred to anyone to look for foundations for knowledge in the realm of the senses. Aristotle, 240. It is perhaps obvious that my discussion of Platonic ocular metaphors is indebted to both Dewey and Heidegger. Be sure, had remarked that we cannot be in error about how things appear to us, but the idea of basing knowledge on appearances would have struck both him and Plato as absurd. What we want to have as an object of knowledge is precisely what is not an appearance, and the idea of propositions about one sort of object, the appearances, being evidence for propositions about another sort of object, what is really there, would not have made sense to either of them. After Descartes, however, the appearance-reality distinction began to slip out of focus, and was replaced by the inner-outer distinction. The question, how can I escape from the realm of appearance, was replaced by the question, how can I escape from behind the veil of ideas. To this question, Locke had an answer: make the same use of your certainty about how things appear to your senses as Plato made of the axioms of geometry. Use them as premises to infer everything else, only inductively, rather than, as in Plato, deductively. This answer looked good only until Hume got to work on it, but it had a certain innocent charm. It satisfied the same need to be gripped, grasped, and compelled which Plato had felt, yet simple ideas of sensation seemed less pretentious and more up-to-date than Platonic forms. By the time of Kant, therefore, it looked as if there were two alternative foundations for knowledge. One had to choose between the interiorized version of the forms, Cartesian clear and distinct ideas, on the one hand, and Humean impressions on the other. In both cases, one was choosing objects to be compelled by. Kant, in rejecting both these putative objects as essentially incomplete and powerless to compel unless combined with one another in synthesis, was the first to think of the foundations of knowledge as propositions rather than objects. Before Kant, an inquiry into the nature and origin of knowledge had been a search for privileged inner representations. With Kant, it became a search for the rules which the mind had set up for itself, the principles of the pure understand 160. This is one of the reasons why Kant was thought to have led us from nature to freedom. Instead of seeing ourselves as quasi-Newtonian machines, hoping to be compelled by the right inner entities and thus to function according to nature's design for us, Kant let us see ourselves as deciding, nominally, and hence unconsciously, what nature was to be allowed to be like. Kant did not, however, free us from Locke's confusion between justification and causal explanation, the basic confusion contained in the idea of a theory of knowledge. For the notion that our freedom depends on an idealistic epistemology, that to see ourselves as rising above mechanism we have to go transcendental and claim to have constituted atoms and the void ourselves, is just Locke's mistake all over again. It is to assume that the logical space of giving reasons of justifying our utterances and our other actions needs to stand in some special relationship to the logical space of causal explanation so as to ensure either an accord between the two, Locke, or the inability of the one to interfere with the other, Kant. Kant was right in thinking accord was senseless and interference impossible, but wrong in thinking that establishing the latter point required the notion of the constitution of nature by the knowing subject. Kant's advance in the direction of a propositional rather than a perceptual view of knowledge went only halfway because it was contained within the framework of causal metaphors - constitution, making, shaping, synthesizing, and the like. The difference between the mainstream Anglo-Saxon tradition and the mainstream German tradition in 20th century philosophy is the expression of two opposed stances toward Kant. The tradition which goes back to Russell dismissed Kant's problem about synthetic a priori truths as a misunderstanding of the nature of mathematics, and thus viewed epistemology as essentially a matter of updating Locke. In the course of this updating, epistemology was separated off from psychology by being viewed as a study of the evidential relations between basic and non-basic propositions, and these relations were viewed as a matter of logic rather than of empirical fact. In the German tradition, on the other hand, the defense of freedom and spirituality through the notion of constitution was retained as the distinctive mission of the philosopher. Logical empiricism and, later, analytic philosophy were dismissed by most German, and many French, philosophers as not transcendental, and therefore neither methodologically sound nor properly edifying. Even those with the gravest doubts about most Kantian doctrines never doubted that something like his transcendental turn was essential. On the Anglo-Saxon side, the so-called linguistic turn was thought to do the job of demarcating philosophy from science, while freeing one of any vestiges of, or temptation to, idealism, which was thought the besetting sin of philosophy on the continent. On both sides of the channel, however, most philosophers have remained Kantian. Even when they claim to have gone beyond epistemology, they have agreed that philosophy is a discipline which takes as its study the formal or structural aspects of our beliefs, and that by examining these the philosopher serves the cultural function of keeping the other disciplines honest, limiting their claims to what can be properly grounded. The great exceptions to this neo-Kantian consensus are, once again, Dewey, Wittgenstein, and Heidegger. In connection with the topic of this section, the notion of foundations of knowledge as based on an analogy with the compulsion to believe when staring at an object is Heidegger, who is especially important. For Heidegger has tried to show how the epistemological notion of objectivity derives from, as he puts it, the Platonic identification of cput, with ilua of the reality of a thing with its presence before us. 41 He is concerned to explore the way in which the West became obsessed with the notion of our primary relation to objects as analogous. 41 Martin Heidegger, Introduction to Metaphysics, trans. Ralph Mannheim, New Haven, 1959, p. 185. To visual perception, and thus to suggest that there could be other conceptions of our relations to things. The historical roots of the Aristotle-Locke analogy of knowledge to perception are beyond the scope of this book, but we can at least take from Heidegger the idea that the desire for an epistemology is simply the most recent product of the dialectical development of an originally chosen set of metaphors. Point 42. To describe this development as a linear sequence is of course simplistic, but perhaps it helps to think of the original dominating metaphor as being that of having our beliefs determined by being brought face to face with the object of the belief, the geometrical figure which proves the theorem, for example. The next stage is to think that to understand how to know better is to understand how to improve the activity of a quasi-visual faculty, the mirror of nature, and thus to think of knowledge as an assemblage of accurate representations. Then comes the idea that the way to have accurate representations is to find, within the mirror, a special privileged class of representations so compelling that their accuracy cannot be doubted. These privileged foundations will be the foundations of knowledge, and the discipline which directs us toward them, the theory of knowledge, will be the foundation of culture. The theory of knowledge will be the search for that which compels the mind to belief as soon as it is unveiled. Philosophy as epistemology will be the search for the immutable structures within which knowledge, life, and culture must be contained, structures set by the privileged representations which it studies. The Neo-Kantian consensus thus appears as the end product of an original wish to substitute confrontation for conversation as the determinant of our belief. In Part 3 I try to show how things look if conversation is thought sufficient and the search for confrontation abandoned, and thus if knowledge is not conceived of as Rep. 42. Martin Heidegger, The End of Philosophy, ed. And trans. Jones Stambaugh, New York 1973. p. 88. Presentations in the Mirror of Nature. In the next 3 chapters, however, I shall try first, in Chapter 4, to sketch the shape the Neo-Kantian consensus took in 20th century philosophy, and the confusion into which one form of this consensus-analytic philosophy has recently fallen. This will involve describing, and defending, Quine's and Sellers's attacks on the notion of privileged representation. In chapters 5 and 6 I take up 2 putative successor subjects to philosophy as epistemology, empirical psychology, and philosophy of language, respectively, which remain within the Neo-Kantian consensus by taking philosophy to be, paradigmatically, the study of representing. At the end of the 19th century, philosophers were justifiably worried about the future of their discipline. On the one hand, the rise of empirical psychology had raised the question, what do we need to know about knowledge which psychology cannot tell us? Ever since Descartes' attempt to make the world safe for clear and distinct ideas and Kant's to make it safe for synthetic a priori truths, ontology had been dominated by epistemology. So the naturalization of epistemology by psychology suggested that a simple and relaxed physicalism might be the only sort of ontological view needed. On the other hand, the tradition of German idealism had declined in England and America into what has been well described as a continuation of Protestantism by other means. The idealists purported to save the spiritual values which physicalism seemed to neglect by invoking Berkeleyan arguments to get rid of material substance and Hegelian arguments to get rid of the individual ego, while resolutely ignoring Hegel's historicism. But few took these high-minded efforts seriously. The earnest reductionism of Bain and Mill and the equally earnest romanticism of Royce drove aesthetical ironists like James and Bradley, as well as social. This question has echoed through our own century, in ways described in the following chapter. Psychology was born out of philosophy in the confused hope that we might get back behind Kant and recapture Lockean innocence. Ever since, psychologists have vainly protested their neglect by Neo-Kantian philosophers, of both the analytic and the phenomenological sorts. Reformers like the young Dewey, to proclaim the unreality of traditional epistemological problems and solutions. They were provoked to radical criticisms of truth as cor respondents and knowledge as accuracy of representations, thus threatening the entire Kantian notion of philosophy as metacriticism of the special disciplines. Simultaneously, philosophers as various as Nietzsche, Bergson, and Dilthey were undermining some of the same Kantian presuppositions. For a time, it seemed as if philosophy might turn away once and for all from epistemology, from the quest for certainty, structure, and rigor, and from the attempt to constitute itself a tribunal of reason. The spirit of playfulness which seemed about to enter philosophy around 1900 was, however, nipped in the bud. Just as mathematics had inspired Plato to invent philosophical thinking, so serious-minded philosophers turned to mathematical logic for rescue from the exuberant satire of their critics. The paradigmatic figures in this attempt to recapture the mathematical spirit were Husserl and Russell. Husserl saw philosophy as trapped between naturalism and historicism, neither of which offered the sort of apodictic truths which Kant had assured philosophers were their birthright. Point 2 Russell joined Husserl in denouncing the psychologism which had infected the philosophy of mathematics, and announced that logic was the essence of philosophy. S driven by the need to find something to be to cf. Edmund Husserl, Philosophy as Rigorous Science, in Phenomenology and the Crisis of Philosophy, ed. And trans. Quinton Lauer, New York, 1965, p. 120. In this essay, published in 1910, Husserl analyzed both naturalism and historicism as forms of skepticism and relativism. See, for example, pages 76 feet 79 inches, 122. He began his criticism of naturalism by repeating the attack on psychological conceptions of logic made in his Logical Investigations. Cf. pages Boff I on naturalism self-refutation through its reduction of norms to fact. S. Bertrand Russell ended the chapter called Logic as the Essence of Philosophy in his Our Knowledge of the External World, London, 1914, with the following claims: the old logic put thought in fetters, while the new logic gives it. Apodictic about, Russell discovered logical form and Husserl discovered essences, the purely formal aspects of the world which remained when the non-formal had been bracketed. The discovery of these privileged representations began once again a quest for seriousness, purity, and rigor, for a quest which lasted for some 40 years. But, in the end, heretical followers of Husserl, Sartre and Heidegger, and heretical followers of Russell, Sellers and Quine, raised the same sorts of questions about the possibility of apodictic truth which Hegel had raised about Kant. Phenomenology gradually became transformed into what Husserl despairingly called mere anthropology, 5 and Anna wings. It has, in my opinion, introduced the same kind of advance into philosophy as Galileo introduced into physics, making it possible at last to see what kinds of problems may be capable of solution, and what kinds must be abandoned as beyond human powers. And where a solution appears possible, the new logic provides a method which enables us to obtain results that do not merely embody personal idiosyncrasies, but must command the assent of all who are competent to form an opinion. For my present purposes, the standard charge, made, example by Dummett and by Anscombe, that Russell confused the specifically semantical doctrines of Frege and Wittgenstein, which did spring from the new logic, with epistemological doctrines which did not, is irrelevant. The charge is fair enough, but without this very confusion the analytic movement either would not have got off the ground, or would have been quite a different thing. Only in the last 2 decades has a clear distinction between linguistic philosophy and philosophy of language begun to be made. See Chapter 6, Session I, for more on this distinction. 4. C. Russell, Our Knowledge of the External World, p. 61, in the American edition, New York, 1924, and Husserl, Phenomenology, pages 1I0II1. 5. C. Herbert Spiegelberg, The Phenomenological Movement, 2d ed. The Hague, 1965, I. 275 feet 283 inches, and David Carr's Translator's Introduction to Edmund Husserl, The Crisis of European Sciences and Transcendental Phenomenology, Evanston, 1970, pages XXV 38. See also Ryle's reaction to Senuendizeit, exemplifying the kinship between Anglo-Saxon projects influenced by Russell and Husserl's origin. NAL project, it is my personal opinion that qua first philosophy phenomenology is at present heading for bankruptcy and disaster and will end either in self-ruinous subjectivism or in a windy mysticism. Lytic epistemology, i.e., philosophy of science, became increasingly historicist and decreasingly logical, as in Hansen, Kuhn, Hare, and Hesse. So, 70 years after Husserl's philosophy as rigorous science and Russell's logic as the essence of philosophy, we are back with the same putative dangers which faced the authors of these manifestos. If philosophy becomes too naturalistic, hard-nosed positive disciplines will nudge it aside. If it becomes too historicist, then intellectual history, literary criticism, and similar soft spots in the humanities will swallow it up. 6 The full story of the splendors and the miseries of PHE. Nomenology and analytic philosophy is, obviously, far beyond the scope of this book. The story I want to tell in this chapter is merely how the notion of two sorts of representations, intuitions and concepts, fell into disrepute in the latter days of the analytic movement. I have been claiming that the Kantian picture of concepts and intuitions getting together to produce knowledge is needed to give sense to the idea of theory of knowledge as a specifically philosophical discipline, distinct from psychology. This is Mind, 1929, cited by Spiegelberg, I. 347. Ryle's prescient point was that the coming of existential phenomenology meant the end of phenomenology as rigorous science. 6. I think that in England and America philosophy has already been displaced by literary criticism in its principal cultural function as a source for youth self-description of its own difference from the past. E-Pound. Harold Bloom, A Map of Misreading, New York, 1975, p. 39, the teacher of literature now in America, far more than the teacher of history or philosophy or religion, is condemned to teach the presentness of the past, because history, philosophy, and religion have withdrawn as agents from the scene of instruction, leaving the bewildered teacher of literature at the altar, terrifiedly wondering whether he is to be sacrifice or priest. This is roughly because of the Kantian and anti-historicist tenor of Anglo-Saxon philosophy. The cultural function of teachers of philosophy in countries where Hegel was not forgotten is quite different, and closer to the position of literary critics in America. See my Profs Zionalizate Philosophy and Transcendentalist Culture, Georgia Review 30, 1976, 757-769. Equivalent to saying that if we do not have the distinction between what is given and what is added by the mind, or that between the contingent, because influenced by what is given, and the necessary, because entirely within the mind and under its control, then we will not know what would count as a rational reconstruction of our knowledge. We will not know what epistemology's goal or method could be. These two distinctions were attacked at intervals throughout the history of the analytic movement. Neuwirth had questioned Carnap's appeal to the given, for example, and doubts had often been expressed about Russell's notion of knowledge by acquaintance and Lewis's expressive language. These doubts only came to a head, however, in the early 195 OS, with the appearance of Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations, Austin's mockery of the ontology of the sensible manifold, and Sellers.'s empiricism and the philosophy of mind. The distinction between the necessary and the contingent revitalized by Russell and the Vienna Circle as the distinction between true by virtue of meaning and true by virtue of experience had usually gone unchallenged, and had formed the least common denominator of ideal language and ordinary language analysis. However, also in the early 50s, Quine's two dogmas of empiricism challenged this distinction, and with it the standard notion, common to Kant, Husserl, and Russell, that philosophy stood to empirical science as the study of structure to the study of content. Given Quine's doubts, buttressed by similar doubts in Wittgenstein's investigations, about how to tell when we are responding to the compulsion of language rather than that of experience, it became difficult to explain in what sense philosophy had a separate formal field of inquiry, and thus how its results might have the desired apodictic character. For these two challenges were challenges to the very idea of a theory of knowledge, and thus to philosophy itself, conceived of as a discipline which centers around such a theory. In what follows, I shall confine myself to discussing two radical ways of criticizing the Kantian foundations of analytic philosophy: Sellers's behavioristic critique of the whole framework of givenness and Quine's behavioristic approach to the necessary contingent distinction. I shall present both as forms of holism. As long as knowledge is conceived of as accurate representing as the mirror of nature, Quine's and Sellers's holistic doctrines sound pointlessly paradoxical, because such accuracy requires a theory of privileged representations, ones which are automatically and intrinsically accurate. So the response to Sellers on givenness and Quine on analyticity is often that they have gone too far, that they have allowed holism to sweep them off their feet and away from common sense. In order to defend Sellers and Quine, I shall be arguing that their holism is a product of their commitment to the thesis that justification is not a matter of a special relation between ideas, or words, and objects, but of conversation, of social practice. Conversational justification, so to speak, is naturally holistic, whereas the notion of justification embedded in the epistemological tradition is reductive and atomistic. I shall try to show that Sellers and Quine invoke the same argument, one which bears equally against the given versus non-given and the necessary versus contingent distinctions. The crucial premise of this argument is that we understand knowledge when we understand the social justification of belief, and thus have no need to view it as accuracy of representation. Once conversation replaces confrontation, the notion of the mind as mirror of nature can be discarded. Then the notion of philosophy as the discipline which looks for privileged representations among those constituting the mirror becomes unintelligible. A thoroughgoing holism has no place for the notion of philosophy as conceptual, is apodictic, as picking out the foundations of the rest of knowledge, as explaining which representations are purely given or purely conceptual, as presenting a canonical notation rather than an empirical discovery, or as isolating trans-framework heuristic categories. If we see knowledge as a matter of conversation and of social practice, rather than as an attempt to mirror nature, we will not be likely to envisage a meta-practice which will be the critique of all possible forms of social practice. So holism produces, as Quine has argued in detail and Sellers has said in passing, a conception of philosophy which has nothing to do with the quest for certainty. Neither Quine nor Sellers, however, has developed a new conception of philosophy in any detail. Quine, after arguing that there is no line between science and philosophy, tends to assume that he has thereby shown that science can replace philosophy. But it is not clear what task he is asking science to perform. Nor is it clear why natural science, rather than the arts, or politics, or religion, should take over the area left vacant. Further, Quine's conception of science is still curiously instrumentalist. It is based on a distinction between stimuli and posits which seems to lend aid and comfort to the old intuition concept distinction. Yet Quine transcends both distinctions by granting that stimulations of sense organs are as much posits as anything else. It is as if Quine, having renounced the conceptual empirical, analytic synthetic, and language fact distinct ions, were still not quite able to renounce that between the given and the postulated. Conversely, Sellers, having triumphed over the latter distinction, cannot quite renounce the former cluster. Despite courteous acknowledgement of Quine's triumph over analyticity, Sellers's writing is still permeated with the notion of giving the analysis of various terms or sentences, and with a tacit use of the distinction between the necessary and the contingent, the structural and the empirical, the philosophical and the scientific. Each of the two men tends to make continual, unofficial, tacit, heuristic use of the distinction which the other has transcended. It is as if analytic philosophy could not be written without at least one of the two great Kantian distinctions, and as if neither Quine nor Sellers were willing to cut the last links which bind them to Russell, Carnap, and logic as the essence of philosophy. Analytic philosophy cannot, I suspect, be written without one or the other of these distinctions. If there are no intuitions into which to resolve concepts, in the manner of the Aufbau, nor any internal relations among concepts to make possible grammatical discoveries, in the manner of Oxford philosophy, then indeed it is hard to imagine what an analysis might be. Wisely, few analytic philosophers any longer try to explain what it is to offer an analysis. Although there was a great deal of meta-philosophical literature in the 1930s and 1940s under the aegis of Russell and Carnap, and another spate of such literature in the 1950s which took the philosophical investigations and the concept of mind as paradigms, there is now little attempt to bring analytic philosophy to self-consciousness by explaining how to tell a successful from an unsuccessful analysis. The present lack of metaphilosophical reflection within the analytic movement is, I think, symptomatic of the sociological fact that analytic philosophy is now, in several countries, the entrenched school of thought. Thus in these countries anything done by philosophers who employ a certain style, or mention certain topics, counts, ex officio sui, so to speak, as continuing the work begun by Russell and Carnap. Once a radical movement takes over the establishment against which it revolted, there is less need for methodological self-consciousness, self-criticism, or a sense of location in dialectical space or historical time. I do not think that there any longer exists anything identifiable as analytic philosophy except in some such stylistic or sociological way. But this is not a disparaging remark, as if some legitimate expectation had been disappointed. The analytic movement in philosophy, like any movement in any discipline, worked out the dialectical consequences of a set of assumptions, and now has little more to do. The sort of optimistic faith which Russell and Carnap shared with Kant that philosophy, its essence and right method discovered at last, had finally been placed upon the secure path of a science is not something to be mocked or deplored. Such optimism is possible only for men of high imagination and daring, the heroes of their times. The simplest way to describe the common features of Quine's and Sellers's attacks on logical empiricism is to say that both raise behaviorist questions about the epistemic privilege which logical empiricism claims for certain assertions, qua reports of privileged representations. Quine asks how an anthropologist is to discriminate the sentences to which natives invariably and wholeheartedly assent into contingent empirical platitudes on the one hand and necessary conceptual truths on the other. Sellers asks how the authority of first-person reports of, for example, how things appear to us, the pains from which we suffer, and the thoughts that drift before our minds differs from the author of expert reports on, for example, metal stress, the matting behavior of birds, or the colors of physical objects. We can lump both questions together and simply ask, how do our peers know which of our assertions to take our word for and which to look for further confirmation of? It would seem enough for the natives to know which sentences are unquestionably true, without knowing which are true by virtue of language. It would seem enough for our peers to believe there to be no better way of finding out our inner states than from our reports, without their knowing what lies behind our making them. It would also seem enough for us to know that our peers have this acquiescent attitude. That alone seems sufficient for that inner certainty about our inner states which the tradition has explained by immediate presence to consciousness, sense of evidence, and other expressions of the assumption that reflections in the mirror of nature are intrinsically better known than nature itself. For Sellers, the certainty of I have a pain is a reflection of the fact that nobody cares to question it, not conversely. Just so, for Quine, the certainty of all men are animals and of there have been some black dogs. Quine thinks that meanings drop out as wheels that are not part of the mechanism 8 and Sellers thinks the same of self-authenticating nonverbal episodes 9. More broadly, if assertions are justified by society rather than by the character of the inner representations they express, then there is no point in attempting to isolate privileged representations. Explaining rationality and epistemic authority by reference to what society lets us say, rather than the latter by the former, is the essence of what I shall call epistemological behaviorism, an attitude common to Dewey and Wittgenstein. This sort of behaviorism can best be seen as a species of holism but one which requires no idealist metaphysical underpinnings. It claims that if we understand the rules of a language game, we understand all that there is to understand about why moves in that language game are made, all, that is, save for the extra understanding obtained from inquiries nobody would call epistemological into, for example, the history of the language, the structure of the brain, the evolution of the species, and the political or cultural ambience of the players. If we are behaviorist in this sense, then it will not occur to us to invoke either of the traditional Kantian distinctions. But 8. For an interpretation of Quine as attacking the explanatory utility of the philosophical notion of meaning, see Gilbert Harman, Quine on Meaning and Existence, I. Review of Metaphysics 21, 1967, 124 feet 151 inches, especially 125, 135 to 141. 9. Wilfrid Sellers, Science, Perception, and Reality, London and New York, 1963, p. 167. Can we just go ahead and be behaviorist? Or, as Quine's and Sellers's critics suggest, doesn't behaviorism simply beg the question, is there any reason to think that fundamental epistemic notions should be explicated in behavioral terms? This last question comes down to, can we treat the study of the nature of human knowledge just as the study of certain ways in which human beings interact, or does it require an ontological foundation, involving some specifically philosophical way of describing human beings? Shall we take S knows that P, or S knows non-inferentially that P, or S believes incorrigibly that P, or S's knowledge that P is certain, as a remark about the status of S's reports among his peers, or shall we take it as a remark about the relation between subject and object, between nature and its mirror? The first alternative leads to a pragmatic view of truth and a therapeutic approach to ontology, in which philosophy can straighten out pointless quarrels between common sense and science, but not contribute any arguments of its own for the existence or inexistence of something. Thus for Quine, a necessary truth is just a statement such that nobody has given us any interesting alternatives which would lead us to question it. For Sellers, to say that a report of a passing thought is incorrigible is to say that nobody has yet suggested a good way of predicting and controlling human behavior which does not take sincere first-person contemporary reports of thoughts at face value. The second alternative leads to ontological explanations of the relations between minds and meanings, minds and immediate data of awareness, universals and particulars, thought and language, consciousness and brains, and so on. For philosophers like Chisholm and Bergman, such explanations must be attempted if the realism of common sense is to be preserved. The aim of all such explanations is to make truth something more than what Dewey called warranted assertability, more than what our peers will, caeteris paribus, let us get away with saying. Such explanations, when ontological, usually take the form of a redescription of the object of knowledge so as to bridge the gap between it and the knowing subject. To choose between these approaches is to choose between truth as what it is good for us to believe and truth as contact with reality. Thus the question of whether we can be behaviorist in our attitude toward knowledge is not a matter of the adequacy of behaviorist analyses of knowledge claims or of mental states. Epistemological behaviorism, which might be called simply pragmatism, were this term not a bit overladen, has nothing to do with Watson or with Ryle. Rather, it is the claim that philosophy will have no more to offer than common sense, supplemented by biology, history, etc., about knowledge and truth. The question is not whether necessary and sufficient behavioral conditions for S knows that P can be offered, no one any longer dreams they can. Nor is the question whether such conditions can be offered for S sees that P, or it looks to S as if P, or S is having the thought that P. To be behaviorist in the large sense in which Sellers and Quine are behaviorist is not to offer reductionist analyses, but to refuse to attempt a certain sort of explanation, the sort of explanation which not only interposes such a notion as acquaintance with meanings or acquaintance with sensory appearances between the impact of the environment on human beings and their reports about it, but uses such notions to explain the reliability of such reports. But, once again, how are we to decide whether such notions are needed? It is tempting to answer on the basis of an antecedent decision about the nature of human beings a decision on whether we need such notions as mind, stream of consciousness, and the like to describe them. But this would be the wrong answer. We can take the seller's quine attitude toward knowledge while cheerfully countenancing raw feels, a priori concepts, innate ideas, sense data, propositions, and anything else which a causal explanation of human behavior might find it helpful to postulate. What we cannot do is to take knowledge of these inner or abstract entities as premises from which our knowledge of other entities is normally inferred, and without which the latter knowledge would be ungrounded. The difference is between saying that to know a language is to be acquainted with the meanings of its terms, or that to see a table is to have a rectangular sensum and explaining the authority of tokens of all men are animals, or that looks like a table by virtue of the prior, internal, private, non-social, authority of a knowledge of meanings or of sense impressions. Behaviorism in epistemology is a matter not of metaphysical parsimony, but of whether authority can attach to assertions by virtue of relations of acquaintance between persons and, for example, thoughts, impressions, universals, and propositions. The difference between the Quine sellers and the Chisholm-Bergman outlooks on these matters is not the difference between lush and spare landscapes, but more like the difference between moral philosophers who think that rights and responsibilities are a matter of what society bestows and those who think that there is something inside a man which society recognizes when it makes its bestowal. The two schools of moral philosophy do not differ on the point that human beings have rights worth dying for. They differ rather about whether, once we have understood when and why these rights have been granted or denied, in the way in which social and intellectual historians understand this, there is more to understand. They differ, in short, about whether there are ontological foundations for human rights, just as the seller's quine approach differs from the empiricist and rationalist traditions about whether, once we understand, as historians of knowledge do, when and why various beliefs have been adopted or discarded, there is something called the relation of knowledge to reality left over to be understood. This analogy with moral philosophy lets us focus the issue about behaviorism in epistemology yet again. The issue is not adequacy of explanation of fact, but rather whether a practice of justification can be given a grounding in fact. The question is not whether human knowledge in fact has foundations, but whether it makes sense to suggest that it does, whether the idea of epistemic or moral authority having a ground in nature is a coherent one. For the pragmatist in morals, the claim that the customs of a given society are grounded in human nature is not one which he knows how to argue about. He is a pragmatist because he cannot see what it would be like for a custom to be so grounded. For the Quine seller's approach to epistemology, to say that truth and knowledge can only be judged by the standards of the inquirers of our own day is not to say that human knowledge is less noble or important, or more cut off from the world, than we had thought. It is merely to say that nothing counts as justification unless by reference to what we already accept, and that there is no way to get outside our beliefs and our language so as to find some test other than coherence. To say that the true and the right are matters of social practice may seem to condemn us to a relativism which, all by itself, is a reductio of a behaviorist approach to either knowledge or morals. I shall take up this charge in discussing historicism, in chapters 7 and 8. Here I shall simply remark that only the image of a disciplined philosophy which will pick out a given set of scientific or moral views as more rational than the alternatives by appeal to something which forms a permanent neutral matrix for all inquiry and all history, makes it possible to think that such relativism must automatically rule out coherence theories of intellectual and practical justification. One reason why professional philosophers recoil from the claim that knowledge may not have foundations, or rights and duties an ontological ground, is that the kind of behaviorism which dispenses with foundations is in a fair way toward dispensing with philosophy. For the view that there is no permanent neutral matrix within which the dramas of inquiry and history are enacted has as a corollary that criticism of one's culture can only be piecemeal and partial, never by reference to eternal standards. It threatens the neo-Kantian image of philosophy's relation to science and to culture. The urge to say that assertions and actions must not only cohere with other assertions and actions but respond to something apart from what people are saying and doing has some claim to be called the philosophical urge. It is the urge which drove Plato to say that Socrates' words and deeds, failing as they did to cohere with current theory and practice, nonetheless corresponded to something which the Athenians could barely glimpse. The residual Platonism which Quine and Sellars are opposing is not the hypostatization of non-physical entities, but the notion of correspondence with such entities as the touchstone by which to measure the worth of present practice. 12.12 Unfortunately, both men tend to substitute correspondence to physical entities, and specifically to the basic entities of physical science, elementary particles, or their successors. Sellers's A.N.O.J. Rosenberg's attempt to salvage something from the Platonic notion of knowledge as accuracy of picturing is criticized below, Chapter 6, Section 5. My own attitude is Strawson's, and Heidegger's. The correspondence theory requires, not purification, but elimination. P. F. Strawson, Truth, reprinted in Truth, ed. George Pitcher Englewood Cliffs, N.J., 1964, p. 32, or, more mildly, it requires separation from epistemology and relegation to semantics. I am claiming, in short, that the Quine-Sellars attack on the Kantian notion of two sorts of representations, intuitions given to one faculty, and concepts, or meanings, given to another, is not the attempt to substitute one sort of account of human knowledge for another, but an attempt to get away from the notion of an account of human knowledge. It amounts to a protest against an archetypal philosophical problem, the problem of how to reduce norms, rules, and justifications to facts, generalizations, and explanations. 1s For this reason, we will not find neutral metaphilosophical ground on which to argue the issues Quine and Sellars raise. For they are not offering an account to be tested for adequacy, but pointing to the futility of offering an account. To refuse, as both do, to justify assertions by appeal to behavioristically unverifiable episodes, in which the mind recognizes its own direct acquaintance with an instantiation of blueness or with the meaning of blue, is just to say that justification must be holistic. If we are not to have a doctrine of knowledge by acquaintance which will give us a foundation, and if we do not simply deny that there is such a thing as justification, then we will claim with Sellars that science is rational not because it has a foundation, but because it is a self-correcting enterprise which can put any claim in jeopardy. Truth and Assertability, Journal of Philosophy 73 1976, pages 137-149, 13 cf. Sellers's claim that the idea that epistemic facts can be analyzed without remainder even in principle into non-epistemic facts, whether phenomenal or behavioral, public or private, with no matter how lavish a sprinkling of subjunctives and hypotheticals, is, I believe, a radical mistake, a piece with the so-called naturalistic fallacy in ethics, science, perception, and reality, p. 131. I would argue that the importance of Sellers's approach to epistemology is that he sees the true and interesting irreducibility in the area not as between one sort of particular, mental, intentional, and another, physical, but as between descriptions on the one hand and norms, practices, and values on the other. See note 17 below. Though not all at once. 14. We will say with Quine that knowledge is not like an architectonic structure but like a field of force, 15, and that there are no assertions which are immune from revision. We will be holistic not because we have a taste for wholes, any more than we are behaviorist because of a distaste for ghostly entities, but simply because justification has always been behavioristic and holistic. Only the professional philosopher has dreamed that it might be something else, for only he is frightened by the epistemological skeptic. A holistic approach to knowledge is not a matter of anti-foundationalist polemic, but a distrust of the whole epistemological enterprise. A behavioristic approach to episodes of direct awareness is not a matter of antimentalistic polemic, but a distrust of the Platonic quest for that special sort of certainty associated with visual perception. The image of the mirror of nature, a mirror more easily and certainly seen than that which it mirrors, suggests, and is suggested by, the image of philosophy as such a quest. If what I have been saying so far is sound, there is no way to argue for the views of Sellars and Quine except by replying to their critics. There is no neutral ground on which to stand and show that they have overcome, respectively, the given and the analytic in a fair fight. the best we can do is to disentangle the pure form of their criticisms of the tradition from various extraneous issues which their critics, and, to some extent, Quine and Sellers themselves, have introduced, and thereby perhaps to mitigate the paradoxical air of their doctrines. In the next section, I shall take up Sellers's attack on the myth of the given, and try to disentangle it from the unfair to babies implications of the claim that there is no such thing as prelinguistic awareness. Next, I shall take up Quine's attack on the distinction between language and fact and try to disentangle 14 Sellers' Science, Perception, and Reality, p. 170. IGWVO. Quine, From a Logical Point of View, Cambridge, Massachusetts. It from Quine's unhappy reductionist claims about the indeterminacy of translation and of the Geisteswissenschaffen. When Sellers's and Quine's doctrines are purified, they appear as complementary expressions of a single claim, that no account of the nature of knowledge can rely on a theory of representations which stand in privileged relations to reality. The work of these two philosophers enables us to unravel, at long last, Locke's confusion between explanation and justification, and to make clear why an account of the nature of knowledge can be, at most, a description of human behavior. In Empiricism and the Philosophy of Mind, Sellers formulates psychological nominalism as the view that all awareness of sorts, resemblances, facts, etc., in short all awareness of abstract entities, indeed, all awareness even of particulars, is a linguistic affair. According to it, not even the awareness of such sorts, resemblances, and facts as pertain to so-called immediate experience is presupposed by the process of acquiring the use of language. 16. The existence of raw feels pains, whatever feelings babies have when looking at colored objects, etc., is the obvious objection to this doctrine. To counter this objection, Sellers invokes the distinction between awareness as discriminative behavior and awareness as what Sellers calls being in the logical space of reasons, of justifying and being able to justify what one says, p. 169. Awareness in the first sense is manifested by rats and amoebas and computers, it is simply reliable signaling. Awareness in the second sense is manifested only by beings whose behavior we construe as the utterance of sentences with the intention of justifying the utterance of other sentences. In this latter sense awareness is justified true belief knowledge, but in the former 16 Sellers, Science, Perception, and Reality, p. 160. Sense it is ability to respond to stimuli. The bulk of empiricism and the philosophy of mind is an argument that such ability is a causal condition for knowledge but not a ground for knowledge. This view has as a corollary that knowledge of particulars or of concepts is not temporally prior to knowledge of propositions, but always an abstraction from the latter, and thus that empiricist accounts of language learning and of the non-propositional basis for propositional knowledge are inevitably misguided. The crucial premise of this argument is that there is no such thing as a justified belief which is non-propositional, and no such thing as justification which is not a relation between propositions. So to speak of our acquaintance with redness or with an instantiation of redness as grounding, as opposed to being a causal condition of our knowledge that this is a red object or that redness is a color, is always a mistake. Children and photoelectric cells both discriminate red objects, but prelinguistic children are thought to know what red is in some sense in which photoelectric cells do not. But how can the child know what pain is if all awareness of anything is a linguistic affair? Here Sellers needs another distinction. This time it is between knowing what X is like and knowing what sort of thing an X is. The latter involves being able to link the concept of sness up with other concepts in such a way as to be able to justify claims about X's. On Sellers's Wittgensteinian view, in which to have a concept is to use a word, these two abilities are the same ability. It follows that we cannot have one concept without having many, nor can we come to have a concept of something because we have noticed that sort of thing, for to have the ability to notice a sort of thing is already to have the concept of that sort of thing, p. 176. But to notice a sort of thing is to notice under a description, not just to respond discriminatively to it. What, then, is it to know what pain is like without knowing or noticing what sort of thing it is? It is just to have pain. The snare to avoid here is the notion that there is some inner illumination which takes place only when the child's mind is lighted up by language, concepts, descriptions, and propositions, and does not take place when the child inarticulately wails and writhes. The child feels the same thing, and it feels just the same to him before and after language learning. Before language, he is said to know the thing he feels just in case it is the sort of thing which in later life he will be able to make non-inferential reports about. That latent ability is what sets him apart from the photoelectric cell, not his greater sensitivity. Thus he may respond directly to a lack of oxygen in the air, the overly rapid motion of molecules, kinky algorithms in his brain, and so on, but he is not said to know what they are unless and until he comes to grasp the relevant vocabulary. But suffocation, heat, ecstasy, pain, fire, redness, parental hostility, mother love, hunger, loudness, and the like, are known prelinguistically, or so ordinary speech would have it. They are known just by being had or felt. They are known without being able to be placed in classes, or related in any other way to anything else. There is no reason for Sellers to object to the notion of knowing what pain, or redness, is like, for this would only support the myth of the given, and contradict psychological nominalism, if there were some connection between knowing what pain feels like and knowing what sort of thing pain is. But the only connection is that the former is an insufficient and unnecessary causal condition for the latter. It is insufficient for the obvious reason that we can know what redness is like without knowing that it is different from blue, that it is a color, and so on. It is unnecessary because we can know all that, and a great deal more, about redness while having been blind from birth, and thus not knowing what redness is like. It is just false that we cannot talk and know about what we do not have raw feels of, and equally false that if we cannot talk about them we may nevertheless have justified true beliefs about them. What is special about language is not that it changes the quality of our experience or opens up new vistas of consciousness or synthesizes a previously unconscious manifold or produces any other sort of interchange. All that its acquisition does is to let us enter a community whose MEM bears exchange justifications of assertions, and other actions, with one another. Why so Sellers may be taken as saying to traditional empiricism, knowing what things are like is not a matter of being justified in asserting propositions. To this, the empiricist is likely to reply, as have Roderick Firth and others, that such a view confuses concepts with words. 1 Sellers, 17 cf. Ibid, p. 169, the essential point is that in characterizing an episode or a state as that of knowing, we are not giving an empirical description of that episode or state, we are placing it in the logical space of reasons, of justifying and being able to justify what one says. 18 C. Roderick Firth, Coherence, Certainty, and Epistemic Prior. ITY, reprinted in Empirical Knowledge, ed. Roderick Chisholm and Robert Swartz, Englewood Cliffs, N.J., 1973. Firth attempts to resolve a problem created by the coherence theory of concepts, viz., since we cannot fully understand looks red unless we possess the contrasting concept is red, then it would seem that it is not logically possible to have the concept looks red as C.I. Lewis's doctrine of sense meaning would require before we have the concept is red, p. 461. Firth says that the underlying paradox is easily dissolved if we do not confuse concepts with the words used to express them. It is a genetic fact, but a fact with philosophical implications, that when a child first begins to use the word red with any consistency he applies it to things that look red to him. To call this a primitive form of the concept looks red is to acknowledge that in some sense the child cannot fully understand adult usage until he is able to distinguish things that merely look red from things that really are red, but we must not suppose that the child somehow loses his primitive concept when he acquires a more sophisticated one. Pages 461 to 462, for a more detailed polemic against the Ryle-Wittgenstein-Sellers identification of having concepts with using words, see Brand Blanchard's Reason and Analysis, La Salle, Ill, 1962, Chap. 9. Something like Fürth's notion of a primitive concept recurs in a criticism of Sellers. Wittgenstein, and others who exaggerate the importance of language are said to beg the question in favor of psychological nominalism by assuming that to have a concept is to have the use of a word. Sellers can rejoin with the following dilemma: either grant concepts to anything, example record changers, which can respond discriminatively to classes of objects, or else explain why you draw the line between conceptual thought and its primitive predecessors in a different place from that between having acquired a language and being still in training. This dilemma highlights the fact that traditional notions of givenness have run together raw feels and ability to discriminate, using the lack of the first to eliminate machines and include babies, and then using the presence of the second to make what babies have resemble propositional knowledge. The argument between Sellers and his critics on this point boils down to, shall we take conceptualization as a matter of classification or of justification? Sellers can say that he will give up the term concept. To those who wish to endow record changers or their protoplasmic counterparts with concepts, as long as he can have some other term to indicate what we have when we can place classifications in relation to other classifications in the way language users do when they argue about what class a given item should fall in. Once again, Sellers falls back on saying that justification is a matter of social practice, and that everything which is not a matter of social practice is no help in understanding the justification of human knowledge, no matter how helpful it may be in understanding its acquisition. The naturalistic and the genetic fallacies have, Sellers thinks, combined in traditional empiricism to produce the view that we would be in a better position to congratulate ourselves on accurately mirroring nature, or to lament our failure, if we could only bring to consciousness the stages of our childhood development. Confused by Descartes' condition of thought and feeling, bemused by the virgin innocence of Locke's wax tablet, and frightened by the fact that if truth is in the whole then certainty is nowhere, empiricists have fastened on what red feels like as the key to our knowledge of the natural world. For Sellers, this is like fastening on what the baby feels like when its feeding is delayed as the key to the common moral consciousness. To sum up, Sellers' psychological nominalism is not a theory of how the mind works, nor of how knowledge is born in the infant breast, nor of the nature of concepts, nor of any other matter of fact. It is a remark about the difference between facts and rules, a remark to the effect that we can only come under epistemic rules when we have entered the community where the game governed by these rules is played. We may balk at the claim that knowledge, awareness, concepts, language, inference, justification, and the logical space of reasons all descend on the shoulders of the bright child somewhere around the age of 4, without having existed in even the most primitive form hitherto. But we do not balk at the thought that a cluster of rights and responsibilities will descend on him on his 18th birthday, without having been present in even the most primitive form hitherto. The latter situation is, to be sure, more clear-cut than the former, since there is no mark of the former occasion save some adult's casual remark, example he kid knows what he's talking about. But in both cases what has happened is a shift in a person's relations with others, not a shift inside the person which now suits him to enter such new relationships. It is not as if we might be mistaken in thinking that a 4-year-old has knowledge but that no 1-year-old does, any more than we might be mistaken in taking the statute's word for the fact that 18-year-olds can marry freely whereas 17-year-olds cannot. It may be injudicious to take the prattle of certain 4-year-olds seriously, just as it may have been injudicious to have set the age of legal responsibility so low, but no greater. Understanding of how knowledge, or responsibility, works will decide such matters. Thus Sellers should not be expected to offer arguments for a theory of the relation between language and thought, for thoughts are inner episodes which may or may not, depending on the needs of empirical psychology, be thought of as necessarily linked to language, to brain states, or to various other things. As an epistemologist, Sellers is not offering a theory about inner episodes. Rather, he is noting that the traditional, non-behaviorist notion of epistemology is the confusion of an account of such episodes with an account of the right to make certain assertions. This is to adopt the view that philosophy, and, specifically, philosophy of mind, cannot, by supplying a loftier critical point of view, reinforce or diminish the confidence in our own assertions which the approval of our peers gives us. Sellers's psychological nominalism does not stem from behaviorism as a thesis about what the mind is or is not. It stems only from epistemological behaviorism in the sense defined above, a sense indistinguishable from epistemological holism. To be behaviorist in this sense is simply to divide through by any and all mental events and faculties and to view our practices of justifying assertions as not needing empirical or ontological ground. 19 Having reverted yet again to the community as source of epistemic authority, I shall end this section by re-emphasizing that even the non-conceptual, non-linguistic knowledge of what a raw feel is like is attributed to beings on the basis of their potential membership in this COM 19. I shall be claiming in Chapter 8 that this attitude toward the relation between philosophy of mind and epistemology, or, more largely, between any scientific or metaphysical description of man on the one hand and any remark about the justification for his actions linguistic or otherwise on the other, is central to Wittgenstein's efforts in the investigations. I think that, like Sellers's own application of the distinction between describing men and judging them, it is a natural corollary of the Tractatus's rigorous separation of fact-stating from all other, example ethical, uses of language. Munity. Babies and the more attractive sorts of animal are credited with having feelings rather than, like photoelectric cells and animals which no one feels sentimental about, e.g., flounders and spiders, merely responding to stimuli. This is to be explained on the basis of that sort of community feeling which unites us with anything humanoid. To be humanoid is to have a human face, and the most important part of that face is a mouth which we can imagine uttering sentences in synchrony with appropriate expressions of the face as a whole. 20 To say, with common sense, that babies and bats know what pain and red are like, but not what the motion of molecules or the change of seasons is like, is just to say that we can fairly readily imagine them opening their mouths and remarking on the former, but not on the latter. To say that a gadget, consisting of a photoelectric cell hitched up to a tape recorder, which says red, when and only when we shine red light on it, doesn't know what red is like, is to say that we cannot readily imagine continuing a conversation with the gadget. To say that we just don't know whether androids who have been manufactured out of protoplasm, and are all ready to go except for the speech center, which is about to be installed, know what red is like, is not to confess scientific or philosophical bafflement concerning the nature of subjectivity. 21 It is merely to say that things with roughly human faces which look as if they might someday be conversational partners are usually credited with feelings, but that if we know too much about how these things have been put together, we may be loath to think of them as even potential partners. 22 This view of the attribution of prelinguistic awareness as a courtesy extended potential or imagined fellow speakers of our language has as a corollary that moral prohibitions against herding babies and the better looking sorts of animals are not ontologically grounded in their posse's scion of feeling. It is, if anything, the other way around. The moral prohibitions are expressions of a sense of community based on the imagined possibility of conversation, and the attribution of feelings is little more than a reminder of these prohibitions. This can be seen by noticing that nobody except philosophers of mind cares whether the raw feel of pain or redness is different for koalas than for us, but that we all care quite a bit about a koala when we see it writhing about. This fact does not mean that our or the koala's pain is nothing but its behavior. It just means that writhing is more important to our ability to imagine the koala asking us for help than what is going on inside the koala. Pigs rate much higher than koalas on intelligence tests, but pigs don't writhe in quite the right humanoid way, and the pig's face is the wrong shape for the facial expressions which go with ordinary conversation. So we send pigs to slaughter with equanimity, but form societies for protection of koalas. This is not irrational, any more than it is irrational to extend or deny civil rights to the moronic, or fetuses, or aboriginal tribes, or Martians. Rationality, when viewed as the formation of syllogisms based on discovery of the facts and the application of 22, this does not mean that we are right to be loath, nor that we are wrong. I merely want to call attention to the traditional fear that biologists or psychologists, in their attitude toward their fellow men, may murder to dissect. We are tempted, when we are particularly good at predicting something's behavior on the basis of its internal structure, to be objective about it, that is, to treat it as an en soi rather than a pour soi and one of us. Philosophers have, I think, nothing much to say about when this temptation is justified or unjustified. Novelists and poets, however, do. Such principles as pain should be minimized or intelligent life is always more valuable than beautiful unintelligent beings, is a myth. Only the Platonic urge to say that every moral sentiment, and indeed every emotion of any sort, should be based on the recognition of an objective quality in the recipient makes us think that our treatment of koalas or whites or Martians is a matter of moral principle. For the facts which must be discovered to apply the principle are, in the case of the koalas or the whites, feelings, not discoverable independently of sentiment. 23 The emotions we have toward borderline cases depend on the liveliness of our imagination, and conversely. Only the notion that in philosophy we have a discipline able to give good reasons for what we believe on instinct lets us think that more careful philosophical analysis will help us draw a line between coldness of heart and foolish sentimentality. This claim that animals' knowledge of what some things are like has little to do with justified true belief, but a lot to do with morals, follows naturally from the Sellersian notion that the inside of people and quasi-people is to be explained by what goes on outside, and, in particular, by their place in our community, rather than conversely. Ever since Descartes made methodological solipsism the mark of rigorous and professional philosophical thinking, philosophers have wanted to find the ground of cognition. 23 It is notorious that moral philosophers are of little help in deciding what is to count as a moral agent, as having dignity rather than value, as among the beings whose happiness is to be maximized, as one of those one must take one's chance on turning out to be while still behind the veil of ignorance, etc. Sellers discusses the topic briefly and inconclusively in terms of the question of whether all members of an epistemic community are members of an ethical community, whether the intersubjective intention to promote epistemic welfare implies the intersubjective intention to promote welfare. Sans phrase, Science and Metaphysics, London and New York, 1968, p. 225. For the effect of holism on metaethics and on the Platonic urge just mentioned, see J. B. Schneewind, Moral Knowledge and Moral Principes in Knowledge and Necessity, ed. GAVC, London and New York, 1970. Morality, aesthetic taste, and anything else that matters within the individual. For how could there be anything in societies which individuals had not put there? Only since Hegel have philosophers begun toying with the notion that the individual apart from his society is just one more animal. The anti-democratic implications of this view, not to mention its historicist and relativist implications, have made it difficult for Hegelian modes of thought to have any impact on the hardcore of analytic philosophy, epistemology, philosophy of language, and philosophy of mind. But Sellers's empiricism and the philosophy of mind, self-described as incipient meditations Hegelians 24, succeeds in prying raw feels and justified true belief apart and depriving raw feels of their status as privileged representations. It thereby shows how behaviorism in epistemology can avoid the confusion between explanation and justification which made empiricist epistemology seem possible and necessary. In chapters 7 and 8 I shall try to show how the emphasis on the priority of the public to the private which results from repudiating empiricism paves the way for further Hegelian and Heideggerian projects of deconstruction. Having argued that Sellers's attack on the myth of the given is compatible with kindness to babies and animals and thus with the common moral consciousness, I now want to argue that Quine's attack on the idea and the distinction between language and fact is compatible with the intellectual respectability of the Geisteswissenschaften. Quine's doctrines of the indeterminacy of translation and the inscrutability of reference have led him to claim that there is no matter of fact involved in attributions of meaning to utterances, beliefs to people, and aspirations to cultures. I think that here again some distinctions will take 24 Sellers, Science, Perception, and Reality, p. 148. Care of putative counterintuitive consequences of epistemological behaviorism, letting us see it as clearing the ground for morality and high culture rather than depriving them of objective truth. What Quine calls the idea is the view that language is the expression of something inner which must be discovered before we can tell what an utterance means, or interpret the linguistic behavior of utterers, example attribute beliefs, desires, and cultures to them. To abandon this idea is at once to abandon the logical empiricist notion of truth in virtue of meaning and the sometime Oxonian notion of conceptual truth, since there are no meanings or concepts from which truths might be read off. This attitude toward the concept of concept makes it possible to dismiss Kant's distinction between necessary truths, which can be determined by looking at concepts alone, analytic truth, or pure concepts and pure forms of intuition alone, synthetic a priori truth, and contingent truths, which require reference to empirical intuitions. But Quine regards concepts and meanings as merely one species of intentions, and he wishes to obliterate all intentions. Thus, admitting that means, beliefs, and desires, for example, have no behavioristic equivalence, as Brentano and Chisholm, in an effort to preserve some kernel of truth in traditional mind-body dualism, had also attempted to show, Quine concludes that this shows that the notions of belief and desire are, for scientific purposes, as dispensable as those of concept and intuition. One may accept the Brentano thesis either as showing the indispensability of intentional idioms and the importance of an autonomous science of intention, or as showing the baselessness of intentional idioms and the emptiness of a science of intention. My attitude, unlike Brentano's, is the second. To accept intentional usage at face value is, we saw, to postulate translation relations as somehow objectively valid though indeterminate in principle relative to the totality of speech dispositions. Such postulation promises little gain in scientific insight if there is no better ground for it than that the supposed translation relations are presupposed by the vernacular of semantics and intention. Point 25. Quine thinks this anti-intentionalism of a piece with his polemic against analyticity. But it is not. The author of Two Dogmas of Empiricism should have said that concepts and meanings are harmless if posited to give explanations of our behavior, and become harmful only when treated as the source of a special kind of truth and of a special sort of authority for certain assertions. In particular, we would expect him to say that the reasons normally given for translating languages one way rather than another, or for ascribing one set of beliefs and desires rather than an odd alternative which would predict the same linguistic behavior, are justified simply by their internal coherence, and that such practices as translation and ascription of intentional states are justified by their social utility. Quine grants the utility, but he thinks it philosophically important to insist that the sort of truth proffered in such remarks as Hund is German for dog, and Robinson believes in God is not the sort of truth which expresses matter of fact. 26. He thus offers us a distinction between truth by convenience and truth by correspondence, so to speak, rather than the old positivist distinction between 25 WVO. Quine, Word and Object, Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1960, p. 221. 26c Words and Objections, Essays on the Work of W. V. Quine, ed. Donald Davidson and Jaco Hintikot, Dordrecht, 1969, p. 303, where Quine says, consider the totality of truths of nature, known and unknown, observable and unobservable, past and future. The point about indeterminacy of translation is that it withstands even all this truth, the whole truth about nature. This is what I mean by saying that, where indeterminacy of translation applies, there is no real question of right choice, there is no fact of the matter even to within the acknowledged underdetermination of a theory of nature. Truth by convention and truth confirmed by sensory experience. Truths about meanings and beliefs and propositions are, somehow, not really truths in the full sense of the term, just as the positivists used to say that necessary truths were not really about the world. The holism and pragmatism of Two Dogmas would seem to make this distinction between two sorts of truth as difficult to maintain as the older distinctions which Quine is concerned to attack. Many critics of Quine have noted this point, and have diagnosed his insistence on this distinction as a hangover of traditional empiricism. Point 27. I agree with most of these criticisms, and shall not attempt to summarize or synthesize them, beyond noting that such critics unite in remarking that any sort of indeterminacy which we can find in translation will show up, equally harmlessly, in the Naturwissenschaften. But by examining the notion of inscrutability of reference we may get some understanding of the empiricist intuitions which make Quine persist in talk of correspondence, and which hold him back from the Hegelian implications of his own behaviorism and holism. Quine summarizes the argument of his ontological relativity by saying, "The best-known criticism of this sort is Noam Chomsky's Quine's empirical assumptions in words and objections. The point is most convincingly made, however, by Hilary Putnam in The Refutation of Conventionalism, News 8, 1974, 38, if the adoption of one system of analytical hypotheses rather than another permits a great simplification of such sciences as neurophysiology, psychology, anthropology, etc., then why should we not say that what we mean by translation is translation according to the manuals that have this property?" Putnam rightly diagnoses Quine's doctrine of the special indeterminacy of translation as following from a kind of essentialism. It is, roughly, one in which we know in advance that what cannot be put in the vocabulary of the physics of the day is so inessential as to be merely in the eye of the beholder, a matter of subjective convenience. See also Christopher Boers, The Origins of the Indeterminacy Thesis, Journal of Philosophy 72, 1975, 369-387, and Richard Rorty, Interminacy of Translation and of Truth, Synthese 23, 1972, 443-462. What makes sense is to say not what the objects of a theory are, absolutely speaking, but how one theory of objects is interpretable or reinterpretable in another. What our present reflections are leading us to appreciate is that the riddle about seeing things upside down, or in complementary colors, should be taken seriously and its moral applied widely. The relativistic thesis to which we have come is this: to repeat, it makes no sense to say what the objects of a theory are, beyond saying how to interpret or reinterpret that theory in another. Talk of subordinate theories and their ontologies is meaningful but only relative to the background theory with its own primitively adopted and ultimately inscrutable ontology. 28. One would think this relativistic thesis the natural and happy result of the approach to knowledge and science which Quine shares with Sellers, were it not for the disturbing phrase primitively adopted and ultimately inscrutable ontology. On a full-blooded holistic view, the question, are we really referring to rabbits or rabbit stages, formula or G6 Dell numbers, would be regarded neither as senseless, nor as sensible only when relativized to a background language. 29 But as like, are we really talking about nations or about groups of individual persons? Or are we really talking about witches or about hallucinatory psychotics? The latter questions have a sense if we give them a sense, that is, if something further depends upon the answer. It is easy to imagine situations in which sense would be given to them. It is harder, but not impossible, for the rabbit versus rabbit stage case. But Quine is not 28 WVO. Quine, Ontological Relativity and Other Essays, New York, 1969, pages 50-51. 29 C. Ibid, pages 47. F. Hartree-Field has shown that Quine's notion of relativization to a background language and taking reference at face value are incompatible with his general line of argument. See his Quine and the Correspondence Theory, Philosophical Review 83, 1974. 207 ff. But this difficulty is not relevant to my present purposes. Interested in the question of that way of giving sense. His claims about indeterminacy and inscrutability are not supposed to tie in with the needs of science or practice. Admitting that linguists never dream of taking advantage of indeterminacy to translate the short expressions normally uttered when rabbits break cover as another rabbit stagel, Quine says, the implicit maxim guiding his the linguist's choice of rabbit is that an enduring and relatively homogeneous object, moving as a whole against a contrasting background, is a likely reference for a short expression. The maxim is his own imposition, toward settling what is objectively indeterminate. It is a very sensible imposition, and I would recommend no other. But I am making a philosophical point. Point 30. A philosophical point in this sense is, at a minimum, one that has no relevance to deciding how the world is. Quine teeters between the older positivist view that such points are disreputably metaphysical and the more Oxonian philosophy as therapy view that such peculiarly philosophical points serve as antidotes to a 7t put off. Y_5bo, such as the idea. We might, however, take this particular philosophical point as offering an antidote against, if anything, the notions of ontology and of reference. That is, we might fall back on the more old-fashioned view that just as the behaviorist approach to truth by virtue of meaning in two dogmas left us with no notion of sameness of meaning save, as Harman says, the common-sensical and philosophically uninteresting one in which the president went to Vietnam and Johnson went to Vietnam mean the same thing, so the behaviorist approach to ontology of ontological relativity leaves us with no notion of sameness of reference save the commonsensical and philosophically uninteresting one in which talk about rabbit stages and talk about rabbits are talk about the same. 30 Quine, Ontological Relativity, p. 34. Things, in different ways. 31 The philosophical notion of reference seems to Quine to contrast with that of meaning because, reference, extension, has been the firm thing, meaning, intention, the infirm. The indeterminacy of translation now confronting us, however, cuts across extension and intention alike. The terms rabbit, undetached rabbit part, and rabbit stage differ not only in meaning, they are true of different things. Reference itself proves behaviorally inscrutable. 32 But this relative firmness was itself merely the product of Quine's claim that intentions, for which there were no criteria of identity, were flabbier entities than extensions, for which there were. The problem about identity conditions for intentions boils down, Quine thinks, to that of how two eternal sentences should be related in order that, where P and Q stand for them, we be entitled to say that P is the same proposition as Q rather than another SS. But to think that this question can be answered is to think, Quine says, that there is some synonymy relation which makes a sentence of one language the right translation of a sentence of another. 34 We have now, however, come full circle. The firmness of reference is what it is because of a putative contrast with an infirmness about meaning. But this infirmness is only present if translation is indeterminate in some way in which physics is not. So if we accept the standard criticisms of Quine's double indeterminacy of translation, an indeterminacy which differs from that of physical theory in 31 the example of common-sensical sameness of meaning comes from Harman, Quine, p. 142. For more on the distinction between the common-sensical and the philosophical senses of talking about or referring, see My Realism and Reference, Monist 59, 1976, 321-340, and Chapter 6, Section 4. 32 Quine, Ontological Relativity, p. 35. 33 Quine, Word and Object, p. 200. 34 Ibid, p. 206. That there is no matter of fact in the former case, then we have no reason for being startled at references faring no better, and no reason for thinking that the behavioral inscrutability of reference leads to any conclusions save so much the worse for reference or rabbit stages and rabbits are just the same things. Since reference here means a specifically philosophical notion, whose inscrutability is a specifically philosophical point which depends upon holding rabbits and rabbit stages further apart than any scientific or practical need would hold them, we might feel entitled to adopt the same insouciant attitude toward this inscrutability which Quine adopts toward the specifically philosophical notion of synonymy and toward Brentano's thesis of the irreducibility of the intentional. We should indeed adopt this attitude 3s but not before looking more closely at Quine's vacillation on the subject of ontology. To say that the philosophical notion of reference is one we can well do without is, as Quine would agree, to say that ontology is also. Since it is because of a concern for ontology that Quine takes reference seriously, it will help to see how hard it is for him to reconcile this concern with his holistic claim that there is no first philosophy higher than and prior to ordinary scientific inquiry. 36 This latter view would seem to incline him towards Sellers's view that science is the measure of all things, of what is that it is, and of what is not that it is not. 37 Nevertheless, Quine claims that the practical indispensability of intentional idioms should not blind us to the fact that if we are limning the true and ultimate structure of reality, the canonical scheme for us is the austere scheme that knows no quotation but direct quotation and no. 35 I argue again for doing so in Chapter 7. 36 See on Carnap's views on ontology in Quine, Ways of Paradox, New York, 1968, and Epistemology Naturalized in Ontological Relativity. 37 The phrase is from Sellers, Science, Perception, and Reality, p. 173. Propositional attitudes but only the physical constitutions and behavior of organisms. Point 3 This project, he claims, is continuous with that of science because, each elimination of obscure constructions or notions that we manage to achieve, by paraphrase into more lucid elements, is a clarification of the conceptual scheme of science. The same motives that impel scientists to seek ever simpler and clearer theories adequate to the subject matter of their special sciences are motives for simplification and clarification of the broader framework shared by all the sciences. The quest of a simplest, clearest overall pattern of canonical notation is not to be distinguished from a quest of ultimate categories, a limning of the most general traits of reality. Nor let it be retorted that such constructions are conventional affairs not dictated by reality, for may not the same be said of a physical theory? True, such is the nature of reality that one physical theory will get us around better than another, but similarly for canonical notations. p. 161, the catch, of course, comes in knowing what obscurity and clarity are. The Geisteswissenschaften, Quine thinks, employ notions which are so unclear that we must simply rub them out when limning the structure of reality. All is clear, however, in the physical sciences save when these invoke numbers, functions, properties, etc., in which case we interpret these as sets, an interpretation which the physical scientist can regard with sublime indifference. But the unclarity of belief, meaning, translates as etc. are irredeemable. There is nothing on hand in set theory to replace them with, they can survive only on grounds of practical convenience. 39-38 Quine, Word and Object, p. 22-1. 39 Harman, Quine, p. 126, puts a more charitable interpretation upon Quine's views on these matters. According to Harman, it is not that he thinks intentional objects, propositions or meanings, are a queer kind of entity. Why, however, do believes in and translates as more to the necessities of practice than is the same electron as and is the same set as. Why do the Naturwissenschaften limn reality while the Geisteswissenschaften merely enable us to cope with it? What is it that sets them apart, given that we no longer think of any sort of statement having a privileged epistemological status, but of all statements as working together for the good of the race in that process of gradual holistic adjustment made famous by two dogmas of empiricism? Why should not the unit of empirical inquiry be the whole of culture, including both the Natur and the Geisteswissenschaften, rather than just the whole of physical science? Trying to answer these rhetorical questions leads us to a genuine contradiction in Quine's view. It comes out most clearly in a passage in which he is trying to argue that the practical dictates of translation have no epistemological implications. Save logical truth is conventional in character because of the indeterminacy of translation. The very want of determinacy puts a premium on adhering to this strong and simple rule as a partial determinant. Save logical truth is both a convention and a wise one. And we see also that it gives logical truth no epistemological status distinct from that of any obvious truths of a so-called factual kind. Point 40. Be a queer kind of entity. His complaint is not that intentional objects, as something abstract, offend his sensibilities in the way that they no doubt offend the sensibilities of Nelson Goodman. Quine's argument. is that the various views in that cluster which invoke such entities are theories that don't explain what they purport to explain. So his attitude toward intentional objects is similar to his attitude toward phlogiston or the ether, or witches. Quine seems blandly to endorse Harman's interpretation at Words and Objections, p. 296. But I do not think that this interpretation can be reconciled with many of the arguments in Word and Object and elsewhere, although I agree that it represents the attitude which Quine should have adopted. 40 Words and Objections, p. 318. 201.